It's exciting. Welcome to the daytime stream. I do like doing these day streams. It's a bit of a different vibe to the late night ones. And we'll see what happens over here. Just getting everything set up, opening the guest box on TikTok. As far as I can see, the YouTube stream is live as well now, which is great. Got some good friends in already. Lovely to see you, people. And we have some people coming into TikTok as well, which is lovely. Nice to see you, Taz. Pastor Fairy is here. Always a joy to see you, Mr. Eni. And we also have a first guest straight out the box. This is before even Sean has arrived. I'm sure Sean will be with us soon. Of course, it's only 7 a.m. Or possibly even earlier where he is right now. But I'm sure he'll be with us soon. I did speak to him last night. He said he was going to join us today. So for now, you'll have to put up with me on my own until he gets here. I know that's hard, but we will manage together somehow. Kincaid, lovely to see you too. And Richie's here. Hey, buddy. Right, well, let's get going. We're going to bring in Ezekiel, it looks like. That looks like a play on words, doesn't it? From the TikTok queue. Hopefully that will happen right now. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, Ezekiel. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Very well indeed, thank you. You're our first guest today, so you're very welcome.
Great. Awesome.
Would you like to choose a topic?
Yeah, any of those are good.
Sure.
I'm really interested in God is not morally good.
God is not morally good. Okay. Yeah. So may I just ask before we get into the conversation, what your religious or belief view is, just so we know kind of who we're talking to?
Yeah, I'm a Protestant. I'm a Christian.
You're Protestant Christian. Okay, that's great. And you sound like you might be in a bathroom or something. Is that a situation that can be alleviated? Because we're hearing lots of noise at the moment.
I have a fan next to me.
Okay. If there's anything that can be done to make your background noise a bit quieter, even that is much better. Thank you so much. That makes life much
I just turned it way down.
Thank you very much. Okay, so what I really mean by this is obviously I don't think God exists, right? So some people say to me, well, what's the point of saying, speculating as to God's character if you don't think that God even exists? Well, my view is that we have this character of a God as written about in various books. I'm thinking, mainly about the Bible and the Quran.
Sure.
And I think we can have a look at the character of that. And my criticism really is about that guy, if you like. And also it's a bit more general, because if you said to me that you don't believe the Bible, but you still think there's an all-powerful God, I would still make the case that God isn't morally good if God is sufficiently powerful, purely on the basis of the amount of suffering we see in the world. That, to me, isn't an argument against God's existence, because there could be an evil God, but it is an argument against God's goodness. So let's have a look at the Bible, because as that's your position, we can have a look at that. Do you think that God's character in the Bible is always ethical and good? Do you think that everything God does is good?
100%. The very definition of good and evil, I believe, derives from God himself. So
yeah.
By definition, he can't. Even if he tried to be evil, he couldn't be evil.
Right. Yeah, so you will have heard the term divine command theory, right?
I have not heard of that.
Okay, so that basically is the thing you've just described. It basically means that God is defined as being good, so anything he does must be good by definition. So that means that if God said that it was good to, for instance, kill children with swords, then that would be good. And would that be your agreement?
If he commanded it himself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he said that it was good to just stone innocent people to death, then that would be good too.
Absolutely, yes. Because if he wants to do it, then it has to be good.
Yeah.
By definition, of course.
So I'm going to offer you a potential problem with this view, which is that...
Okay, let's hear it.
What I think divine command theory leads to is essentially abolishing goodness and morality completely and replacing it with just obedience. Because words like good actually have a meaning in normal everyday life. Even if we can't define moral goodness exactly, we can still understand the principles that we invoke when we discuss it. Principles like fairness and decency and kindness and proportionality. And we have a really strong sense of, like, we start to get a sense of fairness when we're very, very young, like 3 or 4 years old. We already start to understand what fairness means. So this is very kind of deeply baked into us, right? So if you're going to take the position that anything God does definitionally is good, then what you have to do is, when you look at the horrific things that God does and commands, the things he does and the thing he commands other people to do, you have to expand your definition of good to include all of those things, because you've started off by defining them all as good. And so you end up...
I would define good as anything the Lord wants to do.
Right.
And anything that brings him pleasure.
Anything that brings him pleasure is a really big problem, because if he's infinitely powerful, it must be the case that everything he does...
Hold on. What does that mean, infinitely powerful?
Well, by infinitely powerful, I mean able to do anything that doesn't violate laws of logic. I mean,
okay, good. I like that. I like that you say laws of logic.
Yeah, I mean,
good.
Obviously, he can't make a square circle. He can't make a married bachelor. Obviously, that's true, right?
I'm glad that you understand that, because for some very odd reason, a lot of people think when if you say God cannot do something illogical, like that's somehow limiting him and he's not all powerful.
No,
that's not the definition of all powerful.
We're agreed.
So I'm glad that you...
Yeah. So we can agree that all powerful is everything that can meaningfully exist in the information space. So anything that doesn't contradict itself, But if he wanted to, if we say, that still leaves a lot on the table, right? That he could do. For example, he could make a world that had beings in it that had free will, but who weren't inclined to sin. He could easily do that, but he chose not to.
How do you know that?
Well, because an inclination to sin is not a necessary condition of free will.
How do you know that?
Because sin is just actions that upset God. And we know that beings have got inclinations, right? We know, for example...
In every sense, sin is actions that upset God.
That's what sin is really defined as, isn't it? It's sin is behavior of which God
if you look
disapproves.
At the Hebrew word, yes, I mean, I would agree with that. If you look at the Hebrew word, it's kata, and it actually means to miss the mark. So, like, it's an archer missing a mark.
Yeah, that's fine. So, again, God could create creatures that still had free will, but never missed the mark. That they were perhaps equipped with more sophisticated moral intuitions that didn't lead them towards that. And we know.
I think if there was no law, that would be different. Like if there was no command not to do something.
Yeah, even if there was. I mean, for example, most people conceive of heaven as being a place where there's no sin, but people have free will. So if God could create those conditions in heaven, then he could have created them here on earth as well. And all of this is really just to say that God is very, very, very powerful, right? So the problem with defining anything he does as good is that you're kind of stuck with the idea that he does things not out of a sense of having to do them, but out of a sense of wanting to do them. And therefore you have to explain, some of the horrible things he does in terms of just him enjoying them, like, randomly killing people. Or killing people for silly reasons, really ridiculous reasons.
I would want to hear. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm down to get into some verses or what you at least think. Maybe we'll start with one. We'll talk about it, and then maybe we can get into more. But I guess what's your go-to one? We can get into that.
I don't necessarily have a go-to one, but I think the Bible is luxuriously stocked with them. So, for example, there's a verse in the Bible, I'm sure you know it, in 2 Kings, where some children make fun of a prophet.
Bears, yes.
Right.
Exactly.
And Elijah, calls on God, and God sends a bear to come and kill the children. Well, I think children can be rude sometimes, and children can misbehave sometimes, but I don't think that the death penalty for slightly unruly kids is great. It's certainly not something I would vote for. What do you think about that?
Well, I would then ask you, where then do you get your understanding of morality in that situation?
I will answer that question. I promise I will. But let's just stick with this example. Do you think that it was ethical for those children to be killed for, making fun of a man's bald head?
Do I think God commanding the bears to go slaughter those?
Yeah, was that? I mean, you're going to say it's
ethical.
You're going to guess. You're going to say yes because because God commanded it, right? So that you are in the unenviable position of having to lend your moral support to absolute atrocities, right? You're going to say that it was right.
Well, if the God of the universe that created everything and through him everything is created, and by him everything is created, and he is in the sense omniscient and omnipresent. Yeah. Why wouldn't that be okay if he commanded it? Because this isn't a human command. This isn't a human situation. Yeah. This is him commanding it as the being of everything.
Yeah, sure. But everything you're saying really just comes down to might makes right. It just comes down to, because he's very powerful, he's allowed to do anything, and it's morally okay for him to cause unbelievable amounts of suffering on a whim. And I'm fine with that.
But he also created them. He also.
So what? Why does having created them give him the moral right to hurt them? I will answer that question. I said I would, and I will. Okay. But I'm just trying to sort of push you on the moral logic behind your position, right? So you're saying because he created everything, it's ethical for him to cause as much suffering as he wants to the things he created. Explain the moral logic of that.
Well, I wouldn't say. I would say there's nowhere in Scripture, nowhere in the Bible, where, to me, it looks like the suffering is useless and has no usefulness out of it. So I would say that's one thing. I don't see a situation in the Bible where God just does it willy-nilly and just because. Really? Just out of randomness. I wouldn't say that there is anything.
It's not necessarily not necessarily random, but it certainly it certainly looks very capricious. I mean, what's the purpose of having those children killed?
Well, you could say for other people to be warned to not defile something that is holy, because in God's eyes, that's a big thing. That's something that should be taken not lightly, but as holy.
Then God needs a better comms department, because warning people by killing children, if that's the best he can come up with, he's the all-powerful creator of the universe. He could just put the thoughts into everybody's head and just say,
Well, you don't know if he can do that. That might be logically impossible.
No, it's not logical. Hang on. Logically, because logically impossible would mean it would have to entail a contradiction. What was the contradiction that would be created by him doing that?
Well, if we truly have free will and he puts something into our mind, you could make the argument that then we truly don't have free will.
Well, God violates people's free will all the time. He hardens hearts. He sends spirits. God has
hold on. We can break down. I would love to break down those verses. By the way, if you think that hardened heart means to brainwash or to control, which it doesn't. But we can break down.
Hang on. There are many instances where God plays with people's free will, but it's still not a logical contradiction to say that God couldn't put thought into someone's head. I mean, people people pray to God for guidance all the time. Give me the answer. Pray to God for wisdom. Yeah. Is God violating people's free will when someone prays to God for wisdom and he gives them an answer? Is that a violation of their free will?
No, not a violation of their free will.
So he can put thoughts into people's heads without violating their free will, and he can create creatures that have instincts. For example, humans are created with a very strong instinct not to eat their own children. It's not an abrogation of our free will that we don't eat our kids. We're just made in a way that we're very, very strongly averse to doing that. God could have done exactly the same with regard to, things that he considers unholy. He just didn't do that.
Yeah,
and then his chosen method of course correction is always violence.
I want to answer these things. First, just because I asked the question doesn't mean I stand on that question of, I believe that's where I'm coming from. I believe the Lord has put, in a sense, in all human beings, morality. And that is why you feel the need to protect innocence, which I do too as a Christian, and I believe the Lord does in the Bible, to protect innocence and to know what is good and what is wrong and what is evil. I believe He's put that into the hearts of all men. Now, we could go against that. We could also, ignore that calling in our heart, or that desire to do good or to know what's good. We can ignore that, and I believe, the Lord, or God in a sense, can have punishable actions for us ignoring His morality. And I believe this could have been one of the cases where, those 40, I think it was 42 of them, 21 of them, well, whatever, how many ever of them there was. I believe they could have ignored that. They could have went against that, and they could have, however they did die through the Lord commanding a bear to go maul them. In that sense, we could look at that and say, wow, that is very rash and violence, and that was so wrong of him to do. There could have been a million other ways to do it in a much better sense.
Yeah.
Well, your idea of good or bad or wrong, I would say, is just human opinion if it doesn't come from a God. So how could you even?
Right. So
how could you be on the standard yet?
So I promised I
I
promised I'd answer that. So I'm going to answer it now. And also Sean, my co-host, is now here with us. So Sean, meet Ezekiel.
Great.
So okay. So
hey, Sean.
I don't think that moral questions have true or false answers. Right. This is my view on this. Is that moral statements are essentially expressions of how you feel about something, right? So if I say I think something's wrong, if I define something as wrong, even if I make a statement like God is not morally good, essentially I'm just expressing an opinion. So this is the first thing. So where do I get where do I get that opinion from? I get that opinion from two things. One is just my own moral intuitions, which derive from empathy and compassion and an instinct to just mirror neurons in my head, which create an instinct to want to help when I see suffering, to alleviate it. That's how our minds have evolved, and also just from a principle, which is actually allows me to be a little bit more objective about morals, which is that I hold to the principle that alleviating suffering is desirable and causing suffering is not desirable. And that's a kind of general principle, which it just comes from realizing, because it's preferable to be alive and not suffering to dead or suffering.
Why?
Well, just because it's obvious. Like you can say why, but it's true yourself. Because
can I challenge that real quick?
Well, you can,
right?
but I would guarantee that you're not going to find a person who enjoys suffering. I mean, you could say suffering. You could say find some people who have recreational pain. No, I understand that, but if people who want to have recreational pain or consensual, stuff, they're still signing up for it. It's an agreement that they want to have certain physical experiences that they're enjoying.
And I want to point this out. However, we talk about morality in this conversation, I think we both agree we're more talking about the consensus, not like the outliers or the 1%ers, or you know what I mean. I think we both agree on that. In that sense, like more than.
Yeah, I'd like to try and show you that I want to try and show you that your own basis for morality is just as subjective as ours, because I'm going to guess that you think that morality is just vested in this God.
Sure, I would love to talk about that.
Yeah, so your decision.
I think morality is subjective.
Right. Good. Okay. So
then we all agree.
Yeah. So we all agree on that.
Well, by definition, if you want to break down definitions, yes. But I would say in the sense of what does subjectiveness mean, and then also going into it onto what again is where you derive this sense of morality, where you derive it, because I believe atheists and agnostics, some can even be more moral than some religious folks. But what I'm saying is where you derive it from, I believe the place that Christians derive it from is a much greater and better place overall.
I think it's a much worse place, because listen to the things you've defended. Because your starting point was anything God says goes, you actually don't have morality. Now, I'm not. And this is not a personal accusation. Hang on. Let me finish my point. I'm just going to finish my point.
Okay, sure.
Right. So I'm not attacking you personally in saying this. I'm just asking you to look at the way you're putting your morality together in a slightly different way. I'm going to argue that you don't actually have morality. You've got obedience, and that's morally empty. It does, because you're going to support absolutely anything God does. If God said today raping babies is good, you would say it's good because God said it. That's not morality. That's a moral vacuum, and into that vacuum you've just placed blind obedience. So
well,
I don't
again,
know.
he wouldn't say that, but yeah.
Well, no,
So
hang on.
If he would, if he did, would you consider it good?
It would. You
Well,
would
he wouldn't.
consider it moral.
He wouldn't. He can't.
Well, that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. The question wasn't.
Well,
will he? The
you're
question
saying
is,
something illogical. I don't think God can do something illogical.
What's illogical about it? If you're going to define good as anything God says, then anything God says would be good, and harming children, would be under the subset of anything.
Yeah. And that was where we started out, right? That's where we started out. That's why I deliberately asked you at the beginning, is there anything God could say that would be bad? And you basically said no. So to say he wouldn't say that is sort of to miss the point.
Logical, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's not about it's not about logical, because if your starting point.
I want to ask you.
Hang on.
Answer the question. Hold on.
Hold on. One question am I answering?
Yeah.
What question was that, John?
Well, no, I was just commenting actually that the starting point is anything God says is good. My argument is you don't have morality there. Now, what I'm going to say is happening here is because you're a human being and you've got a sense of compassion and empathy and decency and all of that stuff, those intuitions in you override your claim that anything that God says is good. So you feel it. If I tell you that God commands to have people raped and babies killed and children killed with swords, there's a part of you that knows that's not okay in terms of your own moral intuitions. And then you override that part with the part of you that just wants to be blindly obedient. So you've got to live with that tension.
Hold on.
Sean and I don't have to live with that tension because we don't have it.
Okay, hold on. I want to ask you guys both one question. You both believe that morality is subjective, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So if you both believe it's subjective, then morality isn't a fact.
Correct.
There's the only place onto where you get where you can justify morality is from your human opinion, and from your human opinion and experiences, right? Okay. So it's from your human opinion and experiences. You can't trust that any more than somebody that does the exact opposite of your moral good and calls what they do as moral good. You can't justify that any place out of human experience and human opinion. Which hold on. I really want to speak because I feel like I haven't really spoke yet. Out of human opinion and human experience, that's your standard instinct. I'm saying I go above that, outside of human experience and human opinion, to the very source of life in all of reality, which is God. So if God says, you must do Y because Y sees fit in front of my eyes. Now, you can go to an extreme and say, whatever you said, I'm not going to repeat that. But I would say God logically cannot do that. Now, the killing part, yes,
wait. Why can't he logically do that? How is it illogical? Where's the contradiction?
Yeah, we've had this already.
Yeah, where's the contradiction? Yeah, for God to command or hurting children is good. How is that a contradiction?
Well, define hurting children. What does that mean?
Causing them pain, harming their well-being.
Well, do you think spanking a child is evil?
No, so I'm talking
hitting the child on the wrist.
I do. Yes, I
want to define these things.
Hold on. Let's just go to the extreme. All right. So unaliving children for pleasure is good. If God were to do that, what would the logical contradiction be?
Well, he doesn't do that, and that's well again for
that's not a logical contradiction.
You're denoting pleasure with killing. I don't see how God does
he tells other people to do it. He tells other people to do it.
Hold on. Let's just
I don't know where you're getting this pleasure from.
Ezekiel, you're not answering the question. Where is the contradiction? But you're not.
So the contradiction is I said this to John earlier. Every single thing that the Lord commands in the Bible he doesn't command out of this place of uselessness or randomness or just because, or because, this thing he's intensified, passionate about, and it brings him so much pleasure of the killing of a human. There's lots of verses. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Hold on. There's so many verses.
You're monologuing, dude.
I was just saying this. There are so many verses that the Lord he does not like death. He hates death. He hates the killing of innocent life. There's many verses about that. There's many verses about the death of the wicked hurts him. Actually, dude, where we get the phrase heartbreak is from Genesis 6 when he floods the earth. He says, and he said, his heart broke when he had to flood the earth.
You got a monologue less, so let's have a back and forth conversation. So I'm trying to get down to, I said, if God
I'm trying to have a back and forth conversation.
Stop talking over me, dude. All right. You said it's illogical for if God were to say harming
John, this is your co-host.
Let's just keep on going in the conversation.
Let's
not worry about that and engage with the subject.
Yeah, let's do it. I was actually having a great time with you until this guy came up.
Well, yeah, because I'm asking questions that you don't want to answer. So there's no logical contradiction.
I'm answering all of them. You're just not letting me talk.
You're just talking. Okay, all right. From now on, I'm just going to mute you when you talk over. All right. So from now on, I'm going to mute you if you talk over me. So
all right. What's your question?
Okay. If God said harming children is moral, would you consider it moral? Yes or no?
Define harming children. You're not defining that.
Killing them with a sword. Killing them with a sword.
Killing them with a sword. Let's just go with that.
Why would he want that?
Because it gives him pleasure. Because he's got his reasons.
Just yes or no. Doesn't matter what. Just say. So you're going to go down the Jordan Peterson route where it's like, define these things. If we were having...
Because it's important to define these things.
I'm going to actually interject here and say it isn't important to define these things if your starting point is everything God says is good. Definitionally, your position at the start of our conversation... Hang on, I'm speaking right now. So at the start of the conversation, you said, definitionally, anything God says is good because he defines goodness. So the reasons actually are irrelevant. It's not for you to question the reasons. Sean is trying to make a point here, which is to say, once you've said anything God does is good, then you have to include everything. So if God says kill children, as for example he does in 1 Samuel 15:3, right? Those children aren't a risk to anyone. He wants them dead because he's upset about the Amalekites having attacked the Israelites 400 years ago. None of those children were involved in that attack. No one's going to be saved by killing those children. There's no harm that's going to be prevented. It's just a revenge attack to make him feel good. That's all it is. That's where that commandment comes from. So he is actually telling people to kill children for his own edification and pleasure. Now, even if we didn't know the reason, even if it was just, the reason is something we can't understand, Sean is still trying to make a point by saying, if your starting point is anything God says is good, you have to say yes. If God said raping babies is good, yep, it's good. There's nothing he could possibly ever say that would make you go, yeah, actually, that's a step too far for me. You don't have that line. That limit, that moral limit, doesn't exist in your paradigm anywhere, because your starting point is to define God as good. That's why I say you essentially have abolished morality and just replaced it with blind obedience.
He left.
I know he did. But I'm just going to continue monologuing because you've just replaced a morality with blind obedience, and that's why I don't think it's a superior moral system. I think it isn't a moral system at all, and that's the problem we have. So yeah, there we are. Welcome, Sean. How are you?
Thank you.
Good.
I'm doing good.
Good. Okay. Well, we've got a guest over on the YouTube side, Alexander, who we are going to bring in right now. Hey, Alexander. Are you there? We can't hear you very well. No. No.
I'm able to hear him okay.
Yeah, I can't hear that. It's that's not coming through very well at all, is it?
Test. Can you hear me, John?
We can hear you.
Okay.
But yeah, we can't hear Alexander, unfortunately. No, and now he's dropped out. That's a shame. Okay, well, there we go. How you doing, Sean? All good?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I appreciate it.
Good.
I kind of walked into an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's we're getting a bit of echoing here for some reason. Not entirely sure why. That's weird. Hello, 1 2.
Test.
Sean, is your video on as well?
Yes, it is. I just muted the mic though.
Okay. Oh, that's better. Okay. Or is it? Weird. I've been trying to... No, it's still echoing.
Actually, I'm sorry. I think I fixed it. Is it good now?
Yes. That's better. Okay, good. Yeah, I've been trying to sort out the audio on the YouTube guest side because it's been so poor recently. I'm trying to figure out why. So I'm trying to get a different way today. Hopefully it will work. Okay, we have Big Jesus on the YouTube side. So if you want to head over there, Sean, we'll see if we can make that work. Hopefully it will.
Okay.
Hopefully it will. Hi, Big Jesus. Are you there? Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Oh wow. Greetings. Actually didn't expect to get on.
Well, you're on.
Actually, from Chris John.
Oh well, hello. Yeah,
Yes,
with the queue is small, so you came straight in.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Let me just mute the live. Yeah, I won't take up the queue. Just wanted to say to continue doing what you're doing. I'm actually from Jamaica. Yeah, so all the way in the small island of Jamaica.
Right.
And really love the work that you're doing. I'm a deconverted Christian. I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses actually. So yeah, I'd say I love the work that you're doing. You're one of we're my newest favorite content creator where
thank you.
These topics are concerned. So
I really appreciate
just
that.
something on to say. Yeah, appreciate the work and continue doing you. So I'll be tuning in and I'll leave the queue open for
thank you, buddy.
Some others, talk about what they need to talk about.
Very kind, and sure. you proved that the YouTube call-in is working. So you've been enormously helpful as well as generous with your words, and I really appreciate that. So thank you very much for coming up.
Awesome. Yeah, no problem.
All right, man. Take it easy. Thanks. Okay, back to the YouTube side. The TikTok side. I am going to get this right in the end. We're going to bring in a Chosen Gospel Impact. That's interesting name. Hi, Chosen Gospel Impact. Are you there? Oh,
hi,
there we go.
Host. How are you?
Yeah, good. We've got you in now. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. And I do see that my prompt has gone, so I'm going to bring that back shortly. But would you like to talk about one of our titles?
Yeah. Hey. Interesting topics that you have there. I would like to talk about hell is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I would like to Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So I would clarify the hell is ridiculous. What I really mean by this is hell for non-belief is ridiculous. I mean, I do think it's ridiculous anyway. I think the idea of any kind of infinite torture and punishment is ridiculous. But in particular, I mean here hell for not believing. Are you a Christian? I'm going to assume from your name that perhaps you are.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So in this instance, what I really mean is the idea of hell as a kind of consequence or penalty or punishment of not believing the right things about Jesus. So can we engage on that?
Yeah. I mean, we can engage on that.
Great.
So, if I may ask, what are the things that make you not to believe in Jesus? you know.
Well, that's a separate issue. Asking me why I don't believe in Jesus is a really interesting topic, and I'm happy to talk about it. But I want us to realize that's a completely different topic from saying that hell is ridiculous. Let's just for the moment, I want you to just for the moment accept that I don't, right? That I don't believe in Jesus because I'm not persuaded that Jesus exists. I'm not persuaded that Jesus is a God. I'm not persuaded that anything is a God. I'm an atheist, so I don't think that I'm not convinced of the existence of any gods. So given that that's the fact, why is it morally sensible for me to be punished for not being convinced of that?
Yeah, I would say because you were given a choice and you choosing not to believe, and there is a, a law, a principle of God that states that if you don't believe, you're gonna go to hell,
Yes,
right?
we understand
So
that. This is John
yeah, yeah,
3:18, which says
yeah, for
you're
sure.
condemned already if you have not said
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Jesus is the Son of
yeah,
God. Yeah.
yeah, for sure. So what I'm saying is that, so if you choose not to believe in that instance, that
Yeah.
means that you have already chosen your fate.
Yeah.
You
So
know, you have
okay,
already
I
chosen.
understand.
Yeah.
So we all understand how the doctrine works, but this is what I'm pushing back on. So your choice of words there is quite revealing, because you said you've chosen not to believe. Do you think that being convinced of something is something you choose to do?
Of course it is.
Is it? So can you just choose to be
Yes.
convinced of anything you like?
My convictions are prompted by um the evidence of what I see in something, you know.
Right. So
So
if you don't see enough evidence to make you convinced of something and you remain unconvinced, how do you then become convinced of it?
yeah, I mean, you need to look deeper into it, you know, like for
Maybe you
example.
imagine you have looked deeper into it and you've looked at all the evidence and you've heard all the arguments and you've had 150 discussions with people who have read out Romans 1 and pointed at trees and things like that, and you're still unconvinced. Then what? You can't just. What I'm trying to get you to see is actually ties into the first topic on my list, which is that belief is not a choice. Right? You're talking about belief like it's an action, and I'm here to tell you it's not. Belief is what happens to your mind when you become convinced by something. And if you're not convinced by it, belief is impossible. Absolutely impossible. And this is the case for every human being, for every subject, in every area, always has been, and always will be. You can't just decide to believe something if it doesn't convince you.
Yeah. So also, like, if you're gonna say that you are not convinced by the evidence in the scriptures and you are not convinced by biblical stories, then why even mention hell and say that the idea of hell is ridiculous because you don't believe in the entire
Well, that's
scriptures?
another topic. Also, that's changing the subject entirely to if you don't believe these things, why are you interested in talking about them? I could speak for a very long time about why I'm interested in talking about them, but in a nutshell, it's because I think these ideas really harm and hurt people, and there are hundreds of millions of people alive in the world right now who suffer enormously because these ideas are put out there without uncritically in the way that you're doing right now. And these ideas cause people a lot of harm. And so I think it's not morally okay to stay silent about ideas that are harmful. I think we should call them out, and that's what I'm
No,
doing. But to come
yeah,
back to
no,
the main topic, I want you to try and engage with this if you can. I want you to try to think about belief in a way you perhaps haven't before, and understand that it isn't an action. It's a thing that happens to your mind as a result of you becoming convinced by something. And if it hasn't happened to you, you can't flip a switch and just make it happen and make yourself believe something and make yourself feel a sense of conviction and an internal sense that something's true if you don't feel it. So
yeah.
why does it make
So
sense to punish someone for that?
yeah, look, so when it comes to belief, I feel like everybody believes in something one way or another. and I would say that belief is subjective. And also, I am of the idea that you do choose to believe what you believe in. For example, you choose not to believe in God. You choose to be
No,
an atheist.
It's almost like you just
no.
ignored everything I just said to you, and then just defaulted back to, for example, you choose not to believe in God. Do you understand that for Sean and for me and for millions like us, believing in God is as impossible as believing in Santa is for you? It's just not possible. You can't, if you're not convinced, you're done.
Yeah.
That's not to say that you can never become convinced. You can have a change of opinion. You can study something, you can read, you can have experiences that change your mind. But you can't command the belief. You can't just flip a switch and say, today I'm going to start thinking something is convincing that I currently don't think is convincing. That is a psychologically impossible feat that nobody can do. And it's morally
Okay.
wrong to condemn
Okay.
people for not doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Let's make this simple because I'm trying to understand like what is your stance in all of this. So, for example, what are the things that made you not to believe in the
That's a
scriptures? Like,
separate topic. That's another topic. You're pivoting to other topics. So
no,
we
no.
want to focus on whether punishing people for belief or non-belief is sensical. You keep saying it's a choice. Can you choose to believe leprechauns exist and actually be convinced of it?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, my beliefs are based on my
Is that
convictions
a
that
yes or no? Is that a yes or no?
I'm answering you, sir. Can you let me answer you? So what I'm saying is that my beliefs are based on the convictions of the evidence that I see in something. I don't just
Uh,
believe in something.
okay. So is that a yes or no?
I would say no.
Okay. So you can't. So just like I can't, for the same reason you can't choose to believe leprechauns exist in reality and actually believe it, I cannot, and I know for a fact because I tried, choose to believe that God exists and actually believe it. So what we're talking about here is a punishment that is based on something that people cannot choose. Belief is a perception, it's not an action that you can just choose.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, look, I hear what you're saying, Sean. Okay, let me come up with this analogy. Okay, and this is with regards to God, right? So, for example, in today's world, we have governments. We are governed by the government, and the government gives out laws that citizens should follow. And if you don't follow those laws, there are consequences. Okay, so do you have a like, for example, let me make example. If a government gives out a law that,
Like,
um, no, wait. If a
well, I'm
government
giving
gives
an
out,
example of a law. Like, what if the government put out a law that if you don't believe in leprechauns, you go to jail?
yeah, I mean that would be a law of the government. So what would you
Right.
do in that? Yeah, what would you do in that instance?
Well,
Well, there's nothing I can do
we'd
because
go to jail.
you and I are in the same boat. Both of us cannot choose to believe leprechauns exist. So if God, or sorry, if the government put out a law, believe in leprechauns or go to jail, there's nothing we could do about it. We'd go to jail. That's the point
Exactly.
we're trying to.
The,
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
okay.
the
So
question
my
is the
point.
morality of it, though. This is what we're trying to get you to see. Is what is to examine how morally problematic it is to take a mental condition, which is the condition of belief, right? Again, just come with me on this journey and realize that belief isn't a thing you do, it's a thing that happens to your mind with respect to a particular claim or proposition, right? To take a mental state like belief and then make it the condition for whether somebody is punished or not. If you have that mental state, if you find yourself persuaded, you don't get punished, or you get the pardon, you get the special magic pardon of Jesus. And if you don't find yourself convinced for whatever reason, maybe you just weren't lucky enough to be born in the right place. Maybe you just really your luck was bad and you were raised in a Hindu family, sucks for you. Or maybe you were born in an area where there was Christianity, but the only Christians you came into contact with were not very good people, or they weren't very good at proselytizing, they weren't very good at selling the faith. Maybe you were just never lucky enough to bump into the right preacher. Or maybe none of the stuff made sense to you. It just didn't add up. Maybe you read the Bible for years. Maybe you went to prayer groups, maybe you even were a believer for a long time. But for whatever reason, at some point, you reached a point where this stuff didn't convince you anymore, and you honestly found yourself lacking that conviction. Make a moral argument for why it makes sense to hurt someone for that.
Okay. I would say that so for those who, the Bible says that the world will not come to an end until everybody hears the gospel. So when from the moment someone is born in this earth to the moment they leave the earth, it is guaranteed that that person, Sean, can you mute, sir? Can you mute? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
sorry about that.
yeah. So it is guaranteed that that person will hear about Jesus one way or another. And in the instance of maybe you find that, which I don't think it's possible, that someone hasn't heard about Jesus, I think those people, the Bible says that those who did not live with the law will be judged without the law. So those people, they will be judged based on their morality or without the law, as I said. So what I'm saying is that it's impossible for you to not have heard about Jesus.
Have
And
you heard?
if you're,
Have you heard about
Sean,
leprechauns?
Sean, Sean, wait. I'm
Okay.
going somewhere. Yeah, I'm going somewhere with this. So, yeah. So if you are going to say that you were not convicted enough about the story of Jesus or about what the preacher was saying to you, I mean, you would agree with me that in that instance, you took a choice
No.
not to believe.
No.
No.
What you're doing is you're conflating hearing about something with being convinced by something. You're saying that's why you spent so long there just talking about how the Bible says everyone's going to hear about it and there's no one in the world who hasn't heard about it. I'm not talking about whether people have heard about it. I'm talking about whether they've been convinced by it. We have friends who have got multiple degrees in theology and biblical studies, including PhDs, who know more about this stuff than you and I will ever know, who are similarly not convinced by it. So you can't just make the assumption that hearing about Jesus equals being persuaded by Jesus. That's a ludicrous position to take. You must grant that it's possible to know about Jesus and just not find the story convincing. That's the position I hold. And then you don't get to then just say, that makes me uncomfortable, so I'm going to label it as a choice, because if I don't label it as a choice, my theology doesn't make moral sense. You don't get to do that. It isn't a choice. I can't help it. There's nothing. If you put a gun to my head right now and said, believe in Jesus or I'm going to pull the trigger, you'd have to kill me because I can't do it. So again, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you before, which respectfully you didn't answer, which is, why does it make moral sense to hurt people for not being convinced by something?
As to why doesn't it make moral sense? I don't think it doesn't make moral sense, and here is why. Because I am one person who believes in the afterlife. I believe that there is a heaven. I believe that there is a hell, and heaven is a place where believers will be there. Heaven is a place where only good people will be there. So, for someone who doesn't believe to be in heaven, it will conflict with the laws and the principles of heaven. So, yeah. So I would
We're
ask you.
asking why it's a good law. Why? So
Well,
belief is you acknowledge belief isn't. You keep calling it a choice, but then you acknowledge you cannot choose to believe in leprechauns, even though you've heard of them. So it's not a choice. It's a
no, that's
perception.
not what I'm saying. I'm answering the question of the host as to
Well,
why is it.
respectfully, you're not answering the question, because first of all, your answer, if I understand you correctly, what you just said just now is, because heaven is full of people who do believe, the people who don't currently believe just wouldn't fit in there. It just wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't be
Yeah,
a good
it
fit.
conflicts with
It
the
would
with the laws
conflict,
of
right? Well, first of
yeah.
all, if I die and I figure out that, and I meet God at the pearly gates, well, then I'll believe, won't I? Obviously, at that point, I will no longer be a non-believer. Then can I come into heaven?
No, it will be too late by
It'd be
then.
too late, right?
Because,
So that's
yeah,
an
because
arbitrary and capricious law. Secondly, the consequence of non-belief isn't just that you don't get access to the special club in the sky where I hear they do great cocktails. It's also that you actually get hurt, don't you? It's not just that you don't get to be in heaven. It's that there's a fiery furnace, a sulfurous lake of burning fire and burning sulfur, and a furnace that you get thrown into where there's wailing and gnashing of teeth, right? It's not just that you don't get to go into the nice place. It's that you actively get hurt and punished. And again, I'm going to ask you the same question. Why does it make moral sense for people to have suffering inflicted on them unnecessarily because of what they found persuasive?
okay, but I try to okay. Let me answer your question this way. So what I would say is that God is the standard of morality. Okay, so what do I mean by this? That God can do something right now, like the situation of drowning a generation in the book of Genesis, the Noah story. God can do something that humans perceive to be morally incorrect, but because God is the standard of morality, listen. But because God is the standard of morality, that would be morally okay in God's eyes.
We understand.
So
We
if
understand
God
divine command theory. We understand that.
so if God decided to punish people for having blue eyes, would you consider it good to punish people who have blue eyes?
This is the
Yeah, I
same
mean,
conversation
look,
we had with our previous guest. Is you're just
Yeah.
going to say
look,
anything God does, no matter how morally grotesque, is good?
yeah, look, since
I would
God,
like I would like a yes or no. Because you
no,
have not respectfully, you have not been answering questions. John and I both hold ourselves to a standard. If you ask us a closed-ended question, that is a yes or no question, do you, those types of questions that come with a yes or no, John and I will both answer immediately yes, no, or potentially I don't know, and then expound on our answers. So if this is a yes or no question, if God decided to punish people for having blue eyes, would you consider that good? Yes or no?
yes, I would consider it good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've arrived at the nexus really of the issue, which is exactly basically the same conversation we had with the previous guest, which is there is no moral act too hideous, no imposition of suffering too unpalatable, and no judgment too uncharitable that God could ever impose on people to make you feel morally uncomfortable. And that's a demonstration of how much harm your religious faith has done to you, because it's basically stripped you of your own moral intuitions. Because the only answer you can give to the question I asked, which is why does it make moral sense to hurt people for not being convinced of things, is to say, I don't know. If God says it, it must be good. Now, a normally mentally healthy person should not be able to find an answer like that intellectually or morally satisfying. And your faith has put you in a position where you do. That's a tragedy.
But host, here's my thing. My thing is that you and I come from different perspective or different beliefs, So according to me, and my belief in God, I believe God to be superior, number one. I believe him to be superior, to be more wiser than me, to be more powerful than me. I believe that the knowledge of God is too much, it's too vast, that my carnal mind cannot physically comprehend. You understand? So I am of the belief that everything that God does is good, and he does it for a good purpose.
If you can
Does it
judge
for a
God to
good
be
purpose.
good, apparently God being so far above us and beyond our understanding doesn't stop you from judging God to be good, but it does stop you from judging God to be bad. If you could judge him to be good, you can judge him to be bad. You have a heads I win. What's that?
Bad thing can, yeah, I'm saying what bad
Well,
thing
I'm
can
just speaking. I'm just speaking generally. Okay, how about you tell me this? Is there anything God could say or do that would make you say God is bad?
No, there's nothing.
Nothing, right?
That's exactly my point. But
Yeah.
you think God is good. So he's good by default. If he's cruel and sadistic, he's still good. If he's kind and gentle, he's still good.
Okay,
All you're
give me-
saying, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Give me an instance where God is cruel.
Well,
Is
God is
what?
what?
An instance.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can give.
where
I was speaking even just generally, like there's no attributes, but we can turn to the Bible and show cruelty in many places.
I'm going to give you an instance here. Okay, so obviously you're familiar with God freeing the Israelites from slavery in Egypt, right? And you know what the plagues were, and you know what the 10th plague was. What was the 10th plague?
the unaliving of the firstborns. if I'm
Right.
not mistaken.
Yeah. Here it is, right? So at midnight, the Lord struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on his throne, to the firstborn of the prisoner who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the livestock. So this means that God decided not just to visit a plague or a problem or some suffering on Pharaoh. He decided to do one thing worse, which is to make Pharaoh's people suffer. And then that wasn't quite enough either. So he decided to go one step further. He decided to kill the firstborn of all the people who were suffering under Pharaoh as well, prisoners in the prison, fellow slaves, non-Israelite slaves under Pharaoh. They lost their firstborns too. And even that wasn't quite enough suffering for God. That didn't quite scratch the itch. He had to kill the firstborn animals. Also, the animals. Now, I don't know if you're one of those people who thinks that animals can't suffer, but I'm going to tell you they can. And animals suffer just as much as humans suffer. And here's God just creating an enormous amount of unnecessary, avoidable suffering.
Okay, let me ask you this.
But before you pivot away from this, how does it make you feel to call that good? How does it make you feel to think of the babies of the slaves? There were slaves who weren't Israelite slaves, they were slaves from other nations. In Egypt, under Pharaoh, those slaves lost their firstborn children too.
No, but
Does that make you feel good?
No, the Bible is specific. It's saying the firstborn of the Egyptians.
It doesn't say the firstborn of the Egyptians. No, it's the firstborn of everyone, including the animals. Everyone. The people in the prisons, the slaves, everyone. It doesn't say the Egyptians. You can look in the text.
Even if it was just the Egyptians, it would still be innocent babies.
Exactly.
So is that make it okay? Oh, but they're Egyptian babies, so that's okay.
Yeah. Look, I was going there. So would you agree with me that if Pharaoh did not, if Pharaoh had let the Israelites go, that situation wouldn't have happened? Would you?
Well,
agree?
the Pharaoh couldn't have because God hardened his heart. But in a hypothetical scenario where Pharaoh was able, and then Pharaoh could have let him go. But like if I threaten you to harm your family, if you don't do X and Y, and then you decide not to do X and Y, does it put it entirely on you, or does it put it on me for harming your family?
Yeah, I mean, if okay, look, I feel like you're conflating things here.
No,
right?
There's no conflation here. But you're struggling because you know morally you're on terrible ground right now. Because I'm going to give you a what if. What if a lot of those Egyptians hated the fact that their leader had enslaved the Israelites? You know, people don't always approve of everything their leader does. Anyone in America right now with a brain knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? But it doesn't follow that a leader doing things means it's justifiable to kill the children of his subjects.
Yeah, but host, I hear what you're saying. I hear you. And when we judge it from our human point of view,
There we go.
That's the only point of view
Literally
we have.
no,
Yeah. Literally anything God does. If God said grinding up babies to make baby sandwiches out of them to eat them is good, would you consider it good?
Man, I wouldn't consider it good. However, I
Oh,
wanted to
oh,
say, wait, Sean, wait. I wanted to say to the host that, host, you would agree with me that the actions of our leaders affect us one way or another. Would you agree?
They affect us, but we are not morally responsible for the actions of our leaders.
Exactly. So that's okay. That's okay. And I'll
yeah.
give you a typical. Wait,
No,
Sean, come,
no,
Sean,
you're
come on,
hold on. I can't let you do that
come
because
on, brother.
you are
No.
you are conflating a punishment chosen by God with a consequence that's unavoidable. So, for example, if the president puts taxes on goods or God, why am I tariffs? Sorry, I've drawn a blank. It's early for me. So if the president implements tariffs, the cost of goods goes up. That's an unavoidable cause and effect thing. God deciding to unalive children isn't comparable to that because he's an all-powerful God deciding that as a punishment. The two
Yeah.
things are not comparable. Please don't do that.
Yeah. That's why saying that people are affected by the actions of their leader is a complete non sequitur here. I want you to focus on the children of the Egyptians under Pharaoh who may have hated the fact that the Israelites were enslaved. Was it good for those children to be killed?
Was it good for them to be killed? Whether they were good on
No, I'm asking you, was it good for those children to be killed by God? Those children of innocent Egyptians who may have hated the fact that Pharaoh was keeping Israelite slaves. And by the way,
I mean,
God's a big fan of slavery, so that's a different discussion, I guess. But
was
it good?
Look, I would ask you a counter question.
No, you're going to answer this. You're going to answer this one. Was it good for those children to be killed by God?
I can't answer that. I cannot answer that because I feel like that is a trap question.
It's not a trap question. It's not a trap. It's just I'm asking you your opinion. Look, watch this, Sean. Sean, was it good for innocent children to be killed by God?
No, absolutely not.
Everyone in the chat on both sides, just put a Y or an N in the chat. Was it good for God to kill innocent children? I think you're going to find people in both chats are not going to struggle to answer this question. It's not difficult. We're getting a sea of N's. Nobody is struggling with this. Only you. So it's not a trap question.
What makes it a trap? Chosen. Hold on, I have a question. Yeah. What makes it a trap question?
Yeah, because I mean, like, if I say that it was good, I'm gonna be seen as this guy who's supposed to analyzing of
that should tell you something, dude. That's a point for you to pause. That's a point to stop. Listen to what you've just said. What you've just said is, if I admit my moral intuitions, I'm going to look really bad. Yes, this is a learning moment for you, my friend. This is what divine command theory gets you. It gets you a commitment to support the unsupportable, to condone the unjustifiable.
Let me say this. Sean, wait. I just want to say this.
We're going to circle back, just so you know.
Yeah. I just want to say this. That, okay, was it good for God to unalive those firstborn in Egypt? I will say yes. And here's why I say yes. Remember, I made the reference to the fact that I am of the belief that God's ways are higher than my ways. God's knowledge is vast. He's more powerful than me. He knows more than me. So and everything that God does is good. So in that instance, it was good because everything that God does is good.
Right. Okay, so if God told you that grinding up babies, spreading them on bread, and making baby sandwiches and eating them is good, would you consider it good?
I wouldn't consider that good.
Okay, so not everything God says or does is good then. So you're not defining good as whatever.
According to the scriptures, everything that God does and He did is good.
But you would not consider that good if God commanded that. You would say God gave a evil or a bad command. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, if you are giving that analogy, if we are using our human ways of
But
judging
but I
morality, I
but
would
I
say
thought
that
his ways are. You're not being consistent now because you said God's ways are higher. So anything God says, you have to accept as good because He may have some greater, whatever your excuse is.
yeah,
So either
but the thing is that I don't think God will command me something like that to grind
why
babies and eat them.
This is the
I don't
God.
think.
Don't forget, this is the God who killed absolutely everything on the entire earth apart from a drunk and his family in a floating zoo. It's quite possible that he might. He's commanded equally unpalatable things on a number of occasions. So I don't think you should be that confident about that. But what I want you to realize, we always have this same conversation. This conversation happens every time we live stream, is going to happen again in this live stream. And what happens is that people come in with a commitment to God's goodness as their starting point. And the entailment of that is that you have to call morally good the most hideous things that have ever been written down on paper. Some of the worst things that anyone has ever thought of. You have to go, yeah, that was good because he must have had his reasons. His ways are higher. His ways are higher is a permission structure that people use to give themselves a way out of these unbelievably uncomfortable situations where it doesn't make sense. So you just kind of intellectually surrender and just say, well, I'm going to say it's good because his ways are higher. You're giving up your moral autonomy. You're giving up your intellectual autonomy. You're making yourself a moral and mental slave. And this is why I think religion is really bad.
Okay, host, I hear what you're saying, which will bring me to the question that I wanted to ask you. So we pointed to the unaliving of the firstborn of the Egyptians. What about the children who were oppressed by the Egyptians, the Israelite children who were oppressed by the Egyptians,
What
who were
about
born
them?
into slavery?
What about them?
What do you have to say
yeah, I
about
think
them?
Well, what I think
think-
is slavery is
Yeah.
really, really bad, right? And slavery is really bad. And by the way, your God loves slavery. One of the first thing he did with the
I'm
Israelites
asking you,
after
what do you have to
freeing
say
them,
about them?
I will tell you.
He answered
I'll tell
it.
you. One of the first things that God did with the Israelites after freeing them apparently from Egypt was give them laws and instructions on how to keep their own slaves. God has absolutely no problem with slavery. He just doesn't like his personal slaves he owns being owned by other people. This is just jealousy and possession on God. This is not him grandstanding on slavery. Now, if you want to ask me what about the Israelites who were enslaved by Egypt, first of all, that never happened. It's a myth. The Israelites were not enslaved. But even if they had been, then I would condemn it because I condemn slavery. Unlike, funnily enough, your God, who gives precise instructions on how to own and buy slaves. For example, right here in Leviticus 25, God gives exact instructions on how to own slaves, how long you can keep them, which is forever. You can pass them on to your children. In Exodus, he says that you can beat them to death as long as they don't die from their injuries within a couple of days. So I don't think you should be grandstanding and moralizing on slavery because by your own position that you've taken, slavery is good because God said so. So are you going to say that God is wrong here for telling the Israelites that they can keep slaves? Is God morally right there or morally not so right?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say about
No, you're going to answer now. God is right for giving the instructions on slavery and allowing it, or he's wrong?
He's right.
He's right. So you don't get to criticize the Israelites being slaves under the Egyptians because you're a fan of slavery. And that's something that you should be ashamed of.
You are morally subjective. Wait, Sean. You are morally subjective because you are.
We're not talking about my morals right now. We're talking about yours.
Listen.
You've just justified slavery in front of 400 people on the internet.
Actually,
we were talking about morals as a whole. So you are morally subjective in that you are able to sympathize with the firstborn of the Egyptians, but you can't sympathize with the firstborns of the Israelites.
I can say both of them are wrong.
Absolutely.
I condemn all of it. You only condemn some of it. In this case, none of it. You think it's all great. Anything God does is great. If Pharaoh's keeping slaves, that's a no-no. If God is telling the Israelites to keep slaves, fun time. Can you not see that your position is morally untenable?
Yeah, so...
you can. I'm pleased you can, because it's horrifically inconsistent and morally bankrupt.
Yeah, but what? Okay, what I have to say about the slavery thing, the commandment that God gave the Israelites concerning slaves. Um, I, I, what I would say is that I don't know what was the tradition by then, because I don't think that the Israelites were the
How
only
is it
ones.
relevant?
No, no. My goodness, can I talk though? Can I talk? So what I'm saying is that I don't know what the tradition back then was, and we I can't say that the Israelites then were the only nation that owned slaves.
They
I
weren't.
think,
They weren't. Slavery
yeah,
was
exactly,
commonly practiced then. Do you think
So
that? Do
what?
you think
exactly,
that God was incapable
exactly.
of saying don't own slaves just because it was commonly done? I mean,
Yeah,
murder was commonly done and killing was commonly done, but God didn't have a problem saying don't kill. Is God some kind of limp-wristed civil servant who just has to fit in with the moral norms of the day rather than offend anyone? Or is he
yeah,
the sovereign creator of the universe who could say, "Don't own human beings; it's not acceptable"? He got his knickers in a twist about how people's hair was arranged and having the wrong haircuts and eating the wrong seafood, but he couldn't bring himself to condone owning other people as farm equipment. Come on, that's not an argument. To say that it was commonplace in those days, therefore it's fine that God said it's good,
yeah. Okay,
is not an
what I'm
argument.
saying,
It's not an
okay, what I'm
argument. Can you
saying,
grant
yeah, yeah,
that? Rather than moving on, grant that. Or grant it or tell me why I'm wrong.
yeah, yeah. Look, my rebuttal to that is that um, the commandment that God gave to the Israelites to own slaves, um, um, it was a commandment that God gave to a okay. And I want you to bear with me because I know this might piss you off by saying this. I just want to say this, okay? I just want to say that the commandment that God gave to the Israelites concerning slavery, it's history, number one. That is for us to know that okay, this happened. Okay, when we read the book of Exodus, this happened. This is what God commanded concerning slaves and things like that. And it was a commandment given to a specific people who are the Israelites. With that said, it is not to say that people can own slaves. God gave commandments of slavery to only the
So
Israelites.
you're saying it was
That's it.
moral then, but not moral now.
Whether it was moral or not moral, remember, I believe that everything God does is good.
Right.
So
So
I
it was
would say
moral
that,
then, but it's not moral now. I
Well,
mean,
he does have a line. I'm trying to. I wanted to touch on this earlier, Chosen, because I asked you about if God commanded us to make baby sandwiches and eat them, would you consider that to be good? And you said no. And I want to know, like, how did you reverse yourself on your original criteria, which is anything God says is good is good. But in that case, you changed your mind. Why?
yeah, because I mean, the analogy, the example that you gave, or what you referenced, I mean, I don't believe. Look, man, I don't believe that God can command something like that. You know,
Why?
so
Is he all powerful?
yeah, He's all powerful.
Okay, why can't he command something like that?
Because looking at the scripture, God has never commanded cannibalism.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah. So
cannibalism.
the point is, it doesn't matter what he commanded or didn't command. Anything he commands is good by your definition, right?
Yes.
So that would include eating baby sandwiches.
Yeah, but even in the scriptures, when we look at the
I, I
scriptures,
I didn't say he commanded. I'm saying if he did, then by your definition, it would be good, correct?
yeah, for argument's sake, I would say it will be good.
Okay. Yeah, I just
okay.
wanted to iron that out.
I think we're probably done. I put a poll out to the room, and there seems to be a consensus to move on from here. So thank you for coming to speak to us. I think that
Yeah, yeah.
any fair-minded person listening to this conversation would say that you have not succeeded in providing a moral justification for punishing people for what they find convincing, and you've shown viscerally the consequences of the divine command theory that you subscribe to are that you are willing to justify the unjustifiable and then just throw your arms in the air and say, God knows best. thereby
Okay,
completely
sorry,
giving
host.
up. No, we're done. Completely giving up your own moral intuitions and making yourself less of a human being. I personally find that a tragedy. And I think if you reflect on that, you might be able to get a glimpse of what you're losing.
Can I give my closing remarks?
If
My
they're
closing remarks.
if they're super quick.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we were not able to speak about the idea of hell being ridiculous because we delved into many topics. But however, I'm looking forward to engage with you
Yeah,
again
come back
if I
again.
get a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's
can
okay.
come back again, and we'll pick up on that. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks for
No,
coming to talk
thanks.
to us. All right. Take care. Okay. There we are. Yeah, it's that divine command theory just gets you into an awful place. We are going to bring in Christ's Endgame right now on TikTok. Coming in right now. Hi there.
Hello.
Hi.
How's my audio?
It's fairly poor, to be honest. You sound like you're in an airport out on the runway next to a plane.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I am driving at the moment. I've got my headphones on.
We can't speak to you if you're driving. Sadly, it's against the terms of use. So, if are you able to pull
Yeah.
over?
Yes, I am.
If you can pull over, otherwise it's we can't be part of that. I'm afraid.
Yeah. Give me 300 meters.
Yeah. Request back up when you're safe. We can wait a minute, but I can't be living with you while you drive. Come back up when you finish driving.
Sounds like he's driving on the streets of New York.
He's driving it. He's driving at speed. I'll read some messages until he comes back. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining us on the day stream. Lovely to have you here. I do like these day streams. It's a slightly different vibe to the late night thing, and I feel a bit more energized myself when it's not 3 o'clock in the morning. Thanks, Sean, for getting up so early to join us. I appreciate that very much. So kicking us off, Gamer528 makes a donation. Well, thank you very much. That's extremely kind. Very much appreciate that. SPL, thank you very much for this. This is why no one wastes time criticizing Hinduism. This was when the guy said, if you don't believe, why do you talk about it? I'm amazed how many people ask this question. I get asked it every day. If you don't believe, why do you think about this stuff? Why do you talk about this stuff? Look at the world around you. Look at how impacted we are by this. Look at politics in the US right now. Look at the number of people who are scarred by these ideas, traumatized, abused. A better question would be, how can anyone not talk about this stuff? That seems to me a more pertinent question. Anyway, this is why no one wastes time criticizing Hinduism. The three Abrahamic faiths are the real problem. I completely agree. And whilst obviously I disagree with the ideas behind lots of other religious traditions. I don't think we're reincarnated. I don't think karma is the thing. All of these things. I don't think that these ideas harm people at scale in the same way that the Abrahamic faiths do. I just think there's something really, really pernicious and unpleasant about the way these cults have become mainstream and impacted so many people. It's really unpleasant. Usmans, George, lovely to see you, my friend. A dirt man, rib woman, and a man nailed to some wood. That's exactly what it is. Call it how it is. That's exactly what it is. And again, his ways are higher, so you get the fire. This was in our first conversation. We've had two straight up divine command theory proponents here, both making, I'm going to say, moral fools of themselves in terms of just the positions that they were obligated to take. And that his ways are higher thing, by the way, I'm going to call this right now on the subject of his ways are higher. I'm calling God works in mysterious ways on the bingo. I'm having that one myself. The bingo is live and running. Should have had the links. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. A few people have actually reached out and said on the TikTok side, how can they gain access to the interactive bingo? I'm working on a solution for that. I'm going to try and get it rolled out this week, a way to do it. So bear with me. But yeah, his ways are higher is a load of nonsense. And we have Herbie. Nice to see you, Herbie Shine. Baby Paste Discaller, damn wrong show. I know. I always feel like I want to go to Baby Paste because Justin's formulation for how to walk people into the baby meat grinder can't be bettered. But I just feel a bit hesitant to use Justin's thing. So I tried to come up with other ways. Sean gave us baby sandwiches, which is pretty good. But yeah, I'm going to have to work out my own equivalent of baby paste.
I feel confident. Justin is totally okay with us, borrowing his. I don't know. I won't call it motto. What's the right word for that? But basically, his material.
Analogy. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'll ask him. Can we borrow Can we borrow your baby paste or have a license to use it or something?
I guarantee he'll say you're very welcome to use it.
I'm sure he would.
But if he says no, I'll stop. I don't want to trademark infringement.
No, I'm sure he wouldn't. But it is brilliant, and it's so funny watching people clamour for it because we can all tell when they're heading towards it. Once they start with a yes, I would, and yes, it is, and it's fine, and it's good. They've just rolled out the baby paste red carpet for you to just walk down or walk them down. It is brilliant. And then we've got Dr. Fudge. He only hurts us because he loves us. Obviously, I mean, that's absolutely right. How else to express undying love but to throw people into the furnace of hell for not being convinced of the right thing? That is actually how you express love. Okay, so we've got Christ's Endgame is back now. We're going to bring him back in, hopefully safely pulled over somewhere at the side of the road, and I'll continue with more messages later. How you doing?
Yeah, hi guys. I'm pulled over now. How's the audio?
Yeah, that's really good now. Infinitely better sounding and infinitely more safe, so that's excellent. Okay.
Awesome. Let's get into this. Unfortunately, I've only got about 20 minutes, half an hour.
That's fine.
Okay.
We generally don't go too much further than that anyway. So what would you like to engage on?
I suppose all of it. I'm only a Christian for about 12 months, so there's a lot to digest there.
There is.
What I want to ask, about morality, I don't know how you can even, put in your 2 cents of morality. Because what do you believe in objective morality? Where do you base
you're sort of making the argument that unless morality comes down from a celestial policeman, we can never express any moral intuitions about things. Essentially, the position you're taking is slightly ridiculous. It's to say we can't say that we agree or disagree with things unless we're given express instructions about that from someone in the sky. Why?
Well, my question is, where do you get your justification of moral basis? Where is that from?
My moral basis is avoiding harm and maximizing well-being.
Yeah, but defined on what? Your preferences and your likes, the way you prefer things, right?
We can actually be quite objective. We can be quite objective about harm. So we can identify harm. It's not difficult. If you see someone being harmed, you don't have to say are they being harmed or are they not being harmed. If you see someone being harmed, we can identify it and recognize it and going, that's harm. It's easy. So all I'm saying is my personal preference is to try to avoid harm, minimize harm, maximize well-being, and that's how I judge morality. Now, you also have a personal preference, which is just as there's no true or not true about it. You also have a personal preference, which is your personal subjective preference is to try to do what you think a God subjectively likes, right? So your morality is even more subjective than Sean's and mine. We're trying to base our morality on something that you can actually observe and measure in the real world, like harm and well-being, and we have ways of doing that. Yours is just trying to please your imaginary friend. Blind obedience to your imaginary friend. Does that strike you as a sensible basis for a moral system?
It seems to me that I have a grounding for my moral basis and you don't. Like you said,
we do though. We just have, you and I both have a different subjective preference to ground our morality.
No,
mine is. Let me finish.
Okay.
My subjective preference. my subjective preference is to evaluate how actions affect the well-being of others. If they do good, if they help the well-being of others, I consider them good. If they harm the well-being of others, I consider them bad. Your subjective preference is to outsource your morality to God's subjective preference. So you have two layers of subjectivity. There's no way invoking God doesn't close the ought is gap. So no matter what, you're going to have to start with a basis that you prefer. I care about the well-being of others, so I prefer behaviors that don't harm others. You care about blind obedience to God, and so that is your subjective preference. Go ahead. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, so you're putting a lot of words in my mouth. You're asking me to not interrupt you, even though you've interrupted me twice in a row. So what I'm saying is that I have objective morality. You don't. I do not. Explain to me how I have subjective morality.
Demonstrate that objective morality exists. Don't worry about criticizing subjective morality, because we know that exists because we're all subjects and we feel it. Demonstrate that objective morality actually exists.
Demonstrate that objective morality exists.
Yeah.
No, I can't demonstrate.
You can't. That's correct. You can't. So you would agree it doesn't make sense to hold it.
This is a debate in philosophy as well. Is there objective morality or not? The reason why it's an ongoing debate for centuries is because no one can demonstrate it.
But you're making the positive claim that it exists. Can you back up that claim by evidencing it and demonstrating it, or are you just asserting it without demonstrating it?
No, I'm asserting it as a claim of ontological truth.
Which you cannot demonstrate. You're asserting it, and you're agreeing that you can't demonstrate it. So far, all we have is you saying you don't like our morality, and you're asserting the existence of an objective standard that you can't demonstrate. Does that strike you as philosophically sound?
That's what you're doing, though. You're saying that, like, look, it doesn't even matter. Take away the fact that, take away the existence of God, but keep all of the moral teachings of Jesus, which is basically the same thing.
No, we're not saying keep all the moral teachings of Jesus. And then it's all about
my preferences over your preferences. That's what it boils down to.
I think the moral teachings of Jesus are junk. Yeah, I know. So I'm not advocating to keep them at all. But it's still the case that you are the one making a positive claim, because you would agree we all have subjective moral intuitions, right? We all have opinions. That's what subjective moral intuition is. It's an opinion. So you would agree we all have opinions. You're saying that above and beyond that, there is also some other layer. You mentioned it, ontology. You're saying that morals also have some ontological existence, but you just can't. But you can't demonstrate it or provide any reason for thinking that's true. You're just saying it because it sounds good.
I can. So I would say the historicity and the credibility of the Bible. That's what I would say.
Well, the historicity of the Bible doesn't prove that morality has an ontology. The Bible could be true and morality not have an ontology, or the Bible could be false and morality not have an ontology. So that's not an argument. You're not going to be able to provide an argument because greater minds than you have been trying for centuries and have failed to do so. It's unlikely that Chris from TikTok is going to manage that feat today.
Yes, but we get our worldviews based on evidence, hopefully. Like, right? You're trying to do that.
Agreed.
I'm trying to do
Agreed.
That.
So where's the evidence for your claim that morality exists in some ontological realm?
So I believe in an objective morality given to us by by a moral law.
That's just restating the claim. I'm asking you to evidence it, not repeat it.
Well, when we look at what happened in the Bible, and if it is true that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, then I would take his words a bit more seriously than everyone else who
none of that is providing a reasonable basis for objectives existing. That's just you talking about a book that may or may not be true. Even if Jesus existed, even if Jesus rose from the dead, all you've got is what you like at the moment. And what you like is not a compelling argument.
Well, I was an antichrist for most of my life up until a year ago. So I was with you guys way up, like most of my life.
I doubt
up
it.
until 1 year ago.
I doubt it.
No, I told you I'm not lying. I've been a Christian for 12 months. I was a militant atheist. I love watching Richard Dawkins, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Lawrence Krauss. Moved into spirituality, practiced shamanism, became a Christian. When I realized, when I actually opened my eyes to it, honestly.
But it sounds like you've given up your critical thinking skills, because at the moment you're just making claim after claim after claim, and every time I ask you to evidence a claim or actually demonstrate one, you just make another claim.
No, look, I can grant you we take the existence of God as an ethereal being, as the lawgiver, away. The Christian morals still stand by themselves.
What Christian morals? The morals to stone innocent young girls to death, the morals the morals to take war brides, the morals to rape young girls as war booty. Are those the morals you mean?
So you're taking that out of context. That's
I'm not taking it out of context. Have you read Numbers 31?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I remember.
I don't think you have. So in Numbers 31, we have the enjoinment from Moses to the armies of the Israelites to go back to Midian, having conquered the Midianites. He's very angry that they had some survivors left over, and he said, "Go back and finish the job." And this is what he said. I'm going to show you right now. So he said here, "Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man, the young virgin girls, keep alive for yourselves." For yourselves. What do you suppose they were going to do with those virgin young girls?
They were given laws as well, so there was allowed a one month of mourning.
No, that's not that verse. That's a different one. You're talking about talking about another verse which is even worse. And we can look at that. We can look at that one in a minute if you want to. It's much worse.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I don't.
You're thinking about Deuteronomy 21 at the moment. But in the book of Numbers, what do you think the soldiers were going to do with those young virgin girls that they were keeping for themselves, having slaughtered their families?
Probably the worst thing that we can imagine.
Probably the worst thing that we can imagine, as commanded by basically God's guy on earth, right? Moses, God's dude. So that's the Christian morality that you're holding to at the moment. That's the one that you think we should all be valuing. That's the objective morality that you're trying to sell us. So you can't define that it exists. You can't prove that it exists. And then when we start looking at some examples of this moral standard that you cleave to, we see that it's actually hideous. Where does that leave you? I mean, I understand you're a new Christian. It's not too late, by the way, to get out of the cult. 12 months is not that long. You can escape while you still can. If you stay in much longer, it's going to start harming your brain more than it has already.
Okay, can I respond now?
Sure.
Can I manage at least 10 seconds without being interrupted? Because
let's see.
I'm frustrated. So you would say that would be immoral? You don't like the sound of that? Yeah?
I'm giving you your response.
Okay, so but the whole thing, what you're doing is basically saying that's bad. Based on what? Based on
no objective morality. You're the one wanting objective morality. I'm the one saying there's no evidence for it, based on the standard that Sean and I elucidated earlier, which is the avoidance of harm and the maximizing of well-being, and a recognition through compassion and empathy and basic decency that causing human beings to suffer is undesirable.
Okay, so what if I told you that everything that God did in the Bible, all of the bad and the good, ultimately led to the best outcome for us all? What if that was the case?
I would say
if God was powerful, I would say if God is all powerful, he could have achieved that outcome without all the suffering. So I would still call it immoral.
What if it was?
What's the limit on God's power, Chris? What's the limit on God's power?
There is no limit.
There is no limit, right? So he could bring about that end state that he wants, that good pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, that wonderful state of being, without having young girls raped, couldn't he?
Yeah, but
yeah.
he didn't.
He didn't do it that way because he just wanted the Israelites to have their way with young virgin girls. Shall we have a look at the verse that you suggested earlier about the war brides?
I get it. It's the same thing, more or less, right? But you're forgetting that he created everything perfectly at the beginning, and humans messed that up.
That's just a wild pivot. It's completely irrelevant because it's still the case that if God is infinitely powerful within the laws of logic, obviously, he could bring about any intended end state of the universe, any configuration of reality that he chooses, with or without the rape of young girls. And he went with the rape of... I'm going to go with the option with the rape of young girls, I think.
But he didn't do that. We did that.
Is God powerful enough to have created a world in which people were never motivated to do those things?
Well, if he did, and it would have got to the best result that he wanted us to get, which was some divination and relationship with him, he would have done that. Is
he powerful enough? Is he powerful enough to create a world where these things don't happen and human beings still have free will?
I can't answer you because you won't listen to me. You won't listen to the theology of it. Without the theology, the context and the history, and just cherry picking these things that obviously from everybody, they would say it's immoral. I agree with you. It sounds insane.
Is God powerful enough to have created the world in such a way that his beings had free will but weren't inclined to rape each other?
Sorry, one more time.
Is God powerful enough to have created a world in which his beings still have free will but weren't inclined to rape each other?
Even with the angels, 1/3 of the angels rebelling against him, and humans having free will and choosing to love him or not? Obviously not, because we did that.
So God isn't all powerful.
So you've shrunk your God yet again. God is diminished in the conversation.
No.
Yet again, he's not this all-powerful sovereign creator of the universe and all of reality and the arbiter of all morality and all of this stuff that you seem to think. He's more like a middle manager. You know, rules is rules, can't do it, sorry, I'm going to just do the best I can, and occasionally he gets it wrong, then he has to drown everything and start again, and he just sounds like Mr. Bean.
Without the history of it, without the understanding of the basic theology, which you don't get, you're all about feelings and emotions and morality, which you have no grounds on anyway. It's just
isn't it funny how I know your Bible better than you do, and you're complaining that I don't have a sufficient understanding of it?
But you're not. You don't have a sufficient understanding of it. Okay, what's sin then? What's sin? Basic, easy question. What's sin?
Yeah, well, sin is that of which God disapproves.
No.
It's not going against God. Sin isn't going against God.
It's choosing your will apart and not God's will.
Exactly. That of which God disapproves is sin.
Yes. So God can't. So now that we've got that, wait 1 second. Now this is good. So without having that free will, without God giving us this free will, he wouldn't be all loving, all merciful, and all just. He is those three things.
Yeah. Understand. What happens to people who sin in heaven?
Who sin in heaven?
Yeah, if you're in heaven and you rape your wife, you rape someone in heaven, what happens to you?
We don't.
Sorry?
We can't sin in heaven.
We can't. Do we not have free will in heaven then?
No. Do you understand why?
Do you have free will in heaven? Yes or no?
What did those people do?
Do you have free will in heaven? Yes or no?
The reason why you don't want to listen to me.
Do you have free will in heaven? Yes or no?
Using logic. You don't like my answer?
Do you have
Yes.
free will in
I'll
heaven?
go for it. I'll go for
Yes.
it. Yes,
Okay,
we
great.
do.
So
We
you've
do.
now said that people in heaven have free will, but they don't sin. Therefore, it's perfectly easy for God to create an environment where people have free will, but they are disinclined or even incapable of sinning. There's no problem there. Why didn't he just do that here?
Yes. Because we needed to go through divination, through theosis. We are going to be higher
Yeah.
than the angels up there.
Lovely.
No.
So,
Okay.
so God had to bring about absolutely untold levels of human misery and suffering, animal suffering, death, predation, disease, and all of the worst things that reality has to offer for reasons. Because we need to go through theosis, because we need divination. He couldn't achieve those aims without. So he created a
Yes.
world with enormous
Exactly.
amounts of avoidable suffering in them.
Yep.
And you wonder
Yep.
why I say he's not morally good. Because
No,
I
do.
define morally good
I understand you.
as not having enormous amounts of avoidable
I
suffering.
get your point.
Your
I get
claim
your point.
your claim is that the suffering wasn't avoidable, and that's another way you shrink your God yet again. He gets smaller and smaller as the conversation goes on. At the end of the conversation, he's going to be a tiny little pea like this.
No, he did everything. I get why you see it that way, but you are coming from well, I don't know why you're so.
It's called
against,
it's called reason and logic. It's called the application of critical thinking to ideas.
Okay, but you don't focus on why someone would believe this stuff anyway. And
I do.
understand that.
I'm writing a book about it, actually. I do focus on why someone would believe this stuff.
Oh, I'm
And-
sorry.
and-
Yeah,
and
I
it-
won't try
and it-
into that
and it-
one. I know it's a coping mechanism, right?
It's a lot of things. It's not just one thing, but
Yeah, I know.
there are well understood mechanisms by which we stop thinking critically and we engage with other things. We use more sort of motivated reasoning and emotional needs which are met by these kind of beliefs. But ultimately, you believe these things because you find them convincing.
I find them convincing because of the prophecies that were fulfilled in the Bible.
Yeah,
That's what got me.
I
That's
know.
what got
I
me.
know. You know that Jesus didn't fulfill any, not a single one.
He fulfilled every single one of them.
Name one.
Prophet Isaiah, I think 53.
Suffering servant.
Messiah,
Oh,
Say again?
Isaiah 7. Isaiah 7. What?
53.
Suffering
53.
servant?
It's about where the Messiah would be betrayed, he would be beaten, he would be crucified, his hands and feet would be nailed, his side would be pierced, his heart would
It's that
turn to
one.
wax.
Yeah.
They would,
So what you'll find is that these prophecies are always linguistic liberties and textual liberties taken by the New Testament authors, where they've just picked something out of the Old Testament, which was absolutely nothing to do with the context it was intended in. Often not a prophecy at all, just a lament or a phrase or a verse or a psalm or something, and found a theme in there, and then declared afterwards, yes, this is a prophecy, this is a fulfillment. There are zero. Jesus fulfilled zero prophecies, and there were a number of prophecies made about the Messiah in the Old Testament that specified certain things that the Messiah would have to do, and Jesus didn't do them. Like he would have to rule as a king in Israel. Jesus never ruled as a king in Israel.
Well, he will, won't he?
Well, that's
But
definitionally an unfulfilled prophecy, then, isn't it? You can't claim it's a prophecy and say he's going to do it one day. That saying he's going to do it, he will, is an unfulfilled prophecy.
We know he is the king because he rose from the dead, and the one who would be the ruler of the new heaven and earth would be the one who sacrifices his life, which is peppered throughout the whole Old Testament. So your whole I feel
I think we've drifted fairly far from the shores we started. So let's go back. Let's go back to, we're getting some absolute clangers on the believer bingo. By the way, I'm going to deal with all of them. I'm going to do them at the end of the discussion. But we've had some excellent inputs on the believer bingo. We're doing super well today. I will address them shortly. So I don't think that you have succeeded in demonstrating that objective morality exists, and I don't think that you've come anywhere close to demonstrating that the kind of things that God commanded in this book are moral or ethical. And I don't think you've succeeded in providing any kind of convincing justification for this ludicrous setup where God has to create a world with loads and loads and loads of suffering in it, and the most horrendous things either done from people to other people or just random acts of nature, that was the only way he could come up with to get people to a sense of the divine was, Ebola and malaria killing hundreds of thousands of children a year, and people starving, 3 million children a year starving to death. It was the only plan that God could come up with of giving human beings a glimpse of the divine. As I said, he sounds like an idiot to me, completely incompetent. It's remarkable to me that you would think such a bumbling fool would be worthy of anything other than scorn.
Yeah, I hear you, and I understand that I didn't get the point across, and it's pretty hard to while being interrupted. Maybe we can do something in the future and have something more.
There's another interruption for you. Yeah, maybe we can. You're welcome to come back if you want to retool your arguments, but you're going to have to come with better ones because these were poor.
Sorry, I'm getting a call.
Sounds that way. Why don't you go and take? You can go and take your call. All right. There we are. That was God calling him to say, do a better job next time. Now we are going to have a little look at what's going on the Believer Bingo, because we've had quite a few submissions there. People have been absolutely on the case here. So from How to Push Back, who does seem to be something of a champion at the Believer Bingo, we get That's the Old Testament. I think we're going to allow that one. So that comes in there. Then we've got Ita Secular, who has flown in with Read It in Context. And I'm going to give that too. That was a fair call. We did get the context call from him. So Ita Secular, you definitely, you've got that right. Yeah, he did say, didn't he, on the call at some point, something about the reading in context. So I'm going to allow that one too. Anani has said...
I don't know if we got Philbro back. So
No.
I missed some calls, obviously, right?
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything that I would consider Philbro babble.
I'm going to disallow the Philbro babble, because we did touch on the philosophy a little bit there when we started getting into the morality, but I didn't think he was the Philbro babble is when they start trying to just say as much unclear things as they can fit into a particular space of time, just to try and convince everyone, and they're deliberately trying to make themselves hard to understand and show all the philosophy terms that they learnt at their little philosophy school. So we're not going to go with Philbro babble, because we might still get a proper one. And then we definitely got No Morality Without God. Again, Ita Secular in on that one. And then also Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy. Absolutely stupendous performance there on the Believer Bingo. I think that deserves a massive round of applause for everyone. That's absolutely brilliant. Well done. And moving on, we have Rojo5555 has been waiting for absolutely ages, so we're going to bring them in right now. How are you doing? Hopefully. There we go. Hey, Rojo.
Hey. How you
doing? Good. How are you?
Thanks for bringing me up.
Not at all. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah. Can you bring up the bingo card again?
Sure.
I got you. Okay. You just clarified Philbro babble. Okay.
Yeah. Philbro babble. You know what that is, right? We all know what Philbros are. They come in and they're just sort of trying to speak in deliberately obfuscatory language. Yeah.
And for the audience, philosophical topics come up quite a bit, and if somebody is earnestly trying to communicate an idea in a clear way, even if they're using philosophical terms, you know the difference. When people, Philbro is someone who tries to bludgeon you with technical philosophical jargon, and they're trying to win instead of have a conversation. You'll know it when you hear it.
Sure. Yeah. Well, you might, hopefully don't accuse me of that before the call ends. But one of the things, I've been a Christian for about 25 years. And I think what Chosen was getting to, has been quoted by Christian theologians through the centuries, which is and you're not going to like this. Whatever God does is good simply because it's Him who does it. Now, that God is described with a lot of attributes in the Bible, lots of them. Loving kindness, God is love, but there's only one attribute which is tripled in describing Him, and that is holy, holy, and holy. And that does mean that it's possible that there is not a safe moral intuition possible for the unholy, us.
Please describe what you mean by holy.
And safe and safe moral intuition. I don't understand what that means either.
In other words, a safe guiding or directing mechanism. Moral intuition is not one, not for the unholy in the scriptures.
So if I say if my moral intuition is when I see a child crying, I want to comfort them, what's unsafe about that?
It may be safe in that instance. It may be acceptable. But everything we do, according to, again, this is my opinion as it is adopted from the scriptures, all right? So I'm going to lump myself in with the other 700 million Christians who are filled with loving kindness over the last 2,000 years.
Rojo, what's your definition of good?
Anything God calls us good. So yeah, put me down on a bingo piece.
Okay. So no, I hear you. So when you say God is good, you're basically just saying God is God, and good has lost any value, right?
No. But let's go back to the holiness thing.
Well, no, I mean, hold on. Definitionally,
host. How do you? What's your name?
Wait,
I want to follow Sean's reasoning for a moment.
Yeah. So all right. So we evaluate things as good or bad, and in my opinion, we do.
Who's
people. And in my opinion, it's subjective. In your opinion, it's objective. I'm asking you for an objective definition of good.
Well, you've already asked everybody.
Hold on. I asked you. Please define what it means definitionally for something to be good, and you said whatever aligns with God. So saying God is good has no meaning. You're just saying God is God. If He's kind and empathetic, that's good. If He's cruel and sadistic, that's also good. His attributes don't matter.
Let me answer. Before I was a Christian, I would have answered your question. It's whatever seems good to me. Back to the subjective.
That would have been a bad answer as well. What Sean's trying to get you to is when you use the word good, when we use the word good, when people use the word good, when one uses the word good, we have an understanding of a concept. Words actually have meanings, and
yes,
we're referring to something. So we should really be able to define that. Let's use a different example here. Let's swap out the word good and instead use the word generous. Right? If we say someone is generous, what we mean by that is that there are behaviors they do which involve giving to other people. If we then take someone else and we say, well, I'm going to define Dave as generous. I'm just going to say that generosity is anything Dave does. And then Dave never gives anything to anyone. Is it still meaningful to use the word generous in that term? Well, I've just defined it as what Dave does. Can you see that in doing that? We've broken the word because we've essentially we've stripped out the original meaning we had of it.
I get all your arguments.
This is what you're doing. This is what you're doing with goodness.
Is it possible you don't have eyes to see Dave's goodness if you use the term?
Hang on. No, I mean let's not get ourselves caught in the covers of the example I used. I was just trying to give a different example other than goodness to show that when we use words, they have meaning. And the problem is, if you redefine the word good as anything God does, what you're essentially doing is you're stripping the word good of any moral information at all. Yeah. You're literally just saying, when you say God is good, you're literally just saying God is God. It means nothing. Absolutely nothing. You've basically just erased the concept of goodness. You've erased any moral meaning from the statement at all. and we're poorer for that. We shouldn't be erasing the meaning of words. And if a definition of a word is circular, there's a problem there. And
But
so
no,
if
yeah,
you...
well, it maybe everything that every proposition comes out of your mouth is not actual. It's not factual. I know you're the host, and then you put God is not morally good on your headline, but that is a 10,000 foot altitude discussion. I tried to ratchet it up talking about holiness, and I'll get higher if you allow me.
What attributes would make an evil God?
That's straw man. We don't have an evil God.
No, a straw man is, if I misrepresent an argument you made, asking you a question that doesn't presume your position is not straw manning your position. I'm literally just asking you a question.
But
what attributes would make an evil God?
But God is not our definition of logical. You want to put him there, and you force him in there, and you're like, if he's not my logic,
yeah.
If
you're advocating for us to now suspend common sense and logic and meaning in the discussion, we can all just start making baby noises, and the conversation will proceed on that basis. But that's pointless.
Sure. But
I'd like you to answer the question, please. What attributes would make an evil God?
A God that, this is just my opinion. You gave me all of 7 seconds to think about it, because it's
take your time. Take your time.
God.
Take your time.
What's that?
I'll state it. Molech. What were some of his attributes?
Say again.
Molech in the Old Testament. What were some?
I didn't mute. Maybe he got a call. Just give us the attributes, dude. I don't need a story about like this character and that. Just what attributes would make an evil God?
I don't think you heard my question.
No, you muted.
Yeah, don't worry about someone else. It would be good if you could speak in general terms to say like a God who did this or that would be evil.
Molech has the same attributes as the atheists have about pro-choice. And please do not use the baby sandwich thing. I will if I decide to go with it. Atheists do that thousands of times a dump. Oh, yes, I'll pivot all whatever's necessary. You're pivoting.
And we'll keep circling back to the question I asked you. What attributes would make an evil God?
Yeah. Well, one of the evilest manifestations is removing a baby from his mother's womb.
Do you think is it always evil to do that? Is it always evil to do that?
Just because we have the technology
to cause a hang on a second, because we are doing a big pivot here, but I'm actually going to follow you on this particular one. So, is it always evil to cause a pregnancy?
Don't hate a pivot, though. Don't hate a pivot.
Is it always evil to cause a pregnancy to end?
That's a yes or no.
I'm thinking.
Okay, all right. Take your time.
Now, if I answer, don't catch me in a syllogism, because syllogisms aren't my God. They're yours.
It sounds like you're worried about being caught in a trap. I just asked you a simple question. Is it always evil? Is it always a moral? Is it always a moral wrong in your view to intervene to end a pregnancy?
It is most of the time, chiefly, significantly, over the top. Evil.
What if the life of the mother?
Oh my God! Are you going to use?
Hang on.
No.
You're going to use the Democratic Party?
Hold on. Stop.
Everyone stop.
Stop reacting.
Everyone is going to stop. Everyone is going to stop right now. I would like to know. I would like to know from you if it's always wrong. Or if it's not always wrong, under what circumstances is it okay? And this is not. I'm not getting into discussion about abortion. By the way, this is not where we're going. I think you think I'm getting into a discussion about politics. I assure you, I'm not. That's not a thing we do here. So I'm asking you. I'm asking you. If it's always wrong to intervene to end a pregnancy.
I can't think of a reason to kill an innocent.
So if God gave a commandment which resulted in people doing things which occasionally intervened and ended pregnancies, would that be wrong? Or would it suddenly become magically right because God had done it and under all other circumstances not right?
My speaker died at your first phrase. Do
Okay,
you mind saying the first
yeah,
phrase?
if God was telling people to end pregnancies and to do things which... I know, Cat. My cat doesn't like this conversation. If God was doing things that were telling people to end pregnancies, would that still be wrong, or would that suddenly magically now become right because God was doing it?
It's a straw man. It didn't happen.
Well, in Numbers 5, God gives a specific commandment about a ritual that women have to go through if their husbands even suspect that they may possibly have been unfaithful. And this ritual ends in the termination of a pregnancy. So here it is. I mean, I'm not going to read it all to you, but I would recommend that you go and read the disgusting poison water ritual that a woman has to go through, even if her husband just suspects she may have strayed and been somewhere else, and she has to drink this poison, which, if she is pregnant, results in the pregnancy ending, the termination of the pregnancy, and probably some long-term damage to her fertility as well. So,
what was the cause? What did she do wrong?
She didn't do it. She doesn't have to have done anything wrong. The husband just has to have suspected. I can read some of it to you if you want. The husband just has to have suspected that she may have been unfaithful. A spirit of jealousy needs to have come upon the husband. And that's all it takes to make the woman go through this horrific ritual where she has to stand in front of the congregation, have her hair disheveled, and then the priest takes water and takes dirt off the tabernacle floor and mixes it in with the water and then writes curses with ink, and then the ink gets washed into the water, and this cursed ink dirt water then she has to drink, and it causes lots of pain, and then it causes the termination of a pregnancy if she has one. So it sounds to me like you have a fairly inconsistent standard about what's right and wrong, because here is your God describing the circumstances under which pregnancies can be terminated because of a jealous husband.
Was this wrong? And
in my view, it's absolutely horrific. Yeah, because it causes unnecessary, avoidable suffering to people, and that's my standard for morality.
But you don't get to pivot to objective morality. So address the fact that you consider abortion to be wrong, and God commands a ritual that results in an abortion. So is what God did wrong? Yes or no?
No, I'm not going to answer that. You
I know.
answer me this.
I think we all know you. I think we all know that you're not going to answer it. So
yeah, but it's not a syllogism question. It's a leading question. I think
you're using words.
Attorney.
I think you're using words without knowing what they mean. A syllogism is a structured argument which starts with
major, minor, and conclusion.
It starts with So there's no such thing as a
syllogism.
Correct. So there's no such thing as a syllogism question. So it's just a normal question asked by one human being to another.
It's a leading question. It's a leading question.
It's actually just a question about your opinion.
Yeah, your position.
You were the one who
haven't answered. If that's wrong, in the Old Testament, let me pivot.
No,
let me de-pivot.
No, we're not going to de-pivot. This is getting very, very hectic and disorganized, and I'm trying to bring some calm and clarity and structure to this discussion. Right? So you said that you think God is always right, and you also said that you think that it's always wrong.
It's not the only thing I said.
I can put it in a syllogism.
To end a pregnancy.
I can put it in a syllogism.
We don't need to do that. I'm just trying to point out that you have an inconsistent position.
You have an inconsistency. You're calling this wrong, and most of the time, atheists are godless, pro-choice abortionists.
Atheists are godless people a lot of the time.
80%. Or 80%.
Okay, we're not going to we're not going to derail this into a general discussion about whether we think women should have bodily autonomy or not. That's not what this discussion is going to be about. Not because I have no appetite for it, but because it's not what this discussion is about. I'm trying to have a discussion with you about the moral basis for your defending God's morality. So far, this is not going well, because the one subject you brought up, by which you wanted to do that, was one where God gives an explicit example where that thing should be done. So now you're having to make exceptions, right? You're having to say that thing that I said is wrong isn't actually wrong. It's only wrong when I don't like it. It's only wrong when the rights of a particular woman that I don't care about aren't important enough to me as my conception of a soul in a fetus, or whatever it is. I'm not going to go there. That's not what we're talking about right now. My cat's getting very distracted about how unstructured this conversation is right now.
We actually got there because I asked him what would make it, by what criteria would you have an evil God? And then he brought up abortion as being indicative of an evil God. But God actually commands a ritual be done that results in an abortion.
Yeah. Yeah. We're trying to get you to unmute. Don't know why. I have sent you an unmute request, so you can just unmute yourself and come back into the conversation. Sure. That's it. We got you back now. I'm just trying to keep some structure here. So let's rather than rambling all over the place and getting into what we think about and what atheists think about abortion and whether they like it or not. That's not the subject here. The topic here is God's morality. Right, so yes. The topic is God's morality, and it's been a recurring theme today. So almost every caller that's come up today has basically just asserted an adherence to divine command theory and said anything my God does is good, anything my God says is good, and I just don't think that that's a very intellectually or morally satisfying perspective.
You don't. That's called atheism.
It's got nothing to do with atheism.
It does.
No,
You're an atheist.
An adherence to divine command theory is unpalatable to me, not because I'm an atheist. If I was a theist, I would still find divine command theory unpalatable.
Well, then, good luck with the consistency in your own brain, then.
Where's the inconsistency?
It's not inconsistent.
Point out the inconsistency.
No, you said if you were a theist.
Yeah,
right.
Point out why is that inconsistent. Let's imagine, for argument's sake, I believe in a God. Let's imagine I believe in a God, but I'm not prepared to unconditionally agree morally with everything that God says. Where's the inconsistency?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we're waiting to find out. Where's the inconsistency? If I said I believe in a God, but I'm not committing myself a priori to agreeing morally with everything that God says, I'm not defining God as the seat of all goodness. Why is that inconsistent? Why is that inconsistent?
So you're just a theist, not a Christian or a Jew. Gotcha.
Why would that be
example?
Why would that be inconsistent?
Well, it is. It's only inconsistent with Christianity.
You could even be a Christian and say I reserve my own judgment on God's morality.
I've talked to Christians like that as well.
There is a scriptural problem there, because I think it's Deuteronomy 32:4 says all God's ways are just. So there is a scriptural issue with taking that position. Yeah. But there are people who do. You wouldn't call them non-theists.
Yeah. So right. Is that scripture correct? Does it describe the God of the Bible?
Correct in what way?
God's ways are just.
Yeah, correct in what way?
The Bible necessarily describes the God of the Bible because he's in the Bible. That's like a tautology.
Yeah, that's why I said, what do you mean by correct? Do I think it's true?
Is that well, you are talking to someone who believes the Bible. I am talking to someone that despises the Bible and the God of it. So yeah, I'm not afraid to say yes. I'm a Christian, along with the other billion people throughout the ages that have loved the true God and Jesus Christ, whom he sent. So let's talk about Jesus.
Do you want to talk about Jesus?
And you won't put me on the bingo board.
We might.
Everything that God does, more than it's just and more than it's holy, it is to glorify his son. And I know you hate that, and your devils will definitely hate such Christ-centered talk. But everything
did you say
that God
you
does,
devils? Did you call us devils?
No, your devils. Your devils.
I don't have devils.
Who are our devils?
We'll see. So
no. Please answer that, because it's a really curious thing to say. So who are our devils?
Devils aren't against God. Devils are against his son.
No. Who were you referring to when you said our devils? Who? I'm just curious. I'm amused more than anything else.
I believe all anti-theists do have some impression of the demonic.
Right. So I. What if I said I'm anti-demonic as well?
Oh, that's you. You're consistent.
So
with
who?
your atheism.
So who are my devils then?
I don't know their name.
You don't know their names.
But
like I was wondering for a moment.
I wouldn't have said it. I wish I wouldn't have said it, because your devils are going to block me from talking about the name above every name, which is the reason God does all things.
When you say my devils are going to block you, are you calling my moderators devils?
No.
No. Okay. So
I did.
So who do
rewind the tape? I did not call you guys devils.
No. I'm saying I'm still curious to know who you would imagine our devils are. You know that in rejecting this belief system, in rejecting this belief system, we reject all the elements of it, not just the bits you love. I think it's all nonsense. There aren't devils.
The demons scream out. What? Right? Of course. Of course, they're not in your worldview.
Yeah, of course they're not.
That's silly.
It is silly.
No demons. You're worse than the Sadducees. That didn't believe in spirit or the afterlife or anything like that. They were just sad.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
What makes them our devils? Like, we don't even believe they exist. So how do we?
Oh, no, you don't.
Possessive, your devils.
Christ is the reason for the Old Testament, the New Testament, the morality of the Bible, heaven, salvation.
So
belief,
I'm going to tell you something about
truth.
morality then. Okay, so
Jesus is truth.
If I'm
the truth, the way, the life,
okay.
and
No,
the truth.
hang on. We do have a no
Yes,
preaching. We have a no preaching rule here. So the moment people start,
I just quoted the scripture, just like you did with Deuteronomy and Numbers.
There's a difference between.
You don't want me to quote that scripture, but you quoted Deuteronomy and Numbers.
Calm down. Everything's going to be fine. Don't worry. There's a difference between quoting a scripture in the context of an argument and just babbling and mindlessly preaching. So we allow one, we disallow the other. Now, in terms of Jesus and morality, the issue I have is, if I am a sinner, if I deserve to be punished because I'm a terrible, sinful person, I have a sinful nature, if that's the case, my cat's getting very distracted by all of this fuss.
He must be a Christian.
She's an avowed non-Christian.
Be a Christian.
Okay, if I'm a sinner and if I am deserving of punishment, I would not accept an innocent person taking that punishment in my place. If justice requires
you wouldn't. God did.
Hang on, I'm talking right now. If justice requires that I take a punishment for my sinful nature, then I would want to take the punishment. If that's what's appropriate, if I am bad and deserving of punishment, then I want to take my own punishment. I wouldn't consent for an innocent person to come in and be given the punishment due for me. That is not something I would consent to. And I don't understand why anyone thinks that's moral. I don't understand why anyone thinks that's moral.
His ways are not your ways. They're not mine either.
Those are just words that people use when instead of like, I have no idea, that doesn't make sense.
No, that's a quote from the scripture too.
We know that
it says, my ways are not your ways.
We know that it's a quote from the scripture, but it's also just a thought stopper. It's just a statement designed to excuse the fact that this stuff doesn't make any sense by just appealing to mystery.
It doesn't make any sense in moral subjectivity. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
It doesn't make any sense to anyone applying logic and reason. It doesn't make sense.
So the 8%. No, sorry. Yeah. 12% of all of humanity that have tried to walk in the ways of Jesus Christ
are not correctly applying. I didn't say they're stupid. I said they're not correctly applying logic and reason to these ideas. Yes, that is correct.
But logic and reasoning is not their God, dude.
Logic and reason just is the thing that determines whether the statements you're making are sensible or not. That's what they are.
Is God bound to syllogism?
Well, why do you keep saying? I don't think syllogism means what you think it means.
Yeah.
So there's more to logic than syllogisms.
You're using deductive only. You're not using inductive at all.
You got to quit talking. You got to quit talking over me.
Okay, go ahead and mute me.
All right. Okay, so what is besides logic and reason? what is a reliable pathway to truth that has been proven to be consistent?
Well, by the Spirit of God, Christians believe the Bible to be truth and only truth.
Can you not see how circular that
answer my
is?
question.
You know, see
I'm
how
just
circular
quoting
that is.
Christianity, dude.
Yeah,
You're
providing the justification for Christianity in Christianity. Sean's asking you, what's a way to know that something's true? You don't invoke
If
the
not
thing
just
we're
logic and
considering.
reason.
If not logic and reason, then
kind
what?
of teleological arguments have been used through the years by, like you said, smarter men than me, and you atheists refuse to give it any attention or time. Like,
Do you think you
the
answered
first
the
cause.
question?
What
You think you
go ahead and
answered
ask
the
me
question?
again.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sounded to be railing against using logic and reason, like you're saying you're making logic. Hold on, let me finish. You're saying you're making logic and reason your God. I care about what's true.
No.
If not logic and reason, what is a reliable pathway to truth, to determine distinguishing true things from false things?
In a way that you would love, there are none.
I don't care.
Scripture is truth. Jesus Christ is truth.
Okay, all right.
Personified.
I think we're drifting into a reason-free zone here.
I'm quoting Christianity, and that's your enemy.
Yeah, no, it's not about my enemy. It's about whether the sentences we say are making sense. Sean's trying to ask you to think in a slightly different way. He's trying to say, if not reason.
No, I get it. I've dealt with the Seans of the world.
I actually think you need to learn some manners and just calm down a little bit. So Sean is trying to say, if we abandon logic and reason, what are we left with? If we're not using logic and reason as our test to ideas, to see whether they make sense, to see whether they are worth adopting, to see whether we should be organizing our lives around them. If we take those tools off the table, what are we left with?
The Spirit of God impresses the truth of Jesus Christ on Christians' hearts, and that is the biggie. That's the big rock.
So you're basically just saying that you're basically saying that the best way to engage with ideas, to evaluate them, and to see whether they make sense or not, and to judge whether they're true or not, and to ascertain whether they correspond to reality or not, is to wait for the Spirit of God to press something onto your heart.
Some Christians believe the earth is flat. Some Christians believe the earth is round. They both are invoking the Spirit of Jesus. So are they both right?
Conversation started to feel a little stale. I think we're probably calling it on this one.
I'm quoting Christians' belief, right?
I asked you a question. Christian A believes the earth is flat. Christian B believes the earth is round. Both believe those things because of the Spirit of Jesus. Which one is right?
I don't know any flat.
Can they both be right? Oh,
I don't know any flat earth or globalists that believe that it's the Spirit of Jesus that makes them think one way or the other. Most of the time, it's scientific. Most of the time it's scientific proof, and not the Spirit of Jesus that talks about cosmological, what the cosmos look like and what the.
Oh, I've heard them many times invoke the Bible.
I haven't heard them.
Okay, I have.
Or on a topic like whether you need to be baptized. Mark 16:16 says that you need to have faith and belief in Christ, and you need to have been baptized. Some people believe that that's a requirement for salvation, and some people don't. And both groups of people believe that the Holy Spirit has given them guidance on that matter of profound theology.
Yeah.
Right. So who's right and who's wrong? And what do you say to the person who's got their understanding from God but takes a position on that matter that you don't agree with?
I tell them to do more study.
Do more study.
Study of the Scripture.
Of the Scripture. Okay, I think you're failing to understand the vulnerability. The vulnerability.
All Christians fail to understand that.
You do, yes, that's correct. So you're failing to understand the vulnerability in your position there, which is that, as Sean said, you have Bible-believing Christians on two sides of many, many, many issues. So if your chosen method for evaluating your claims is wait until God's pressed something onto your heart, you're going to be waiting a long time, and you're going to end up on the wrong side of the issue from many other people who think God has pressed truths onto their heart. Anyway, I think we've probably reached the fruitful end of this discussion. We're at the half-hour mark, and I suspect it's starting to smell a little bit stale. But yeah, thanks for coming in to speak to us.
Thank you for bringing me up,
Roger.
and
All right.
hopefully you don't say anything negative when I hang up.
We'll try not to. It might be hard. Okay, thanks. All right, there we go. We are going to bring in Charlie Mullins next, who we have spoken to last time. I think it was the previous stream, or possibly the one before. Cat is being a bit annoying. Come on, kitty. Let's sit over here and calm down and be nice. We're going to bring in Charlie. And yeah, last time we spoke to Charlie...
we have.
Yeah, last time we spoke to you, Charlie, you were sort of fairly.
I was trolling.
Yeah, you were trolling. So if you could make an effort to not troll today, then we're more likely to have a productive conversation.
Yes, we are. So I would like to rewind the conversation we just had with hopefully Roger's still in the chat. So when you brought up Jesus' sacrifice, saying it's not just, right?
I mean, I personally think that innocent people being scapegoated for the crimes of others is morally unacceptable. It's not something that I would accept for myself if I were guilty of something. I imagine, if I'd committed a crime, let's say I'd robbed a bank, and I was in the court, and the judge was about to sentence me, and then someone said, wait, we found this innocent person, and they dragged some poor innocent guy in, and the judge said, we found an innocent person to take your sentence for you, and they dragged him off to the cells. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I wouldn't accept that, and I don't think it's moral, and I don't think it's morally beautiful. I think it's grotesque.
I understand your argument. So you're assuming that Jesus did not want to come and die for us. That's what you're assuming, because that was his thing. So for example, I'm going to use the same sort of analogy. Let's say you had a car, you were speeding, right? And your friend comes in and says, you know what, it's fine. I will pay that debt for you. Okay, that's what Jesus is doing. He's willingly doing it. He's happy to do it because it's job in the Trinity. That is his job in the three persons.
Well, you're just saying that he gave consent for that. Well,
he's happy to do it.
If he's happy to do it, then what's the sacrifice?
Because that's his all-loving nature showing through. Because he loves you so much, he's willing to die and sacrifice himself on the cross for your sins.
I just think it's hideous.
It's not, though, is it?
It is absolutely grotesque. I absolutely. I mean, if you wanted to do it, like you want to go and get yourself nailed to a tree, fill your boots, but I'm not signing up for that.
You're also just seeing it very linearly. So we know.
All right. So, Charlie, let me ask you a question. If somebody was found guilty of raping and murdering children, and they gave him life in prison, and his mother stepped up and said, hey, I would like to take that punishment for him. So now the mom is in prison and the rapist and murderer is out running, just free as a bird. Mm-hmm. Because his mom consented, you're okay with that scenario?
No, that's not a great analogy because we don't believe, so basically the punishment for sin is death. Okay, we know this from Romans 6:23 and Genesis 2:17. Wait.
Change it to death.
No. That was
change the punishment to death.
No, that would be a bit. So let's just say the mother would then want to go and let's just use that analogy. Okay. Let's use that. Okay. That is unjust because the rapist, you can't say that on live, it will get you flagged. I said it with a G. And then the murderer, okay, would still be put to death because the mother can't do that because she's not God. She can't forgive her sins for him because that's just not a good analogy, my friend.
Well, it is. Go ahead, John. You look like
a few people in the chat are pointing out, Charlie, something you said maybe doesn't quite add up because I'm not sure that Jesus did enter into this arrangement with a tap dance of delight. Father, why have you forsaken me? Are these the words of someone who was gleefully entering into the arrangement?
If they provide a verse, I'd be happy to disprove it. But if they're just going to spout baseless claims, I'm not going to disprove it.
Well, they're not baseless claims. I mean, I think Jesus seemed to not be delighted about being nailed to a piece of wood. I don't think that
He would be, but so because we believe Jesus is God, right? He could have stopped there at any time. It even states in the scripture that as soon as they nailed him up on the cross, all of the angels in heaven drew their swords and they were ready to come and wipe humanity off the face of the earth, yeah? We know this in scripture, okay? And he said, no, don't. If he didn't want it to happen, surely he would say, yeah, go ahead.
Do angels have swords? That's so cute. Are they little ones? Are they little stubby ones by their waist, or are they big, long swords?
It was symbolic.
Symbolic swords, spiritual swords.
But the scripture said sword.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to know the distinction with the difference. You said the reason it's okay is because Jesus not only consented, he delighted to it, but for someone else to decide to, in the current judicial system, if somebody else delighted in taking someone else's punishment to let like the criminals go free, same principle applies. How is the principle different?
Okay, because that's not just. Because that
Okay,
person,
I agree.
Okay, cool. So because the person who is trying to take up your sin, okay, cannot take up that punishment because they are not sinless like Jesus was.
There's a bigger problem.
So that even makes it worse if the person's completely innocent of anything. Because
Exactly.
no, I'm saying it makes your position worse. So we have we have two situations where you have substitutional atonement, where a different person agrees to be punished for someone else's crime.
Yep.
If the person agreeing to take the punishment is not innocent, you're saying that's bad. But if the person agreeing to take the punishment in place of the other person is innocent, that's good. That's good. That seems opposite to me. It's actually worse.
Linear line of thinking, and you're mixing Christianity, which isn't a very linear line of thinking. Okay, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to misconceive this.
I agree. Christianity is not linear. I agree. Hold on. I'm gonna finish what I was saying. Okay, I agree with you that it's following Christianity isn't a linear line of thinking. But why is it okay for someone who's innocent to take the punishment for someone else so that person doesn't get punished, but somebody who's not innocent has done other bad things in their life, taken the punishment?
Cool.
That's not okay. You would think it would be the other way around, right?
Okay, cool. So you're assuming that Jesus is taking the punishment for everybody. He is, but he's not taking the punishment for people who don't repent and the people who aren't believers of him, because it says that whoever believes in me, you're assuming that he did it for everybody, the whole of humanity. He didn't. He took it for the people who believe.
No. I'm just talking about the principle of substitutional atonement.
This analogy is illogical because the person who is trying to sacrifice themselves for you and take the punishment is not God. They can't do that.
Oh, the principles are different because it's God.
Yes.
Just say that. Okay, so special pleading.
Okay, so
you're trying to nail God down into a human form.
Draw a line for a moment, because there's two points that bear speaking about. So one is you said it yourself, that the requirement for people to be believing. So this is good, because this is a core part of what we do here. This idea of belief being a requirement to get the benefit of this stuff. Do you grant that you can't choose to believe something?
You can definitely choose to believe something.
You think you can? So let's explore this a little bit. I was going to make another point about the morality of the whole system in the first place, but let's set that aside for a minute. So John 3:18, for example, as you know, right, says that he who doesn't believe is condemned already, right? Already condemned. And Mark 16:16 also makes belief a requirement for salvation. So I'm going to assume that you agree with these things and that you think that belief is a requirement for salvation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So the problem we have here is that belief is framed in this culture and in this context as an action. That believing something is like something you do, like going to the shops or putting sugar in your coffee. It isn't. Believing isn't something you do. It's something that happens to you as a result of becoming persuaded by something.
True. Define belief.
Accepting something to be true or likely true.
It's the condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true.
It's not, no. What? So if I persuade you right now that Jesus exists, yeah, and you won't truly believe, will you?
If you persuade,
I'm not giving you the best argument. You're not going to choose to believe because you're going to have a closed mind.
Hang on a minute. Believing something means being persuaded that it's true or likely true. That should be non-controversial. Are you pushing back on that and saying you don't accept that? And if that's the case, give me a better definition of belief that reflects what it actually means.
It's accepting something that is true or real, even if you can't prove it.
Accepting something's true or real, even if you can't prove it. So yeah. I would say even if you can't prove it, is completely compatible with mine. So I could say say that belief is the condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true, even if you can't prove it. I would agree with you on that because there's very little you can prove. So I believe my mother loves me. I can't prove it. I have enough evidence to make that claim justifiable, and therefore I believe it. So it sounds to
then
me like
therefore
you're
the people who-
agreeing with me that belief is the condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true, and we're adding in even if you can't prove it. Agreed?
Yeah.
Is that reasonable?
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
But hold on, not being able to prove it isn't a condition for it to be belief. So things you can't prove. So hold on, let me finish because I knew you were going to get confused here, Charles. So it's a condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true, irrespective of whether you believe it. So
that's a better clarification.
If you can prove it, irrespective.
Trying to define the word
Stop talking over me, dude. I'm going to start muting you.
Bringing up circular arguments then. Me and John agreed.
It's not so. Actually, Sean's interjection was valid, because the danger of defining it in the way we did is it makes not being able to prove it a requirement for belief, which it isn't. So Sean's suggestion,
even if you can't prove it,
even if you can't believe it, prove it. Sorry, that makes it better, because some people make the rather idiotic claim that once you know something, you don't believe it anymore, and that would be stupid. To say right. So if I say I believe it's raining outside, and then I look outside and it is raining, I don't then immediately stop believing it's raining outside. I believe it's raining outside, and I also know it's raining outside.
Sorry, I must have misspoken. What I meant to say is even if you can't see it or prove it.
Even if you can't. Okay.
Even
obviously I can believe that I'm a man. Okay, when I can prove that I'm a man, but
whether or not.
I can't.
Let me ask you a clarifying question.
Okay.
If I know something to be true because I can prove it, do I believe it according to the definition you're using?
Yeah, he's granted that. We're okay.
Okay, all right, we're good.
Okay, so now having arrived mutually at a sensible definition of belief, the question then becomes, can you just choose to find something convincing? And my entire argument, the whole thesis of everything I do here, the reason why I've written this book about it, the reason why I do everything here, is because I think that belief is not a choice. You cannot just choose to. I'm just trying to get rid of this on my screen, and it's not disappearing. I'm sorry. You can't. There you go. You can't choose to make yourself convinced of something if you don't find it persuasive. Yeah, you can try. You can try, right?
No, I'm agreeing with you right now.
Okay, great. So here we come to the moral flaw at the heart of all of this belief-based salvation stuff. Because if belief in Jesus is a requirement for salvation, and that you can only get the benefit of his sacrifice if you believe that he did it, we have a problem. And the problem is, what if you can't? What if you cannot find yourself convinced by this stuff? What if you may have spent several decades looking at it, and you're still just not convinced that it's true? Why should you be punished for that?
Just to start off, we agree that this is like a 1 in 100. Okay, it's not very likely, but also, I would like to refer to faith. That's why we have faith.
Hang on.
Wait, hold on.
No, I just want you to clarify what you said before moving on. What's 1 in 100?
What's 1 in 100?
If you look into it and you look into all of the evidence, you won't.
Nonsense. No. My community is full of people, 30,000 plus people in my community, and a significant majority or proportion of them spent years looking at this stuff and honestly find themselves unpersuaded that it's true. Yeah. It's not 1 in 100.
You sort of cut me off before I justified that, okay, which is valid, because in that alone, it's kind of crazy, okay? So that's why in the Bible it refers to faith. And sometimes you can't just look at the evidence and 100%.
Define faith.
Define faith is trusting and relying on something when you don't have complete proof.
Okay, so I am incapable of believing something. Well, not complete proof. I am incapable of believing something with insufficient evidence.
Okay, that is
like it's literally impossible.
Okay, cool. That is why we have faith, because you don't always need 100% evidence. You don't always need.
Huh? Yeah, I'm incapable of that. Like I can't just decide I'm going to have faith Spider-Man exists and then actually believe Spider-Man exists. That's impossible.
Sorry, you're incapable of having faith.
Faith is not.
That's not.
No. I can. If I have convincing evidence, I can believe a thing. If I don't, I cannot believe a thing. In fact, if I have convincing evidence to me, I can't help but believe a thing. I can't just decide for something I'm not convinced is true. I'm going to flick this light switch called faith and then believe it. That's impossible.
I'm not saying that. All right. Are you going to speak or do you want me to?
Oh, I was going to, and then I heard you start talking, so I stopped.
No,
to
that's
let you
fine. I'll
talk.
let you finish your point. That's fine.
Okay, so like for example, it's literally impossible for me to just choose to believe Jesus exists. I can't do it. In fact, I even tried for years. What am I supposed to do about that?
Okay, so we're referring to you can't believe because you don't have enough evidence, right? You don't have enough proof.
I don't have proof. And
You don't have enough
this is an important distinction. It's not the weight of the evidence that matters. It's how someone perceives the weight of the evidence. So I have not seen evidence sufficient enough that's convincing to me that he exists. So I literally can't. So it's not a choice for me, right?
No. What? Sorry. You're saying you don't have enough evidence, so you can't believe he's true, right?
I don't have evidence that I don't have enough evidence.
We have agreed though a second ago that belief you don't always need the evidence. We have believed that.
No, that's not true.
Yes, we did.
We may have agreed that you don't always need proof in order to believe something, but the fact is, faith is not a proxy for belief. You can't say I don't believe this thing, therefore I'm going to invoke faith, and now I'm going to become persuaded. Faith is a kind of relationship, isn't it? It's a kind of expression of a type of trust. But if you don't think there's anything there to have that trust with, then all faith is at that point is cosplay. It's like believing cosplay. It's like role-playing belief, like performing it and hoping that in time the actual belief, the one which really counts, is going to arrive. And for some people it does. But for many people, many more than the 1% that you seem to be alluding to, it doesn't. And just saying, I have faith, doesn't actually manufacture the kind of cognition of belief in your mind that is required in order for you to think something's true. Faith doesn't get you across that chasm. It's not the bridge you think it is.
This is why people who don't believe without evidence won't get into heaven, because it's sort of like a test. I'm speaking biblically. It's kind of like a test. If you don't believe without the evidence, okay, which obviously it's very hard to.
It's not just that it's hard to.
It's not impossible.
Look, hang on. There are some people who are able. This is why the conversation about the reasons for belief is to miss the point. There are some people who are capable of believing things and becoming persuaded of things without evidence or without any reason. And there are some people who are just not capable of doing that. Their cognition...
No, that's not true.
It is true. The cognition is just not capable of sustaining belief absent the right kind of evidence. But it's the case that for all human beings across both those categories, nobody can have belief without persuasion. The question is what brings about that persuasion. For some people, it's evidence. For other people, it's an emotional need. For other people, it might be something else. Some people may be able to do this kind of faith thing, you think, and through doing that thing, manufacture a condition of being genuinely persuaded. That's fine, but not everyone can do that. And for your religion to stipulate that the people
person can believe without 100% evidence.
And for your religion to stipulate that everyone is capable of believing without evidence is factually wrong.
Cool. So do you want me to prove you wrong?
Yeah, prove me. I don't believe. Let's
Scientifically prove to me Alexander the Great was a real person.
Even if
that
I
has
can't,
nothing to do with anything.
Scientifically prove to me.
Listen. I would say the reason why I believe Alexander the Great was a real person is because for whatever reason I have become persuaded of it. Now it could be that I've become persuaded of it for bad reasons. You're really missing the point here, Charlie. Let's imagine that there isn't sufficient evidence for Alexander the Great to warrant belief in him as a historical figure. Now, I believe there is because there's independent sources and stuff, but let's imagine there isn't. And I'm wrong in my belief about him. It would still be the case that I have become persuaded for some reason or another that Alexander the Great was a historical figure and therefore I believe. Right? I'm not making the claim that people can only believe with evidence. That's not the claim I'm making. You seem to be arguing against a position that certainly I'm not holding, and I strongly suspect Sean is not.
Is not can believe without evidence.
Charlie, does anyone ever try to believe in God or Jesus and fail? Like they actually want to believe, they try to believe, but they can't. Does that ever happen?
If they truly want to believe in Jesus, then no.
Okay, you're factually wrong.
Okay, if
You're
they
talking
don't,
to.
okay, if they don't, then they never truly believed, and they never truly wanted to believe.
There you
That
go.
wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. They never truly believed.
But can we just
do
recognise
people-
the no true Scotsman fallacy right there?
Yeah, of course.
in the wild.
Yeah, of
Could
course.
you define that fallacy? I'm not familiar with every time.
The
Yeah,
no
so,
true.
so I know for a fact. I know for a fact I believed because, and the way I know this is because I have this amazing ability. I can read my own mind. You can't read my mind, but I can. That's how I know that I actually truly believed. Furthermore, it doesn't really address the point because you could have never believed and still try and fail to believe in Jesus or God. So whether they believed or didn't believe prior to that is irrelevant. So you claimed nobody ever tries to believe God or Jesus exist and fails to do so. I'm an example, and there are dozens and dozens of examples all throughout this community. All the people who are listening to us right now, we've heard many of their stories. And so basically, you are trying to tell other people that they are wrong about the contents of their own minds.
Yeah, I am. I'm saying you're wrong. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that's unbelievable hubris. It really is. I mean, because if you get to say that, Charlie, if you get to declare, if you get to tell Sean that he never believed, despite the fact that he spent years as a believer in a relationship with Christ, if you have the right to do that, if the rules of the dialectic are such that's acceptable territory, then I get to say to you, you're not a believer now. You don't really believe.
You can believe what you want to believe about my belief. That's a lot of beliefs. But...
Right, but the thing is, it's a dick move because nobody should presume to know the mental states of somebody else. That's why I wouldn't do it, and you ought to practice the same.
You can absolutely assume the mental state of certain people.
You can make whatever assumptions you like, but when you start telling somebody else what they believed, you just look like a fool.
Okay, tell me. So if you turn to me and say you've just seen a flying unicorn, and I would say you're lying, you didn't truly believe you just seen a flying unicorn. You didn't see that flying unicorn.
I would say that you need to do some work on understanding better about other people's mental states, because there are people who genuinely do have delusions and do think they see things, and maybe they made a mistake and all the rest of it. For you to be opining about other people's conviction whilst assuming that yours stands above judgment is a ridiculous double standard.
No, judge me. It's fine.
We all do.
So
we're all judging the ridiculousness of your position. So my community is completely full of people who were more devoted or as devoted as you for years, probably in many cases longer than you've been alive. And they lived that life. They walked with Christ. They had that relationship. And then they just came to a different view. For one reason or another, they came to a different view. We have a friend on here, Dr. Todd Phillips, who was a pastor at a mega church, right? He right? Okay. Meaning. He had a very large congregation. He was extremely well respected. He had he had academic credentials. He had a devoted following of people, many of whom today still speak about the fact that he changed their lives by bringing them to Christ. Right? He was continues to be a really, really well learned Bible scholar. I know. My cat doesn't like fallacious arguments, right? Right. So for you to say that just because he now doesn't have his belief, that he was never a real Christian, is absolutely asinine and completely ridiculous.
He was never a real Christian because he worked in a mega church.
But you don't know what you're talking about, Charlie. A mega church is just a church with a large congregation.
No.
He wasn't a faith TV faith healer or something. He was just a pastor with a very large congregation in Texas. They have churches in Texas that have 15, 16, 20,000 people congregations, and that's all it is. It's just they're churches that serve very, very large communities and have large congregations. All he was.
What denomination was he? Sorry, did you know?
A mainline Protestant, as far as I know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I wouldn't want to speak for him. I actually have no idea. But the point is, your argument is completely asinine. Your argument is because you had a change of heart, a change of mind, because you came to think about things differently, you could never have really believed sincerely in the first place. That is demonstrably false.
Yeah? You believe in him, you have faith in him, right? Yeah.
No.
What?
You said I have faith. You asked if I have faith in him.
Let's say, for example, Sean, you're a Christian, you believe in Jesus, right? Right now, okay?
Evangelical for Pastor Phillips. Thank you very much.
Cool.
Okay, so for example, I currently believe in Jesus. Go ahead.
Cool. And that means you have faith in him, right? If you believe in him.
It depends on. I'm sorry, I'm not dodging, but
So
faith
if
is
you don't
used.
have faith in Jesus, then you
Let me
believe.
finish. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Good.
Yeah, I get two words out, and then you're trying to while you're smacking your food.
I'm not eating. I'm
It
drinking.
depends on it depends on what you mean by faith, because I hear that word used a lot. If faith is believing something with insufficient evidence, the way it's most commonly used, then yes, I had faith because then I was but then I lost my.
Believe in Jesus, right? Then you would never turn away from him because you have faith with him without evidence. So, for example, John right now could give me the.
Wait, hold on.
Wait. Let me finish.
No. I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you straw man my position.
Stop being. Let me.
Okay,
finish
so
speaking.
continue on the straw man. Go ahead.
Cool. So let's say, for example, John right now gave me the best argument ever. Okay, irrefutable proof that God is not real. Okay, I would still turn around and say, no, I still believe because I have faith.
Okay, I'm not capable of doing that.
Cool. So you don't have faith in Jesus. That's fine. You don't have to.
But hang on.
Well,
Notice
no, but
notice
I
what's
did.
happened is
Well, in
we've
that case,
we've
you'll be
slipped
judged
again. We've slipped again from a conversation about the nature of belief to a conversation about the nature of evidence. I'm not really talking about that. You may have the psychology, Charlie, that you are able to stay persuaded of your convictions and of your beliefs despite evidence to the contrary. Good for you. If that brings you value in your life and that helps you live a particular type of life, I'm not made that way. Sean is not made that way, and many people are not. Many people are not capable of maintaining a position of belief despite obvious evidence to the contrary. I personally don't find that aspirational. I find that really, really silly myself. There is no position
I 100%
that
agree.
I'm talking at the moment, if you hadn't noticed. There's no position that anybody should ever take, in my view, where they say no degree of evidence against this would ever be sufficient to change my mind on it. That is called doxastic closure. It means you're completely locked down, impervious to evidence. It's the definition of a lack of critical thinking. It's not something to aspire to. But hey, you boo. If that's how you live, right? If that's how you live and that's how you work, then that's fine. I'm not able to do that. And so we come right back again to the point at the beginning, which is not everybody is able to do the same intellectual gymnastics that you are and contort themselves into the same shapes that you are. So for those of us who can't, all we're left with is an inability to believe.
Cool. So yeah, not many people can, and not a lot of people can. Like for example, you, and in that case, I would say you'd be judged in my belief. Okay,
right, and that's why your theology is morally bankrupt, because it judges people for things they can't change. You might as well send someone to prison for the colour of their eyes.
No, because it what I'm saying by judged on that, it doesn't judge you for not believing. It judges you on the sins you commit, and it weighs it up on Judgment Day.
It's just the same thing.
Yeah, and the divine.
Either way, even if you don't believe, you should still live a nice.
The divine pardon is based on something you can't control. So basically, it's arbitrary. So if you're convinced of a thing that, by the way, God could solve because He's all powerful if He wanted to, but just chooses not to. He chooses to hide from people who don't believe. But if the divine pardon.
That's not true. That's not true.
Let me finish.
He does not.
Let me finish.
I've had many atheists. I've had direct interactions with him. He doesn't hide from people. If you're truly open to him, and then you want to see him, you will see him.
Do atheists? Oh, so if I want to see, if God exists, I genuinely want to see Him, and I don't see Him. So what you're saying?
I can say that I'm an atheist.
So once again, you're relying on trying to make claims about the contents of my mind.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay, great. Please prove the contents of my mind.
Because if once again, I sort of just already did. If you truly
you didn't.
Okay, no, calm it down. If you truly wanted to, okay, then you would, and you should. Therefore, you truly don't because you haven't.
Okay, great. Choose to believe Spider-Man exists right now.
No, I can't.
Okay, great. Oh, well, you're lying. You're lying. So if you truly you really deep down just don't want to believe
Spider-Man exists, I would see him.
Yes, exactly. That's the same thing. Belief isn't a choice, and you just acknowledged it when you admitted you can't choose to believe Spider-Man actually exists in reality because beliefs don't work that way.
Yeah, but I can
That's how mind
exists because there's evidence towards it.
Okay.
You can choose to what?
I can choose to believe God exists because there's evidence towards it.
So, Charlie, we've reached a almost half-hour point, and I've put a poll out to both rooms to say would they like us to continue this conversation, or would they prefer us to move on? So we're going to move on, but thank you for coming up to talk to us. Appreciate that, and my cat is relieved about that too.
I'm sure it is.
We'll speak again, Charlie. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
All right, take
Thank
it.
you.
Thanks. Okay.
Disconnect me while I'll do it myself.
That's all right. I got you. All right. There we are. Well, he wasn't quite as trolly as last time. Could learn a few manners, perhaps, but there we are. I'm going to read a few messages before we get to the next caller. We're going to bring in Outlaw next on the TikTok side. The YouTube queue is currently empty, so if you are on the YouTube side and you want to get involved, you don't have to be on TikTok to join us. I've hopefully retooled the YouTube call in so it's not as crackly and terrible as it was before. I'm trying it a slightly different way. So the link is the same as it always is. It's tinyurl.com/JCGuest. I'm going to put it in the chat. It's right there. If you want to get involved, do that thing. And we are going to just read some messages just for a minute before we get Outlaw in. So Anne says, "Hey Anne, lovely to see you. Both hell and heaven are ridiculous." So this was in response to the caller earlier who wanted to question us on whether hell is ridiculous, and I was making my reasons for saying that. And Anne rightly points out that heaven is equally ridiculous. It absolutely is. I agree. The idea of an eternity, a place where everything is perfect and time stretches on forever, a rather silly idea. I agree, Anne. It is silly. It doesn't have the sort of ridiculous moral overlay of saying that you're going to be punished for things that you couldn't have done differently. But I agree as a concept, also very, very silly. Tax the Church, loving the name there, says, Sean, stop using hypotheticals, just use the actual book verse. They can't comprehend hypotheticals and it derails it. I think sometimes the hypotheticals are useful though, because sometimes it's like to illustrate a point. With a hypothetical, you can do a kind of reductio. You can use a really extreme example, like, killing babies for fun or something like that, making sandwiches of babies or something. You can use a really extreme example that doesn't exist in the text to establish the point, and then having established that point, you can then bring the argument back to show that the thing that's in the text is functionally equivalent to the extreme example. So I think that using hypotheticals is still a valid dialectic move. So we're probably unlikely to give up on the hypotheticals, but we appreciate.
And here's the other issue with using text, because I understand what he's saying. Like, I'm saying hypothetically, and the Bible actually says it, and so it's like, dude, just show them in the Bible. The problem is when you're trying to get them to understand a philosophical principle about morality or what have you, you show them something in the Bible. Oh, but that's the Old Testament. You're reading it out of context. And then you start getting bogged down to a debate about what the words actually say, if they say what they say. And then you're getting away from the philosophical, ethical points that you're trying to make in principle.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it can be useful rather than dive straight into a specific Bible verse. But we understand where you're coming from as well. We try to weave the conversations to reach the points we're trying to reach, and we don't necessarily always get it right. So we're not immune to criticism at all. Dusk Frame says, Jesus asked me what my favourite band is. I told him it was 9 Inch Nails, and he got a bit cross with me. Very good.
Nice.
Love that. Thank you very much for that. And Mike, hi, nice to see you, Mike, says the moral teachings of Jesus, like calling a woman a dog and condemning the Pharisees for not stoning disobedient children. Right, absolutely, yeah. What wisdom, what insight. Absolutely, I think the moral teachings of Jesus are largely very questionable. There might have been the odd helpful parable or insight into charity or forgiveness or stuff like that, but he was not the moral character that everyone claims, this morally perfect person. And people who say, well, why don't we just tap the Bible for the teachings of Jesus and ignore the theology? There are much better places you can look if you just want good moral guidance. I mean, just read the UN Declaration of Human Rights would be a better start than looking to Jesus. Mike again, philosophy is about making complicated ideas easier to understand. Philbro is about making simple ideas impossible to understand. Well, that gets a proper round of applause. Beautifully put, Mike. That's exactly it. Nothing needs to be said about that more. That's absolutely perfect. Thank you for that. And we have Tim. I was wondering where Tim was. Where do atheists get morality? From me. After swearing a blood of oath to atheismo, the Council of Atheists rings the bell and gives them my book. Fair. I think I would happily get all my ethics, all my meta ethics and virtue ethics, all from Tim. I think his jokes alone qualify him to be the arbiter of all morality. So you get my vote, Tim, definitely. And just one more before we get Outlaw in. Percival says this guy is being a total syllogism. Yeah, that was the caller before last who just it sounded a bit to me like he just learned the word syllogism and then wanted to use it a lot. You know, when someone learns a new word, like, oh, I've got a shiny new word now, and then they start liberally peppering the conversation with it. And to quote the Princess Bride, do not think that word means what you think it means. I think there's a little bit of that going on, definitely. Okay. Let's see, there might be one more that's just popping up right now. Subjective morality is not compatible with Christianity and Matthew 6:19. I'd have to look at that. I can't quite remember what Matthew 6:19 is. In fact, I might have a quick look at it now because there might be a valuable insight here that we can all share together. Let's have a look. I can't remember what Matthew.
I have
6:19
spoke
is.
with a couple of Christians who believe morality is subjective. By far a minority, but I have spoken with some.
It says, do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth where moth and rust consume and where thieves break in and steal. I might be missing something, but I can't quite see where that works. Okay, well, forgive me if I did. I'm just going to read these and then we'll get you in a second, Outlaw. JWs guided by God's Holy Spirit could not take blood transfusions for 70 years. This month, guided by God's Spirit, it's been discerned that they can take transfusions if it's their own stored blood. Well, there you go. That's what happens when you get your theology from the top down and people just make edicts and then say, oh, the rules have changed. And you think about people who have suffered or lost their lives as a result of that idiotic rule of people denied life-saving blood is absolutely horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. I didn't know that had changed, but about time. If that's that's going to save a few lives a year. Oren, lovely to see you. Disingenuous, double standards, and no true Scotsman. I think that sums up the previous conversation fairly well. Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for that. Okay, we are going to get Outlaw in right now. Hey, Outlaw.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
How's it going?
Good.
Good. Welcome. Thank you for waiting. You're waiting very patiently. Thanks. You're in now.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, what have you got?
So I'm saying there are stuff happening physical and there's also a spiritual world. How do you guys give count for the things that are happening in the spiritual world? For example, if someone is sick spiritually, there's no human on earth can help them but Jesus.
Well,
I don't believe there is a spiritual world.
Yeah, to give an account for things happening in the spiritual world, we would need to first ascertain that there is a spiritual world, and we're not anywhere close to understanding that. Just saying there is, what I would say to you, where's the evidence that there's a spiritual world?
There's a lot of people can see spirits. Not because you can't see them, that doesn't mean it's not real. And there are a lot of people that are possessed too, and they can't be helped. No matter how much doctor they go to, they can't be helped. The only thing that can help them is Jesus or someone who is anointed with the Holy Spirit to help them do so, to be free.
Yeah, I know
and
that.
We see that countless
Outlaw,
times where people are possessed.
I know, but Outlaw, there are people who make these claims about all sorts of different religions. There are people who say, that they see the spirits of their ancestors, and the only thing that can help them is their ancestors' spirits or gods or things like that. There are incompatible religious claims throughout the world across different cultures, and they can't all be true, right? So some of them have to not be true. So how do you know it's not yours that are not true?
And if you want total immunity from demonic possession, become an atheist. Amazingly, that'll all stop.
It's true.
You're easily you can be easily attacked by spirits, especially if you do not have faith. You do not believe in
Do you
Jesus.
think it's likely that Sean or I are going to be attacked by spirits?
Repeat one more time.
Do you think it's likely that Sean, my co-host here, or I am going to be attacked by spirits? Because Sean just made a really good point.
Them at you, you can be attacked by them, and
right.
You know that.
Have you noticed that the only people who get attacked by spirits are people who believes in spirits? Have you noticed that the only people who get attacked by spirits are people who already believe in them?
I believe they are real, but I don't get attacked because I have a strong faith in Jesus Christ.
Right.
You can't touch me.
Yeah, they can't touch me either because they don't exist.
They do exist. So how comes they possess people, and how comes people can see them?
Well, I don't think people can see them.
In real life, I've seen spirit move things around in people's houses, like with my own eyes. How can you justify that?
I would explain that.
I have no way to verify your. I have no way to verify your claims. I also don't believe
because we have limited capability.
Hold on. I also let me finish what I'm saying. I also don't believe many people who all have corroborating stories about alien encounters of creatures from outer space. I don't believe them either. I need more than somebody's personal testimony if I'm going to believe fantastical claims.
I need to let my cat out. 2 seconds. You got this, Sean.
You never seen someone who is possessed before?
No. I don't believe anyone ever gets possessed.
Well, I've seen possessed people.
Well, yeah, but I can't verify.
I've seen spirit move things and I can't see them. I've seen it in real life.
So you've seen telekinesis?
What's that?
You said you've seen things move around. Are you saying you've?
And you can't see the spirit, but you see the things moving around.
Did you have a cell phone on you when you saw it?
It was on a national TV at one point.
Oh, you didn't actually see it yourself. You saw it on.
I see it myself, and I also see it on TV, on television.
Yeah, when you saw it yourself, did you whip your phone out and record it?
No, I didn't use my phone to record it.
Why wouldn't you? That's crazy. If I saw a book moving around the room by itself, I would 100% record that.
Outlaw, do you know who James Randi was? Outlaw, do you know who James Randi was?
No.
James Randi was sadly died a few years ago, but he was a very famous magician, and somebody gifted him a lot of money. The benefactor left him well over $1 million to set up a foundation, and it was called the James Randi Educational Foundation, and they had a prize on offer for decades of $1 million for anybody who could do anything like the kind of stuff you're talking about. Move objects, sense where water was, pick up what other people were thinking, any of that stuff. For, I don't know how long, if someone might tell me how long the JREF challenge was open, but it was decades. At least 20 years, maybe 30. $1 million on offer for anyone who could do anything like that. And no one ever came close. No one even passed the initial preliminary qualifier round to test these things. Because people talk about these things and they hear about these things, but they can never be demonstrated under anything like controlled conditions. The moment you remove the possibility of self-deception, mistake, or fraud, these effects magically vanish. Every time, 100% of the time. So I don't think there's anything here to explain. And I think, the standard of evidence that you have to have in order to accept this stuff is so fabulously low, it's just not a place that I would want to meet you in, I'm afraid.
understand, but those guys who do magic and stuff, those are associated with spirit things. They work with the spirits that you
No,
can see.
he wasn't working with spirits. He just had the techniques of stage magic and escapology and illusions. I used to do magic myself a few years ago. I wasn't working with spirits. I just knew how to manipulate a deck of cards really, really well. I practiced for thousands of hours, and I could do all sorts of tricks, and I could do stuff like that. It wasn't magic in the sense of, otherworldly powers. It was just techniques of deception. That's what magic is. Magic is the science of deceiving people. And so people who know how to do that are really, really good at investigating the claims of people who are saying that they have, magical powers and that they can move objects and all of that stuff. The point I'm making is whenever you apply rigorous standards to these claims, they evaporate and there's nothing left. So you should be a bit more discerning, perhaps, about what you find convincing if you want your beliefs to be true. If you don't care and you just want them to sound cool and feel nice, then stay as you are. But no one wants to be a mug. I mean, you don't want to be a gullible person, do you?
No, no one wants to be that.
No one wants to be that. And there are ways to become less gullible. There are ways to become less gullible. And I'm going to recommend a book that I always recommend to everyone on this stuff, which is The Demon Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark by Carl Sagan. Absolutely life-changing book on critical thinking and the application of reason to stuff like this. You could definitely do well to read something like that, Outlaw, and it'll help you interpret these things in a different way. And check out Derren Brown as well. Derren Brown. Derren Brown is brilliant. That guy can do stuff that no one can explain.
I don't look up to no humans at all.
Right?
Because all humans are lost and they need help themselves. I look to something higher than all humans.
I know, but there are other humans that can help us understand principles and valuable things. And people like Derren Brown is brilliant because he can do incredible things that no one can explain. But he says he just uses trickery. He just uses techniques. There's no magic. There's none of that stuff. He's not lost himself. He's just a very successful entertainer and writer and educator. It's not lost to have a high standard of evidence for things before you believe it. It's what separates the gullible from the people who are less gullible. It's really about where you aspire to be.
No, man, at all. I just look up to something higher than myself, the Creator.
Yeah, I know you do, and I understand that.
We're all lost. Me, you, everyone is all lost. We need something greater than us.
I don't feel lost.
There's so much stuff we can't explain. We can't even tell the work of the Creator, no matter how long we live.
I would agree with you that there's. I would agree with you that. I would agree with you that there's stuff we can't. Okay. I would agree with you that there's stuff we can't explain. That's why science is so cool. Because science operates at the edges of the stuff we can explain and the stuff we can't explain. That's what I love about it. And time again, it pushes those edges outwards. And so the stuff we can explain grows and the stuff we can't explain shrinks as we learn more. And that's a really effective way of engaging with the things we don't understand. But I do agree with you that the bits we can't explain is where the really interesting stuff lies. I agree with you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's why I believe in God, because that's the only way. Your way, I can't follow you. I can't follow no other man, because to me, they're all lost. They have their beliefs and everything, but they're still lost.
Well, good luck if you become unwell,
yes,
and I sincerely hope you don't become unwell. But if you do, go and see someone who has a knowledge of medicine and science rather than spiritual things.
I'm telling you, they're here right on earth, but there are a lot of sickness that happening to people, and they can't help them. The only thing help them is Jesus and God.
The only thing that helps them,
no matter how much doctor they go to, how much research.
I know. The only thing that's going to help them is medical science. That's why we have infant mortality at a fraction of what it used to be. That's why we have life expectancy much greater than it used to be. Is not because people are finding Jesus, is because people are abandoning superstition and abandoning magical thinking and abandoning woo-woo and are realizing that we can do better. And that's how we progress, and that's how we move on and do better. So thanks for coming up to speak to us, Outlaw. I appreciate it. We are going to move on, and we'll speak again soon. All the best, man. Take care.
All right. Yes, sir. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, we've got Hal waiting on the YouTube side. We're going to get to you in a moment, Hal, but we're just going to take one more TikTok guest first. Has been waiting a little while. It looks like Miguel on the TikTok side, and then we'll hit Hal after that. Hey, Miguel.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Excellent.
So
Welcome.
I'm an agnostic, so I probably agree with you on most everything,
Sure.
but I'm just trying to do sort of like a steel manning for Christians.
Sure.
I've been an agnostic for like 10 years, so it's more just like an exercise, I guess I'm trying to do. But
Sure.
so I guess one of the things I was going to try to like sort of push back on, and I think you're probably still right, but I'm just going to try it out. So one of the things I would say is like, so for the example where you say that nobody chooses what they believe.
Yeah.
Right.
I would mostly agree. Like I'd fully agree. Like, you know, it's like trying to tell people that I'm agnostic, right? You can't really explain to them that I was a former worship leader. So it's really hard to explain to someone like, you know, I really believe this stuff. Now I don't.
Yeah.
I think where maybe a Christian could try to argue is to say, like, so take, this may not be a good example, but take like somebody who doesn't believe in gravity, and then they jump off of a building, and we would say, well, I mean, they should have studied a little further on gravity, right? So like you'd maybe hold them responsible a little bit because of their lack of research or lack of digging or something like that, right? It gets hard with Christianity because with Christianity, it doesn't seem to be as much about like believing true things that we can observe and all this type of stuff, but it has more to do with like inner belief and conviction and all that. So I think that's where I mostly agree with you.
Yeah.
But if a Christian were to say, to me, it's like gravity. Like you just,
the problem with that is you take the agency out of it. So basically so it's disanalogous because like if somebody doesn't believe in gravity and they jump out of a window, it's an unavoidable consequence. It's the laws of physics that are at play there. Now, what if it really made me angry that this person is so stupid they don't believe in gravity. And then I decided instead of them being injured from falling, I decide to bludgeon them as a conscious act of my own doing as a punishment for them not believing in gravity. That's what it would be analogous to.
So are you saying that like would you say that you would hold the person responsible? Like, or I guess you would say that you would blame the person for having jumped off the building. So like if the person did jump off the building.
Well, no, I would recognize that they didn't have, like, beliefs aren't a choice. And even not believing in gravity, and by the way, flat earthers, they still believe everything goes down. So it's sort of disanalogous there. But flat earthers often say, well, density makes things fall and gravity is fake. But anyway, setting that aside, it's kind of a weird example because I don't know anyone who doesn't believe in, like, at least in the effect. But let's roll with it as a brain experiment. I don't consider them morally culpable, even if I think their beliefs are like ridiculous. I don't think they are morally accountable for not believing in gravity. Now, if it causes them to jump out of a window, there's going to be cause and effect. It's the laws of physics that hurt them, and it's an unfortunate thing that happened. However, in the case of hell, you have a conscious agent, God, deciding to punish somebody. It's not like this unavoidable effect of physics that you end up in a burning lake of fire for all eternity, or annihilation, or whatever the punishment happens to be. You just got to ask the Christian. It's God deciding on a specific punishment for someone. So instead of a person breaking their leg from jumping out of a window, it would be equivalent to me saying, you don't believe in gravity, and so I grab a stick and I break their leg as a punishment, because that's a conscious choice that I made to do to that person.
Yeah.
The same thing as hell. So does that make sense?
I get your point. I think what you're saying is it's like adding a second item to it. The bludgeoning is like the hell aspect, whereas
it's like either, so in the first case, it's a result of it's just a happenstance of gravity. It's an unfortunate thing, an unavoidable consequence.
Yeah.
The second example is more analogous, because in both cases, in hell and me choosing to break their leg with a stick, it is a conscious agent deciding on a punishment. It's not just this unavoidable like consequence of physics or the laws of nature or what have you.
I think I would agree that like the hell idea would the punishment or the hell idea would complicate the example. So if allowed, if I could take that out, I think what I'm trying to point out is that like with if you have something to where, let's say somebody doesn't believe in gravity,
right.
What they're kind of saying is like, or what I would say is like, I can't fault them for taking action based on their belief. Like they can only do with what they have. They can only perform actions based on what they believe. And
by the way, if I'm all powerful, I would be able to convince them that gravity is real.
100% agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm saying is that like, so whereas I would say that I can't, they made the decision that they had the most ability to make the decision from the information. Like, so I can't fault them in that aspect. What I would say that somebody would blame them is that they might say that they should have done more research. And if they would have done more research, they would have come to the conclusion that gravity did exist and they wouldn't have jumped out the window. I don't know if I would say this is analogous to Christianity.
That's the argument we most commonly get, is if you just keep looking, you'll find it.
Yes.
If you haven't found it yet, that's powerful evidence that you haven't looked properly, you haven't engaged properly. And that's patent nonsense, because there are people who search for years and years and years, or people who were in belief for years and years and years, and know much more and have looked into it much more deeply than the person saying this. They just haven't come to the same conclusion.
Yeah, like I would 100% agree. Like my brother and I both left the faith. We were probably one of the two people that were like in the church that were most fervent and believing, right? So we left because we kept digging and researching. But I think like in the Christian mindset, what they might be saying is, obviously they just don't agree with that. But they would say that the reason why it is punishable, or not even punishable, but blameworthy, is that in the same way we might look at somebody who jumped off of a building because they didn't believe in gravity, we would say, yes, they acted on the belief that they had. We can't fault them for that. But if they would have just done a little bit more research, then they would have found it. I understand you and I both agree that's silly. Yeah. But I think that is the way that they might see it, where it's basically them saying, they see it as like this knowledge claim, where it's like it's almost as if you just kept looking for the gravity. And I know I'm just like,
and what they're doing there, they're transposing the moral accountability of belief onto the moral accountability of research. That's what they're doing there. And you do have moral accountability for your research. You can choose to do it. You can choose not to do it. That's amenable to judgment. But it doesn't. If your argument rests on the assumption that if you do that research, you're going to arrive at belief, that's a fallacious argument. That you can do the research and still be not convinced. So we're gonna move it on, Miguel. But thanks for coming in with that perspective. All right, man. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Take care. Thanks. Okay. We, as promised, are going to bring in Hal from the YouTube side. Hey, Hal. Are we there? Hal, can you hear us? Apparently not. That doesn't seem to be working. Let's see.
Hal is muted. He might not know he's muted.
Hal, can you hear us?
Red microphone with the slash through it.
Yeah, strange. Not sure why that's not happening. Well, that's strange. And we had another guest on the TikTok side who's just dropped out of the queue, but I can see Hal. I just can't. He's not apparently not hearing us. No, that's not happening at all, is it? I wonder why. Are you there, Hal? No. Okay. Well, we're going to drop that down then. That didn't seem to work. Okay. Well, fair enough. I shall read some more messages. Don't know why, but that didn't work. Hal is still there. I can see him. There we are. We have Dusk Frame. Optimus Prime said, freedom is the right of all sentient beings, and that's better than any of Jesus' teachings. Yeah, I'd follow Optimus Prime first. Definitely. Eliels says, working in a blood bank, I like the JW update, but own blood is more risky than foreign blood because you artificially reduce your hemoglobin before surgery. Right. Yeah, that does make sense. There's a reason why people are given foreign blood, because it's most effective. So I guess it's a step in the right direction, but maybe not quite there. And Orin is correcting me on the JREF. It ran for over 50 years. I didn't know it was that long. I thought it was like 20 or 30. 50 years. I guess it came in the 80s, didn't it? And over 1,000 failed tries. Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. And I was lucky enough to work with James Randi on a project a few years before he died. He was an absolutely inspiring guy. And that stuff was really, really like locked down tight. Like it was so fair. Both parties would agree what would constitute a reasonable test, what passing the test would look like, what failing the test would look like, and then a independent third party would be brought in to actually conduct the test. It was all so transparent and above board, and no one ever got through the first preliminary round. So yeah, very, very strange. And we have Garbage Man says, my great grandpa was a well witcher. He never accepted money, saying it was a gift from God. I'd say he had an intuitive eye for geology. Yeah, I mean, you never know, right? Some people are just skilled. They can read the landscape better, or they can do things better. But when you take these like water diviners and stuff like that, and you put them in a situation where you just control the conditions, right? You put, say, tubs on the ground that are opaque and you can't see what's in them. And some of them have got water in them, and some of them don't have anything in them, and some of them might have sand in them. And they walk around with their sticks and their stuff like that. Nobody can tell. Nobody can tell. And quite often, they are then shocked themselves that they can't do the thing that they thought they could do. So it's not always deception, which is why I always mention self-deception whenever I speak about that stuff, because quite often people really are honest. They just are misled. They're misleading themselves. And finally, we've got Tim. The moment a God is proven, it would move from supernatural into natural, or everything we can do anything to. Yeah, I mean, completely right. I've said this for a while. I think that the whole idea of supernatural is nonsense. If something exists, it's part of reality. And nature is the description of what's contained in reality. So if there are ghosts and spirits and goblins, those things would all be part of reality. And if there were people who were able occasionally to fly or be raised from the dead or whatever the thing is, it would just mean that there were natural phenomena that we just don't yet understand, but they would still be part of nature. And once we understood them, no one would call them supernatural anymore. They'd just be parts of nature, parts of reality. So yeah, I completely agree with that. I totally do. Okay, well, Hal is still there, but it's really, really strange that we're not being able to add him in. I don't know why. Let me see if I can do it here. Another attempt to bring Hal in. I don't know why that's not working. Sadly not. Nope. I can't seem to get Hal in.
John, I'm muted on the other app.
Yeah.
On video.
Yeah, I had you muted there just because it was doubling up on the TikTok side. Yes. Meanwhile, TikTok complains about about the live stream not being exciting enough. I could see why, to be honest, while I'm trying to work on getting our YouTube guests in.
From my perspective, I see Hal, and I see a red microphone with a slash through it next to his name.
Yeah.
So either he's muted on his side, or
I don't know. I can see it there, but can't bring him in for some reason. And it's strange because we did have one earlier and it worked earlier. So I don't understand why it's not working now at all. But there we are. It appears not to be. So I'm sorry, Hal. We can't bring you in right now. I don't know if it would be different for someone else on the TikTok. On the YouTube side. Very strange. But there we are. So right now, the guest queues are both empty apart from Hal. I feel awful. Hal is sitting there in good faith waiting to come in. And I can't seem to be able to do anything about it. Yeah, maybe Hal doesn't have his mic plugged in or on mute. But there we are. For now, we'll have to stick to TikTok guests. And we do have a couple in the queue right now. So we're going to bring in Jordan, and then we have Evil Nun Rants, great name, after that. Hey,
Yo.
Jordan. Hey. How you doing?
Good. You?
Very well indeed, thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so I guess the women thing kind of caught my eye first because in Genesis, the man is cursed with labor and the woman is generally cursed with the pains of childbirth. And so, and then it says, he shall rule over you, right? And so the whole idea of like male authority comes from Eden, but the curse of Eden, or the curse after Eden, right? So, I mean, if God is, what is it? I can't, maybe you could change the view so everybody can see the background again. I can't see your list of 4, but I don't really see how God is unfair. I mean, you know, in the Bible, the men are doing the heavy lifting, they're going to war. You know, it's not like the men had a cakewalk and the women were just
No,
like,
but it's
are women that go to war now and have authority over men, are they violating God's laws?
No, because every government is established by God. So
Okay. So you don't think men should be in charge of women. You disagree with the Bible?
well, that's the command. I mean, whether that, you know, people can still make their own
I'm asking you
choices.
what I'm not. Yeah, I'm not asking you. Like, I agree. In some militaries, not or what have you. In some militaries, you know, people do it different ways. But do you think men should be the ones in charge in a relationship? And do you think it's okay for women to go to war and have authority over men? And let's say have authority over men in war. Do you think that those are when those happens, those are moral?
No, I think, you know, it's not so black and white, right? There can be a really horrible male leader, and so maybe a qualified woman steps up. But I think, you know, the big picture, right? Men generally still have authority. Big picture, like you're not going to stop biology globally.
Yeah, I'm talking about. I agree with you from a sociological point. There's still a lot of misogyny and patriarchy, etc., all throughout the world. I agree that that's the state. The question is that good, and is the Bible misogynistic?
Is it good? Not in every instance. No, just because you're a man doesn't mean you're qualified to have authority. There could be a woman who's...
Yeah, I mean, should your gender be if you're talking about like a person decides they want to serve their country or go to war or what have you, or if they want a position of authority over a man, should gender even be a factor?
Not as much as I mean, probably not.
Okay,
But
I, I
just
agree, but
competence would be the factor, right? But then, okay, so
yeah,
who's more
totally agree.
competent when it comes to leading a government or like a military? Generally, it's going to be men. So
That's misogynistic, and that's where I disagree with you.
well, the men do all the heavy lifting. They grow all the food. I mean, they're breaking their backs. You really like. Okay, maybe not literally all, but
Jordan,
like,
do you think women are objectified in the Bible?
I don't know.
Do you think
I
that?
don't think so.
Do you think?
I mean, maybe.
If I could show you an instance in the Bible where women are systematically, horrifically objectified, would you concede that the Bible is misogynistic, and we could infer from that whoever inspired the Bible probably hates women, or at least doesn't respect them?
I could see how maybe it's misogynistic, but does that make God evil? I think that's a jump.
Well,
I'm not willing to make that jump.
Let's
I mean,
look
he's
at
working with the fallen people in a fallen world, right?
Okay, so then let's look at what he wants to do with the fallen people in the fallen world. In Deuteronomy 21, he gives instructions that basically say, if you defeat some people in a battle, if God has handed you a triumph in a battle, and you see among the captives a beautiful woman who you desire and want to marry, you can take her back to your house, keep her there for 4 weeks, shave her hair, force her to shave her hair and cut her nails, keep her in your house for 4 weeks so she can mourn her parents who you've probably slaughtered, and then you get to go into her. What do you suppose go into her means in this context?
Well, for me, it says marrying a captive woman.
Yeah. So this is after 4 weeks of her being in your house. You've forced her back to your house. You've cut her hair off and clipped her nails, and you've given her 4 weeks to get over the fact that you killed her parents, and then you get to do what with her?
Yes. Do you think this woman was like in Disneyland before the big bad Jews came and ruined everything? Is that kind of like you picture?
Let's not pivot.
She was in paradise.
Let's not speculate about the quality of her life before you killed her family. Let's imagine that. Let's think about the situation where because it's irrelevant to the point.
It's very relevant.
It's completely. It's completely. Well, I don't think that people having their family slaughtered and then being taken back to the house of one of the people who did it and being given 4 weeks to get over it before being fucked by them is a significant improvement on your life. Do you?
I have no idea what living conditions.
You have no idea. Okay,
do you think? Well, I know that they were wicked nations. The Bible makes it clear they were wicked nations that God was driving out of the land.
That's simplistic and moronic. We're talking about human beings.
Oh, you're double moronic. Go back to kindergarten, bro.
Human beings who are survivors of war, and then the soldiers of that war are given license to take those young girls, because they would have been young girls. The wording might be woman here, but woman here could have meant someone of 14 or 15. Take that young girl back to their house, give them the grace of 4 weeks to get over the fact that you participated in the slaughter of their family.
So you're completely ignoring the point I made.
And then own them and have sex with them against their will. And your argument against this is that
so many assumptions
is that their lives before you slaughtered their family may have been worse. How much worse than losing your family and being raped do you imagine life would have been?
I have no idea.
You have no idea, because it's an idiotic position to take.
You're making an assumption.
It's an idiotic position to take. Are you making this argument with a straight face?
Yes, 100%. I've seen other people make the argument too. Those nations were wicked. Those women were probably being abused every day.
Yes, of course they were. And the very best way to deal with the fact that the way we deal with abuse victims is we slaughter their families and rape them. Hooray for interventions.
Do you think every war is unjust?
I don't think every war is unjust, but I think that right now, if anybody went into, I think that anybody who went into war nowadays and was then given permission, in fact, divine permission, to spot the hotty totty amongst the survivors of the war and then take them back to their house and have their way with them, would probably not be looked on fondly by most people.
Well, it doesn't say how. You're just like misquoting the scriptures.
What am I misquoting? Right? It says you 4 weeks and then you. 4
Oh,
weeks, and
have
then you
their
can,
way. Yeah,
and then you
that's what
can
it
go
says. No,
into.
it
What do you
says, let
think?
them
What
mourn
do you think
and then
go
marry
in?
her.
What do you think go into them means?
It's marriage.
What do you think go into
Go into
them
them means
means?
marriage.
What does go into mean?
What verse is that?
The exact verse that I showed you. 21:10 to
Can you give me a
14.
number?
Yeah,
14?
Deuteronomy 21:13.
Oh, 13?
Yep, Deuteronomy 21:13.
So after she has
Specifically,
lived in your house and mourned her father and mother for a full month, then you may go to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife.
go into her. It says go into her, and go into.
Oh, so you forgot to mention the husband and wife thing. I wonder why.
What
Maybe
husband
because
and
it
wife
doesn't support
thing?
your
It's
argument?
no. It says you
That's
may
interesting,
you may
isn't
have
it?
sex with her first and then marry her.
Right.
Do you
so
think she?
instead of
Do you
being
think?
in an
Do you think?
abusive
Do you,
nation,
do
the
you think?
Israelites saved her and gave her a stable
This
house.
is so getting clipped. This is so getting
Are you
clipped.
a fan of the Amalekites and the Midianites?
Jordan, if I'm a
love
military
Hitler too? Are you a
commander,
big Hitler fan?
if I'm a military commander, no, because I think if Hitler gave these types of orders, you would have something like the Nuremberg trials. So if I as a military commander gave these orders to my men, should I be prosecuted?
Today? Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay, so what if 100 years ago I gave these orders as a military? What's the year that it makes it okay to give these orders as a military commander?
Well, it's not the year that's relevant. I think,
Well, you said today. You said
I think
today.
if you're improving the world, that's a good thing. If you're improving conditions for these women, that's a great thing.
Improving conditions
These
by
women were
killing their
likely
family and then
horribly
raping
abused.
them. Improving conditions. Let's just be clear. Let's call this what it is, because this is going to get clipped. Your argument is that it's an improvement in somebody's condition to have you come along, slaughter their family, and then take them back to your house, give them 4 weeks, and then have sex with them. That's an improvement in their conditions in your eyes,
that's
and
not what I
that's
said.
an argument that you're making,
Maybe it's a
expecting
listening
to not be
problem.
laughed at. Is that? Do I understand you correctly here?
I don't think you have the ability to listen and understand what I'm saying, right?
Right. You
So,
think the
I can
problem
say
with
it
this
again if
is
you
my
want,
inability
slowly maybe for you.
You said if it's an improvement.
You said it's an improvement, and
Yeah,
you
improving. Oh, so you're against improving the lives of women then?
and you speculate.
Oh, okay, cool. Well,
and
thank
you,
you.
No, we're disagreeing that slaughtering their family and raping them is ever
Oh,
an
so then it
improvement
wouldn't
to
be
their
an
lives.
improvement. Great. So, but if it was an improvement, then you're
Yeah.
on board, right?
Yeah.
No, because less
Oh,
bad
okay, so
doesn't
you're
mean.
against improving the
I'm
lives
sorry.
of
You're gonna
women.
let. I'm
That's
sorry.
great.
You're gonna let me finish.
Congratulations.
Are you gonna let me finish?
He is now.
Okay. Something that's less bad doesn't mean it's good. All right. So even if
not
their
that
life was
complicated.
something that's less, yeah, I understand you wanting to talk over me as a defense mechanism. All right. So something. God ordering them to kill their family and then grape them, even if they were going through something worse before, it has no bearing on whether that's a moral or immoral act. Just because even if in this wild scenario that killing their family and graping them is still a better life than they had before, it doesn't make it morally good. It just makes it morally repugnant, but their life happens to not be quite as bad as it was before.
Well, you're assuming it's great.
No, it is a valid assumption, because if you think that a woman who is the daughter of people who you and your colleagues have just destroyed in battle is going to be feeling amorous towards you after 4 weeks of being forced to be in your house where you've shaved her hair like a prisoner and
What
clipped
if
her
her
nails.
parents and her husband were abusing her every single day? She'd
Well,
be like, "Thank you, you're my
yeah,
savior.
yeah,
Thank you so much."
But
This is wild.
that's wild. I mean, you could make that by that
so
logic.
stupid that
by
this
that
sounds
by that by
wild.
that logic, you could make this argument to justify any atrocious act against anyone. I could go out now
No,
and
you
pick
can't.
up a random child off the streets, take the child back to my house, and lock them in a cellar for 4 weeks before having my way with them. And the argument is that what if their parents were doing even worse to them every day? That's an idiotic argument. It's one of the worst apologetics I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. I'm your abuser, but your previous abuser was worse. Therefore, my abuse is not immoral. That's just freaking wild.
This is what religion does
you
to
don't
you
even
guys.
listen to anything I'm saying.
No, because what you're saying is morally idiotic. First of all, this is
This
a
must be the first time you've
general.
heard this, 'cause you're clearly unprepared.
This is a general law given in Deuteronomy for all conditions of battle, not just the ones where you're battling against people who are populations of child abusers and cannibals. It says as a general principle, when God hands you a victory in battle against whoever it may be, this is what you may do. These are the actions you may take. But when selecting someone you like the look of from the captives left over. So the conditions that you're setting up to justify this are the most ludicrous case of special pleading and fantasizing any of us have ever heard. We're literally laughing at how ridiculous your position is. It's remarkable to me. Yes, it's remarkable to me that any adult human person would advance an argument like this and think for one moment that it's not going to get laughed at. I mean, it's sad because you're still justifying.
You're just running away. You won't even let me.
Well, I don't think I'm running away. I'm just not letting you
monologue, bro. Let me talk.
I'm not
Are you
letting
scared
you.
of letting me talk?
I'm just not letting you interrupt. I'm going to let you have your say in a moment. So it's remarkable to me that anyone would think that this is a good argument. I need you to try and justify now why you think that the special circumstances you're wildly speculating about would be universally applicable in all cases. Please make the case for that.
Improving the lives of women is a good thing. There you go. Nice and simple for your idiot brain.
Do you think you answered the question I asked?
Yeah, I mean, I can expand on it. So Genesis 15:16 generally says.
What was the question I asked?
Display that you're just trying to prove that this is it's the same thing. You've just
what was the question I asked you? I asked you a very specific question.
Deuteronomy 24 is or 21
I
is
asked
moral.
I've asked you a very specific question about your response to this verse. Can you remember what it was? Shall I restate it? I'll restate it because you're a bit slow. So I asked you to explain why the special circumstances you were wildly speculating and fantasizing about would be universally applicable in all instances.
Oh, and I did, yeah, in one sentence, right? Did you remember? Did you forget that?
No, because you're saying that people would obviously have come from abusive backgrounds. Explain why you can assume that would always be the case.
I said improving the lives of women is
good. We all agree that we all agree that improving the lives of women is good. But what you have not yet done is demonstrated that any of these instances would be improving the lives of women. All you've done is said, what if their lives? What you've said is their lives must have been worse beforehand, and I'm saying provide some evidence for that.
Prove they weren't.
I have a question. I have a question on the improving. I have a question on the improving.
We're both assuming. I defend the Bible. You attack.
I have a question. I have a question on the improving women's lives thing. So let's say a woman is in a really abusive relationship where her husband is like beating her up with a bat. And then she gets with me, and instead of with a bat, I beat her up I just slap her around with my hands, but I don't actually beat her with the bat. Does that mean so now her life is improved? Does that mean me slapping her around with my hands is a good thing?
Yeah, compared to a bat, yeah, it is.
Okay. So men, if you want to be abusive to your women and still be moral, just find women who are in an abusive relationship and abuse them a little bit less, and then your abuse becomes moral. Thank you.
I love how you're trying to just a little bit, right? It's just a little bit of a change, just because that makes your argument more valid, right?
You sound like a moral monster.
Right? It couldn't be a very significant
I've got an argument for you, Jordan. If instead of passing this morally idiotic law, God had instead passed a law that said, when you defeat a nation in battle, treat the surviving women with compassion, would that have been a better or a worse law than this one?
Better or worse?
Yeah. Would it have been an improvement to say, don't mistreat them, take account of the suffering they've been through and treat them with kindness and compassion and empathy? Would that be an improvement, or would it have been a worse law than this one? Is this like the pinnacle, the best kind of divine legislating that he could have made?
Fantasy land. I mean, you have a bunch of horny guys, right? That's not practical at all.
You're making your situation so much worse.
It's fantasy like. So Jordan,
you live in a delusional fantasy world. Okay, your 2026 have you been to army, war? They're gonna grape all.
Jordan, have you been to war?
Human nature, you idiot.
Jordan, have you been to war?
No, but
yes
I know
or no?
Guys are
okay. So you've never been to war. I have. I've been on 4 deployments.
Taken women captive?
Nope, never.
Oh, what do you do
And
with the
I
women?
wouldn't
Just
be.
bomb them all? Do you just bomb every single one of them?
No, I'm not saying no women have ever been
Just
taken
carpet bomb
captive.
them like
Stop. Are
Germany?
you
Is that what you
gonna
prefer?
talk? All right, I'm gonna just start muting you.
Hey guys, just carpet bomb the women instead.
So,
Okay.
You're a
Jordan.
fucking idiot, dude.
We know that you're getting.
No. You're trying
Maybe
to
you
teach
should
me
read
how
a
it.
book.
We know that you're
I
getting
don't
very
need to read
upset.
a book. You're
Instead of going to war, idiot.
I don't need to read a book to know what it's like to go to war in the modern era,
Yeah, it's obvious you don't read.
because I've actually been to war in the modern era.
Yeah, you're a big fucking.
Anyway, you're trying to talk over me as a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
In the modern era, like the fact that he thinks like it's the norm or should be the norm that men take women captive and it's okay for them to grape them is absolutely freaking insane.
Unbelievable. And his argument is it's a bunch of horny men. Unbelievable. Yeah. Line up, ladies.
So should you bomb the women then instead?
No, we shouldn't target civilians. Period. And if there's a woman, I don't think targeting women should be done. Or excuse me, if there's a woman combatant, then that that's a different thing. But you always try to mitigate and avoid civilian casualties. You certainly don't grape women. Period. And any soldier who does that or thinks that's okay it's absolutely insane. Yeah. Yes, you use weapons against people who are combatants. That's a part of war. But for you to be condoning grape, but for you to be like advocating for grape in the modern era is insane.
My sense is that this conversation has probably reached its zenith. I think that Jordan has demonstrated for us adequately his moral compass, his values, what's important to him, his perception. I think he's taken liberties with the text that he claims to live by. He's injected fantasies into the Bible that aren't there about the conditions under which this law may be applied. The actual law says nothing at all about restricting this behavior to situations in which people's lives would have been worse beforehand. So deciding to retroactively frame this as a rescue attempt to get over the moral horror of what it's permitting shows you quite how desperate he was to engage with the text. That was the best he could do. And I think, about 600 of us watched him do it. And it's going to live forever on the internet, Jordan. You coming up and trying to defend war rape. So that's going to be your online legacy. And we will all enjoy watching it back in the days to come. And we'll raise a glass to your fine name, my friend. Okay, I think I've solved the problem of the YouTube guests. So we are actually going to bring in Hal now. And I'm hoping it's going to work. Hal, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Fantastic. I apologize. The issue before was actually my mistake. I was doing something wrong. So we've got you, and I think we can probably get you on the screen as well. There we go. Tiny as you are, we can even see you. Welcome. Thank you for waiting so patiently.
No problem.
I apologize for our last guest. That was fairly disgusting. We all need a shower. The floor is yours.
Awesome. So I was just looking at your prompts and was curious. Do you believe that? Let me pull this up here. Do you believe that no one can ever choose what they believe? Is that your position?
Yes.
Okay. So what about like in a case where a teacher, a child in a classroom says, "I can't do this. I can't do this." And the teacher's like, "Hey, you got to believe in yourself.
Yeah,
you got to believe that you can do it."
I hear you. And a similar argument could be made for something like therapy, right? If someone comes into therapy with very low self-esteem, it's the job of the therapist to show them how to think, to get over those issues. So in the case of a child in the classroom, it's the job of the teacher to persuade the child that their poor beliefs about themselves are false. It's the job of the teacher to persuade the child that they can do it. And that's why they do that, right? That's the aim of those interventions, is to change what somebody thinks is true about themselves. So I'm not making the claim that nobody's beliefs can change. I'm not making the claim that those changes can't come about by by a certain degree of intentionality, right? You can say, I'm going to work really hard now on trying to believe that I can do this. I'm going to believe that I can do it. You can try, but whether you ultimately succeed in that endeavor or not is down to not just your will. If it was down to the will, then no one would ever fail at that endeavor. Whatever you wanted to believe, you would believe. The thing it's down to is whether you're capable of becoming persuaded that that thing is true.
So the persuasion always belongs to an outside force, or can you
not always
help to persuade yourself?
You can do it yourself sometimes. So you could sit in a cave by yourself. Let's say I decided now that, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in any gods, but let's say I'm going to go and meditate on this. And let's say I even go in there with the intention of wanting to be persuaded that a God exists. Say, I don't believe in a God right now, but I'd really like to. And I just go and sit in a cave for a month and think about it. It might be that through that practice of meditation and consideration, that I'm able to become persuaded that that thing is true. And when that happens, my belief shifts. That persuasion has happened. I now do believe there's a God. I now don't have the freedom at that point to not believe in a God anymore, because I've now become persuaded that a God is real, and therefore there was no choice there either. It was just the act of thinking about it changed what I found persuasive.
So do you believe that someone has to be fully persuaded in order to believe something is true?
Not fully, because you can believe things with degrees of confidence, right? So like I believe that the Earth goes around the sun with a degree of confidence that approaches 100%. It's not quite 100, but it asymptotically approaches it. But I believe that other things with far less confidence, like I believe that we will have a working theory of abiogenesis within 100 years. I believe that with a fairly high degree of confidence, but not as high as that the Earth goes around the sun.
Yeah. So I guess my argument would be on this is like, there's very few things that we can know for sure. Like, I'm sure that you wouldn't say that you know for sure that God doesn't exist.
Correct.
You may be 90% sure, or 80% sure, or 99% sure, but you're not 100% sure.
Yeah, doxastic involuntarism doesn't. Hi, I'm Sean, by the way. Doxastic involuntarism doesn't suggest that you either know something to the fullest extent, or like believe you know, or don't, or that there's not degrees of persuasion. It's just that the degree of which you're convinced of something isn't a choice. It's a perception of reality, and you can't just decide, for example, to perceive that Spider-Man exists in reality. Either you're convinced of a thing or you're not. And the degree of which you're convinced of a thing is also involuntary.
Yeah, but I think, there's certainly cases where lies are very strong. And in the midst of lies, you have to choose to believe what's true, or what's more evidently true. For example, with my children, sometimes they say, Daddy, I can't do this. And I'll have to sit down and say, no, you can do this. And you need to choose to believe that you can do it.
But you're persuading them.
And even though they feel like their internal feelings say, hey, I can't do this. And I say, no, you can do it. And you need to believe that you can do it.
Well, beliefs can change.
Sure.
Yeah, so we're not saying belief not being a choice doesn't mean beliefs can't change. So if your child is convinced that they can't do it, and through good leadership and good parenting, you persuade them that they can do it. It's not a voluntary thing that happened. You just happen to convince them. Like, we've all changed our minds on what we believe to be true, but when those happen, it's not like we just decide to flick a switch and then our beliefs change. Like, beliefs don't work that way.
Yeah, I don't think they work that way either. But the point I'm making is that there's a lot of to persuade us to believe things that aren't correct. And, we can't know really a whole lot of things 100% true, 100%,
Yeah, degrees of belief doesn't really.
Yeah, and so we have to choose to act on what we believe. And sometimes it's easier to choose to act on things that are false.
Acting on them is an action. That's a choice. So we're not saying actions aren't choices. We're just saying beliefs, which are perceptions of reality, aren't something you can just choose. Like, I think we'd both agree that you can't, like, right now choose to believe Superman is real, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. And but if Superman flew, potentially, you might feel like you went crazy.
Yeah,
but just in theory, if Superman flew into your window and like actually showed himself or what have you, you could be in a situation where you have no choice but to believe Superman is real.
Yeah.
So that's basically what we're saying about beliefs.
I believe that's definitely true in many cases, for sure.
Yeah.
But I also think there's cases where we don't want to believe what we know is true. And I'll give you a silly example, but sometimes, if you're on a diet, you don't want to think about the fact I'm not going to believe all these calories are in this piece of cake. I'm going to choose to do what I know is wrong.
So
that's
because I want to cloud my
something that might be helpful, Hal, is you can think about the degree to which we can choose how we think about what we believe. So like how much can we choose our attitude about belief? Like how much can we choose our approach to what we believe? And there is a degree of choice there, right? So you can say like, I want my beliefs to be true, or you can say, I want to look into things honestly, or you can say, I want to just be persuaded of things that also make me feel nice. And those choices, to a certain extent, will influence the way you go about engaging with information, which can then shape your beliefs. But it's still the case that even allowing for all of that, the actual beliefs themselves, the condition of being persuaded that something's true, is something that happens to your mind as a result of persuasion. That persuasion could come from yourself, or it could come from someone else saying, believe you can do it, believe you can do it. And you can say, I really want to believe this. I want to believe this. And that desire to be convinced of that thing about yourself can get you there, but it doesn't always. There are times where people try and they fail.
So would it be fair to say that you can talk yourself out of believing something if you don't want to?
Sometimes, but not always.
Okay. Well, that seems to be the case of what the Bible describes as happening. And, in Romans chapter 1, verse 18.
Yeah, we know it. We know it well.
Men suppressing the truth that is evident in them.
But that's why I said sometimes, but not always.
I agree with you.
But that's why I said sometimes, not always. So in this case, in the case of Romans 1, I don't think that's the case there. I haven't talked myself out of something because I don't want it to be true. I'm just not persuaded that it is true. I
mean, that's what you say. But
so do you think John is lying?
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know John.
Yeah, but Hal, here's the thing.
I'm just saying what the Bible says about it is men suppress the truth because of their unrighteousness, their pride.
But this is.
And then let me finish it real quick, and it'll take me 2 seconds.
Sure.
And then the Bible says that men's hearts are darkened because they suppress the truth. So I don't think that you're lying to me and saying you're not convinced there's a God. But the Bible's case is that when men suppress the truth, then they're given over into a debased and darkened mind. So at that point, of course they're not going to see it. So they're given over to a debased mind.
Sure.
So would you say would you say if I were suppressing the truth, would I know it?
Yeah, I think so, to a certain extent.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I know
for a while at least,
if I know for a fact by reading my own mind that I didn't suppress the truth and that I just stopped believing, and in fact, not only did I not actively try to suppress the truth, I actively tried to continue believing God exists. And I know this because this is what I experienced. If I know this to be my own experience, then I know for a fact that what's written in Romans 1 is factually wrong, correct?
I mean, you can tell me what your experience is, but that doesn't negate what really happened. I don't know your experience, and maybe you had maybe you had some secret sin that you were embracing. Maybe you had pride in your life that you weren't willing to part from.
But it's always the fault of the person. It's always the fault of the person. Like someone can't just have honest non-belief that God exists and actually good intentions and actually genuinely wanting to know the truth, or being a believer, genuinely trying to continue believing, and then they just couldn't, and then they had a crisis of faith and went through turmoil. Have to believe there is some ulterior motive or some negative motivation, or someone's hardened heart or their pride. It has to be something bad about the person, right?
Well, it certainly could be.
Well, but
that's the problem with
the
Romans thing.
Yeah, so
that's the problem with the Romans thing is that it just leaves no conceptual space for honest disbelief. It's like it doesn't allow that it can even be possible. It must be the result of some sort of corruption. And the thing is, if you're allowed that degree of speculation as to the contents of other people's minds, then it must flow both ways, right? I could similarly say, I don't think you really do believe. I think that, you know, I'm not making this argument, right? I'm just saying that if those were the rules of engagement, then it would have to be fair play for me to say, well, you know, you say you have belief in God, and you say that you have this relationship with Christ, but I think you're just kidding yourself, and you don't really believe it, and you're declaring these things because of the social benefits that accrue from being part of this in group and the social structure of the church and all that. I just wouldn't say that, because I just think it's really disrespectful for people to assume that they know more about people's mental states than the people owning the mental state. So I don't like that argument, and it's a circular argument, because to say that, you know, to look to Romans as an explanation for my disbelief is to assume that this text is true. It requires the starting point being that the text is valid and true, and that is itself the thing that's under consideration here. So we haven't yet established that Paul is speaking with any authority in this text.
Yeah. I mean, the claim is there, and that's the point I'm making. The claim is there, and people, you know, human beings are notoriously good at deceiving themselves and do it all the time. And God's explanation, or the explanation that Paul gives, is that the reason that people reject God, to me, God's very obvious, that they reject God is because of their own pride and ungodliness. And so we can disagree on it. Maybe we disagree. That's fine.
Yeah,
I don't have anywhere to go from there. That's my stance.
I do disagree with you about the contents of my own mind. Like, we can have respectful disagreements. When I read my mind, I evaluate X, Y, and Z, and like my life history and stuff. And when you read my mind, you come to a different conclusion, and that's fair.
I'm not reading your mind, but the point I'm making is all of us have deceived ourselves in some ways in the past.
What does that mean? Like, so are you saying I really believe God exists, but I only think I don't believe?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying at least in some point in your life, you had some recollection of God or what's right and wrong, and you rejected that.
Okay, so, well, I did believe in God at one point. That's true about me, but not for John. But I tried to continue believing. It was actually a little bit traumatic for me when I started having doubts, and I prayed about it and everything. I wasn't prideful, but the thing is you have to believe something negative about me. You can't just accept that's my honest experience. And here's the thing: you're talking to hundreds of people in the chat right now, many dozens who have gone through the same thing, and you're telling them that my book knows the contents of your mind better than you do. That's the hubris.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying my book. I'm saying God knows the contents of your mind better than you do.
Which your book.
So you don't believe that, and I understand that you don't believe that, but that's all I'm saying.
Right.
So I'm not taking.
This
isn't a position that I'm taking. I'm just explaining to you what the Bible says.
Like the people who have gone through this know for a fact. It's not even like, you know, guessing about whether black holes exist, because that's not a guess. There's a lot of evidence. But the one thing you can know for sure is the contents of your own mind. I know for a fact not only was I not being prideful or trying to rebel or whatever negative thing that your book wants to like try to pin on me for being a non-believer, because it's like that's the whole thing, is to be tribal. Like, you're a believer, you're holy, this and that. The non-believers, ew, ick, there's something wrong with them. It creates sort of that tribalism, the in-group, out-group mentality. But the thing is like, we know our own experience, and we know, like, I know for a fact that I wasn't being prideful. I didn't just want to sin. Not only that, I genuinely wanted to continue believing, because I think life is too short, and it would be great if there's an afterlife, and all the bullshit I went through during life, there was some type of light at the end of the tunnel that's going to make up for it. I wanted to believe those things, but I just couldn't. But the thing is you can't accept that, because your book wants you to think ill of people who disagree with your theology.
Well, I'm just not into the whole trust me bro thing. I mean, I don't know you. How can I just accept what you say at face value when I don't know you? I have no experience of your life.
That's the point. Do you do that with other things?
What's that?
Do you do that with other beliefs when people talk about their life experience or they talk about what they believe, the contents of their own mind? Do you do that to everyone else? Like when a Hindu says,
well, if
I
somebody
believe in
comes,
multiple gods, do you say, well, I don't know. You're just saying, trust me, bro. Like that's sort of
yeah,
a social contract where because we can't read each other's minds and it takes an epic amount of fucking hubris to tell somebody the contents of their mind, we just, unless there's a good reason not to, we just take each other like
Yeah.
at their word, like, hey, I grew up in this town. I believe this. I believe in Muhammad. Whatever their beliefs are, we just take each other out of word, out of just kindness and respect for each other.
That's normal
sure. I
human
mean, that's
behavior. It's just
okay.
it's just
I
normal
think
human behavior.
I think you would disagree though with people who believed in Muhammad and
Well,
and
we
followed
might
Islam.
think
Yes,
that. Hang
yes,
on, we
I
might
would, but I
think
would
they're
say-
mistaken.
believe
you would
them when
say
they say they
you
believe
would say they're deceived.
But we
And you would
might
say
say
they
they're
need to be
mistaken, but we
persuaded
wouldn't
of the
accuse them of
truth.
being disingenuous. We wouldn't accuse them of not actually having that belief.
I'm not accusing him of being disingenuous. I
Well,
just
you
said
are.
I don't know you. I don't know if you're lying or not. I said I don't know.
Yeah, but even the
I'm
I
just
don't
saying
know,
this is what
the
the
I
Bible
don't
says.
know
This is the
carries
Bible
I don't know if
reasoning
you
that's
really
carries
believe
with
in
it.
God.
Hang on.
You know,
The I don't know carries with it an imputation of deception, because like I'm trying really hard not to just make exactly the same argument back to you and say I don't know you. You may have no belief at all. I think it's a really disrespectful way to engage, and I think that this text in Romans is a really it's lots of people trumpet this text as if it's like some kind of theological flex. I think it's a real weak point in the Bible, because it's one of the claims in that the Bible makes that's so easy to immediately disprove. Immediately,
Okay.
it's a demonstration that the Bible is false, or at least not that the whole book is false, but that at least it makes false claims, because the Bible is making a claim that people look at the world around them and they know that God is there, right? That's basically what that verse is saying. By the way it's designed, I forget the text exactly, but it's just not true. It's demonstrably not true. Here we have people who are looking at the world and are not coming to that conclusion. So that claim that Paul is making, he's way out ahead of his skis there. Just because he found it convincing, he's saying it must therefore be convincing to everyone else. Well, any religious text can make that claim, and they do. Muslims say exactly the same thing to me. And the Quran has verses in it that also say, when you look at the world and when you look at reality and it defines itself as being true, the Quran is self-referential. It says this book is completely true, has no errors, is perfect. Any text can do that. The question is, does it stand up to critical thinking, and is it justified in making those claims? And in this case, all we have is trust me, bro. That's all we have from this book. Trust me, bro, it's true. Look at the world, look at the trees. That's basically all it is. And so if you're on the outside of that and you're looking at it and you either have never found it compelling, in my case, I've not had a single day in my life ever of being a theist, or in Sean's case, was a sincere believer for a long time and just came to a position of not being convinced anymore. That text in Romans does not come anywhere close to accounting for our lived experience.
Okay. I mean, I think it does, but I mean, we can disagree on that.
But I mean, you'd just be factually wrong, because it doesn't. Because I look at the world around me and I see nature and I see physical constants and I
but
see
you're
properties
also,
of reality.
According to the Word of God, you're full of sinfulness, and
But that's
all
irrelevant.
of
That could be
mankind is.
true.
And so
That could all be. But
that's
Cal,
what the text says.
that
Because
could
of our
all be true. That
sinfulness.
could all be true, but it's
That's
still
why we suppress the knowledge of the truth.
I know, but that
How
could
does
all
that
be.
work?
That
So I
hang
believe-
on.
I want to
Hang
test this
on.
out. I
That could
believe
all be
black
true, but
Protestants
I can still only
wanna
go
suppress the
on.
truth.
I can still only go on what. Let's imagine I am suppressing the truth in some way. I don't know about that. So it's like it would be not something. It's not anything that I could control. So it's irrelevant. All I can do is look at the world and see what I find persuasive. And if I don't find something persuasive, belief is impossible for me. If there's some magical realm in which I'm suppressing something, I can't do anything about that because I don't have access to that. So it's irrelevant.
Maybe you could have.
Well, but I don't. I can't because
but maybe
how?
you could have in the past, and you decided not to. You decided this is the way I want to go. I love
I've
my
never,
pride.
I,
I
I've
love
never,
my sin.
I've never decided I love my.
do things
my
I don't. Let me ask you this: do you guys like the idea of the Christian God?
Do you know what? As it happens, I don't. but that's not the reason why I don't believe it.
When I-
The reason I don't
can't-
believe
but
it is
you don't
believing I
suspect
did.
that's a part of it, but you
No.
don't like the idea of the Christian God,
'cause
and you
when I
wouldn't
stopped
want to serve him anyway if he was real.
No,
that's not why.
Because when I stopped believing, I did like the idea. I wanted there to be a Christian God. It wasn't until later that I started like, oh, this God is kind of ick anyway. But I didn't have those feelings at all. And I get it. Your Bible wants to ingrain this in-group, out-group. Those who don't believe in your theology or think the same way as you on these things, they're ick. They just want to sin. They hate or rebel against God. And that sort of hate is like ingrained in you from like all this religious indoctrination. But
No,
you
it's
don't
not.
know the contents of other people's minds.
No,
Like
I don't.
imagine if I sat there and
I don't.
said,
I don't
well, I'm not
pretend to know the
saying
contents of
I'm not
anybody's
saying
mind.
you're a false believer, like,
Mhm.
but you're just pretending. How do I know you're not pretending to believe in God just so you can fit in with the in-Christian crowd, that Christian community, and get social advantages from being a Christian? I'm not saying that you really don't believe, but I'm just saying all I got right now is trust me, bro.
Yeah.
That would make
I'm
me a
not.
fallacious
I'm not
fucking-
saying anything. I'm just telling
That's
you what
literally what
this
you
is.
said.
This is what the Bible's case against you is, and we can disagree on that and move on. I would like to move on to a different prompt, and I think we can just come to a place where we disagree on this.
Yeah.
But
if I know
I
that's wrong,
personally
know the Bible's
believe the
actually
Bible
wrong.
gives some good reasons for the reasons that people choose not to believe.
Except
They
those
suppress the
reasons are
truth.
only valid if you already believe, and that's why they're not good reasons. They're circular.
They're valid if the Bible is true. Now, if the Bible's not true, they're
Exactly.
not valid.
But that's the definition of a poor reason. A poor reason is
Mhm.
one which is only valid if you already believe the thing it's trying to establish. It's literally the definition of a circular argument. That's what poor reasoning looks like.
Yeah, I don't think I'm making a circular argument. I'm just making a case for why people believe what they believe. And I'm not saying it's an argument that's going to convince anybody to become a Christian.
But
this
it is a
could be an
circular. But Hal, it
explanation
is a
why-
circular argument because its validity evaporates the moment you stop assuming the Bible's true.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah,
That's
that's not a strength.
Once again, yeah, but what I'm doing is I am bringing to the attention what the Bible says about this matter, and you can believe that claim or not believe that claim. That's
Well,
fine.
it's not a matter of
that's
believe it.
that's not my point.
Because
Sure.
I know my own life experience and I know the contents of my own mind. It's not even a matter of believe it or not believe it. And now, granted, you can't read my mind. You're not granted the same benefit.
Okay,
But
I think
I could use that
but
same.
hold on, let me
I don't
finish.
I don't like this argument because I could use the same thing because
No,
I've
no,
had
no, no,
I've
no.
had.
Let me-
Let me finish real quick.
You don't even know what my argument's going to be.
I could tell you. I could tell you
No,
about the amazing experiences.
we're not
I've
going
had.
to. I'm actually just going to draw a line here because I think we've been on this a fair bit, and I think there's an appetite in the room for us to move on, and I feel that we can just basically keep on relitigating the same point, which is the degree to which we can speculate about each other's mental states. And I think there's definitely an appetite in the room for a change. So I think Hal, thank you for joining us and for having a respectful discussion. We appreciate that. And we do this 3 times a week. So we do Tuesdays during the day and we do Thursday and Saturday nights. So if you want to come back on another one of those, I'd be happy to continue speaking about some of the other prompts. But when we get to this point, we're half an hour or so in, we've got a few other callers waiting. I think there's just an appetite for us to move it along. But
that's fine.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate
Maybe
that you waited a while to get in as well. So thank you for that. All right, take it. Okay, there we are. Couple of messages, and then we will get in Vizbot. We've got Vizbot and Wesley, and we also have Diamond in the TikTok queue. So we have Laura. Lovely to see you, Laura. Always a pleasure to see your name pop up. Laura says, I love starting my day with Jon and Sean. Oh, thanks, Laura. I love you starting your day with us too. Lovely to see you as always. Always say the nicest things. And I don't know how to say this. Zafcheese. How do we pronounce this? I know I'm massacring that. Does God have a sinful nature? We are all sinners created in his image. Wait, his morality suddenly made sense. Right. I mean, I think the whole concept of sin is so silly, really. It's built on sand to me. That there's this all-powerful creature. Imagine being all-powerful. capable of creating and configuring the universe in absolutely any way you want within the bounds of logic, and then having things that people do that get you really upset, like get you really sad, and you obviously had no idea they were going to do them, even though you know everything. It's all silly. Even the existence of sin as a concept is morally incoherent in face of an all-powerful God, because an all-powerful God could configure a world that just doesn't have sin, that has creatures that have complete free will and enjoy their free will and just don't sin. So God obviously wants sin. So it's all very, very, very silly. And we've got Oceanus. Nice to see you, my friend, as always. We can look at any tree or any atom or any star in the universe, and we cannot extrapolate any scripture for any religion from those things. That's beautifully said. I completely agree. And that's why the Romans is such a silly, silly verse. It really is. It's just a declaration from Paul that everyone else should be as narrow and unimaginative in their thinking as he is. That he looks at the natural world and says, well, yeah, I see trees, and okay, we can forgive the Bible authors for not being up on modern science, but it's still ridiculous to say, I find these things persuasive, so everybody else definitionally has to. There's absolutely no possibility of other people not being persuaded by the same things as me. If someone made an argument like that now, we'd laugh at them, and rightly so. It's silly, absolutely silly. And thank you very much, Vice and Terror, for your donation. I really appreciate that. Okay, we are going to bring in Wesley next, and then we've got Vizbot. Forgive me if I got that order wrong. Wesley, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. I think we have spoken before, haven't we?
We have.
Yeah.
We have. It's a month ago or so.
Yeah.
Or
forgive me for not quite remembering what our discussion was, but welcome back.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Yeah, you talked to hundreds and hundreds of people. I've talked to Hal, your guest that you just had. He actually does some lives on his own. He's a pastor. And I disagree with him on Romans 1. And I came up here to talk to you about Romans 1 last time. I disagree. I think that the Christians, I'm a Christian. I think that Christians are taking that verse as a clobber verse for atheism, against atheists. Romans
sorry, Wesley,
1,
go ahead.
Yeah, Romans 1 says that the people in the passage knew God. It specifically says when they knew God, they glorified him not as God. And then they made the image of God. He's talking about people who are idolaters, who are these are not atheists in the passage. These are people who are worshiping false gods and gods that are not God. So it is absolutely ripped out of context in order to clobber an atheist over the head. I had to come to grips with that, with my own deconstruction that happened over the course of 10 years or so, brutal deconstruction. And I used to believe, all these atheists are just, suppressing or holding the truth in unrighteousness, until it hit me myself. Anyway, so I was able to gain my faith back, but I was not able to gain that clobber verse back the way I used to understand it.
Interesting.
Yes. So Romans 1, it also says, I don't have it in front of me, so it's not going to be verbatim, but basically to the effect of, for what can be known about God has been made clear to them, so they're without excuse. So it's basically telling me, it's clear to me I'm not an atheist, or you're interpreting it different, right? But when it's presented that way to us, and I'm not a biblical scholar, I'm not sure. You have your interpretation, and you're not pretending to read my mind, and I'm cool with that. But when I'll just say this in general, when apologists, go down that road, it is literally the worst possible apologetics you can do. And the reason being is because we all have access to our own mind, and we all have our own life experience. So when you're talking to somebody who wasn't obstinate, didn't want to sin, wasn't rebelling, didn't have a hardened heart, wasn't being prideful, they just sincerely stopped believing, or they just sincerely never believed, and it's honest disbelief, and you're trying to tell them, no, that's not true. They're the only ones who can actually know for a fact that what you're saying is untrue and that Romans 1 is factually wrong. So you're putting yourself in a pretty bad position when you go down the Romans 1, counter atheism, you're lying about your belief state, like sort of realm.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
That's what I started with. I only had a few minutes to talk to you last time I was on here, but I had a little more time to be able to talk to you if you wanted to grill me a little bit more on where this goes from here. I actually have a few minutes to be able to talk about it at this point.
Well, yeah. So then let's get into the meat of it. Then is you obviously sound like you have a more considered and slightly more nuanced, dare I say, interpretation of this stuff. How do you reconcile the requirement of belief for the avoidance of punishment?
Well, every time I see punishment, every time I see judgment, I see surprise on behalf of the people who are being judged, right? The people who think they're getting in or not getting in, and the people who don't think they're getting in are getting in, right? The passage where it says, Lord, when did we do these things? And he says, anytime you did it for the least of my brethren, you did it to me. And he's letting people in who were surprised. So, and the Pharisees in the New Testament are surprised that they're being judged poorly because they thought that they were just fine. The idea is God knows your heart. Like Sean said, a tremendous statement. He is the only person that knows what he believes. I would say that's absolutely true, except if the Bible is right. There's one other that knows what is in your heart, and that is God. So the Bible says that God is going to judge the motives of our heart, not what we say, not what we, profess, not what we, all that stuff. It's going to be God who judges what is actually your experience.
So can we pause there for a moment? So John 3:18 doesn't talk about judging motives. It talks about evaluating belief. So it says, those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already because they've not believed in the name of the only Son of God. So there's nothing there about judging motives. It just makes belief the precondition. So are you suggesting that there's some extra process of evaluation that happens which is not sufficiently captured here?
Yes. So, it's definitely something that you have to get the whole book and not just, something, one individual piece pulled out of it. I would say Romans 3 is really interesting there and sheds some light on that, because it says that where there's no knowledge of the law, sin is not imputed. So it shows that there are cases where sin is not being laid on someone's account because they just did not know. And that to me opens a door to say, have you ever heard of the idea of the age of accountability?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So how do you understand the age of accountability, just so I can make sure we're on the same page?
That there's an age below which you're not held morally accountable for your actions, which is why you wouldn't say you send a child, convict a child, or send a child to hell for non-belief, because they haven't reached a point of being able to be meaningfully morally accountable for their actions.
Yes. So that's a strong Christian belief. And I would say, so I have a sister who's mentally handicapped, and she's older than I am, and she has never reached the age of accountability. She does not understand. She doesn't understand sin, and she doesn't understand God. And so I think that we have to look at that. God is a righteous judge, according to the Bible. God is presented as a righteous judge. And if he is looking at your heart and judging your heart and seeing that you are truly not accountable for your belief or lack of belief, he is not going to judge you if he cannot hold you accountable for this. So you're only going to be judged by your belief if you had everything that you truly needed to believe and you rejected it out of sin and out of rejection, and not out of some lack of accountability.
And who's the arbiter of whether you had everything you needed for belief? Because some people would look at someone like me. I spent decades examining religion as a general concept, and more specifically at times Christianity. I spend more time reading the Bible than most believers I come across. Arguably, I have had everything I need, and I'm now fully not immune to any claims of, I didn't have enough information. Does that make me more morally accountable because I took the time to really look into it and be honest, or less morally accountable because I took the time to really look into it and be honest?
It's God who's the arbiter of that. It is God who is going to judge. Did you reject because you were rejecting in sin, or because you just wanted to turn away from God, or did you reject because you honestly, truly said this is not real? I mean,
there's only one possibility there. So you can't choose whether or not you find something persuasive. Either you do or you don't. So I can't be presented with what's in my eyes undeniable evidence of something and then just decide not to find it convincing for whatever ulterior motive. Like, beliefs don't work that way.
I'm with you on that. That's exactly saying what I'm saying there. I think.
Yeah. So anytime for anyone who truly, now, granted, there's another category. Someone could believe, but then just pretend not to believe. So we'll set them aside because they're not actually atheists. But anyone who's actually an atheist is an atheist because they have not found any of the evidence persuasive. That can be the only reason somebody is actually an atheist. Because if they found the evidence persuasive, then belief would be inevitable. They would have no choice but to believe.
I would say there's motivated unbelief. There's things that we don't believe because we don't want to believe it.
I mean, there's motivated reasoning. There's a combination in your mind, because your mind spits out perceptions of reality, and we call those things beliefs. And there is some different people's minds work in different ways. There's priors, there's biases, there's how sound is their epistemology, and then there's also an emotional aspect of it too. But even that part is involuntary. Like politics. Okay. Oh, let me give you another example. Sorry. If you go to a sports bar, like I'm a 49ers fan, and we're playing the Cowboys, so you got all these people wearing blue, all these other people saying, wearing red. A flag is thrown, unnecessary roughness. People are going to be biased toward their own team as to whether it was a good call or bad call. But even that isn't something they're choosing to do. It's just our brains are perception machines, and then that prior motivated reasoning skews our perception. I've found myself doing it, like siding more with my team over than the other team, but it's not something we're just choosing to do.
Yeah. And some people know about motivational bias and some people do not. And I think that is something that God takes. If God is a righteous judge, we would expect a judge on earth, just like John said, you would not expect a judge to slam the gavel down on a 3-year-old because the judge is more intellectually honest than that. We would expect God to be just as good or better than any judge here on earth. So he would be able to take all of those things into account and make a righteous judgment.
Why doesn't God just make it so everybody on the planet knows he exists and what the right religion is and what his rules are?
That's a why question. I couldn't begin to say why God does the things that he does.
Yeah, I mean, just doesn't it make sense? Like, if he wants a relationship with everyone, if I had a long lost son that didn't know I exist, say his mom told him, "Oh, sorry, your father passed away." He doesn't know I exist, and I've never met him, and I found out about it. Like, if I want a relationship with him, the first thing I'm going to do is say, let him know I exist. And then he has the free will to decide if he wants a relationship with me. But if he doesn't know or doesn't believe that I actually exist, he can't choose to have a relationship with me, right?
Right. But I mean, Sean, I would say that the people who do not believe in God is a tiny minority of the worldwide population. I mean, over 90% of people in the world have some type of belief in God. So God is doing something right to reveal himself to the vast majority of the world. And I would say
Is Jesus God?
The people who are not believing is a small minority that I believe God will judge according to their heart, a righteous judgment.
Is Jesus God?
Yes.
So most of the world either believes in no gods or the wrong God, or the wrong gods plural, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how good of a job is he doing? And let's say 95% of the planet are Christians. If God is all powerful, why wouldn't it be 100?
Right. Well, okay. So that's a very, very, very sharp question. So I'll just bring some Bible into this. The book of Job is a great example of this because Job did not believe in Christ. He was here long before the Bible and long before Christ. But God said that he feared God. Even in the New Testament, Acts chapter 10, God speaks very, very highly of a man named Cornelius, and he said that he feared God and that he was a good man, he said. And he actually sent him the gospel as a result of this.
So
but that shows that before Cornelius even knew who Jesus Christ was or who the God of the Israelites was, he was Roman, he was not a Jewish man. God still looked on his heart that was turned towards that understanding of God. And when he acted upon the light that he had, that's what I see over and over in the Bible. People who are acting on the light that they have.
Okay, so people who are born. Okay, so the people who he doesn't show himself to are just not. Are what? The reason he doesn't show himself to them is what's the reason?
Well, he does. What I'm saying is that the vast majority of people have some type of light of God, and God will judge them according to how they reacted to that light, including you, including John, who do not have a belief in God. He is going to judge you according to the light that you have and how you honestly in your heart, not how I think you did it, not how your previous guest thinks is in your heart, but what he knows you're reacting to the light that you have.
So is whether I'm convinced God exists irrelevant as to whether or not I get into heaven or hell or what happens to me in the afterlife?
It's not that it's not some type of intellectual assent, like people say, checklist. Yes, no, you believe. No, you didn't believe.
No, it's having a relationship with Jesus, right?
Well, having a relationship with Jesus is more than just heaven and hell. That is something that.
No, I got you. But getting into heaven and hell is all downstream. If you don't have intellectual assent that Jesus exists and is God, then all the other things that get you into heaven come downstream from that. So you're saying it's not intellectual assent, but intellectual assent is the very first starting point that absolutely must happen, right?
It's a necessary requirement because you can't do those other bits without it.
Oh, well, then I might as well just be an atheist because being an atheist has no bearing. Being an atheist or a theist has no bearing on whether I get into heaven.
That's not what I'm saying either.
Okay, then if it matters, then why doesn't God show himself to me or convince me in some way that he exists? It either matters or it doesn't. If it doesn't matter, cool. If it does matter, why doesn't he make it so I and everyone knows he exists and what the right God is? Because most of the world either believes in the wrong God or no gods.
Right. Okay, so let me kind of unwind my position here, or unpack the position here.
Okay.
So I believe that God judges us based on our hearts and based on how we reacted to the light, how we responded to the light that we have. Everybody has a different measure of light. People in India have never heard of Jesus.
What do you mean by light? Like, can you describe that without using poetic language or metaphoric language? What do you mean by light?
Understanding God and good and what God wants you to do, moving towards him, moving towards goodness.
So he's going to judge us by our understanding of God and good.
Yes, by what we received and what we did with what we received. It is a perfect judgment on our reaction to the information and the light that we actually had.
What do you mean by what we received?
So the Bible, I'll give you a verse. It says, A man is not judged by that he hath not, but that he has.
Okay, yeah, I'm not worried about the verse. So when you say by what we receive, do you mean like, so for example, somebody says, I have this really good argument for God. Is that something that as an example of something I received and what I do with it?
Yes and no, because.
What do you mean by received?
So when Jesus Christ showed up on earth, he said that he was the express image of God, or the perfect representation of God. And he said, if I'm lifted up, I will draw all men to me. So the idea is we all have this different light, or this different understanding of God. But Jesus Christ, when you see him, you have the strongest pull. You have the strongest draw.
That's not helping. I'm sorry, but that's not helping me. When you say it depends on what you received and your understanding of God, what do you received? What, like evidence for God? Like, what do you mean by receive? Like, what I received? What's it? Go ahead.
If I talk to you about Jesus Christ,
right,
and you in your heart cannot get there. And God sees your heart and knows that you tried everything that was in your power to get there and you could not get there. He will judge you righteously according to your good judgment. If God sees that you rejected it because you did not want to give something up in order to accept it, give up some evil, some evil that you were doing, some bad that you had that you wanted to hold on to. If he sees that, then he will judge you according to that. But if he sees righteous, pure motives, and then he will judge you according to what you have.
So anyone who's anyone who's honestly just unconvinced that God exists is like just as likely to get into heaven as a Christian.
Just as likely as can you tell me what you mean? As long as they have good motives, as long as they've lived by good motives.
Yeah. So basically, somebody who's not trying to, an atheist who's just genuinely unconvinced. They're not like, oh, I really know, but I'm going to pretend because no. Someone who's just genuinely wants to know the truth, is trying to ascertain the truth. Sincerely is just unconvinced, has heard all the arguments or what have you, is just as likely as a Christian to get into heaven. Like, it has no bearing on whether they get into heaven. Their non-belief has no effect on them.
And not only are they just as likely, but in that precise scenario that you just put out, you said, let me and correct me if I'm wrong here. What I heard was an atheist who honestly cannot get there, has really looked at the motivations of their own heart to make sure that they are not, they don't have some type of deep motivation to say no. If they have honestly assessed those motivations, God will look at those motivations and will judge you according to those motivations and what you did. There are many people who claim the name of Christianity who do not have the right motivations. That's why I'm saying the judgment will be surprising, because God is judging our heart, not just what comes out of our mouth.
Wesley, before we tie this up, I just wanted to sort of chuck a slight monkey wrench in here then. So in terms of judging good motivations, do you think that God would approve if somebody's motivations were an aversion to unnecessary suffering? Would that be considered a good motivation?
Can you give me a little bit more on that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so like what I'm trying to get at is, if you have a person and that person lives their life profoundly motivated by a hatred and a really visceral intolerance of seeing other people suffer, would God look on that person as having, with respect to this one behavior, a good motivation?
Sure. I mean, that's definitely a righteous.
It seems right. Yeah. So if that inclination of that person then caused them to look at a text which seems completely indifferent to the suffering of others, venerates collective punishment, includes lots of descriptions of situations where people are made to suffer apparently on a very wanton or capricious basis, and as a result of looking at that inclination they have of being righteously, as you said, against the suffering of others, causes them to turn away from the text because they find it morally reprehensible against those intuitions that they have, would that suddenly be inverted then? Would God suddenly look at that and say, well, when you use your intuitions against suffering to, donate to people who in need, that's good. But when those same human intuitions, those same circuitries of compassion and empathy cause you to react against a text like the Bible, which is morally brutal, would that suddenly no longer be good?
Okay, I think I understand. So let me get through the answer to this, because the first half of my answer is going to sound different than the whole answer. Okay.
And just as a heads up, we've got
yes.
Vizbot has been waiting ages, and I promised Vizbot that we won't keep them waiting too long. So I'll let you land your plane on this, and then we'll draw a line.
This is a big topic. Do you want me to just come back later and we can talk about the Old Testament atrocities and things?
Do that. Let's do that rather than crowbar it in here. And the thing I hope I sufficiently worded my question. What I'm asking is if we can agree that certain human behaviors are pleasant in the eyes of God, like being motivated by compassion and empathy and a turning away from the suffering of others and being upset by it, if those same virtues are the things that lead someone to reject something like Christianity, which seems to venerate the suffering of others, how would that be evaluated morally? And that's something we can talk about when you come back next.
Yeah,
we're back up on Tuesday. Where are we today? Tuesday, Thursday night. Thursday night is our next stream. So if you want to come back in, we're happy to talk to you.
And let me just say, and thank you for the time. Let me just say this before I leave here. I don't want to give the impression that I think, well, everybody's fine, everybody's whatever. The Bible is clear that we have to be honest with ourselves about how we're responding and why. Because if the Bible is true, God does know our heart, and he does know the motives of why we accepted or why we didn't.
That actually gives me
cuts both ways.
But that actually is a good thing. That's why I ignore it when people come and tell me I'm going to hell and this or that. I think they're full of it, because I know that if there is an all-knowing God, that all-knowing God would know that if I've done nothing else in my life, I've been intellectually honest about this stuff and I've engaged with it openly. I just haven't found any of it remotely persuasive. So that's why I sleep well at night, because if there is a God, he's not going to punish me. If there's a good God, I'm not going to get punished for that. If there's an evil God, I might be in trouble, but then we might all be.
Very good talking to you. I appreciate it. I will jump off. Thanks.
Take care, man. Thanks. Okay, as promised, Vizbot has been waiting for a very long time. We're going to bring them in right now, and then we have Tony after that.
Hello, sir.
Hey, Vizbot, how are you?
I'm great, thanks. I was looking at your prompts there. I don't see anything that indicates that you only wanted to speak to opposition. If that's the case, I apologize. I'll just be really brief.
No, not at all. We have a healthy deconstruction community here. We speak to all sorts of people.
Oh, excellent. That's great. I also wanted to say, I see that you have a book. I haven't read your book, but I really intend to. It was pretty refreshing hearing you discuss this topic. I've been to a lot of other lives and watched a lot of other people have this discourse, and a lot of times it kind of devolves into something a little, less respectful or throwing attacks at other people. You seem to really have considered a lot of these topics for a long time. You make pretty salient points. And you never seem to be disrespectful of your guests, so I really do appreciate that.
Thank you.
One thing that I wanted to mention specifically, when you were talking about, I've listened to the last two guests, and there was a lot of focus on whether you can choose what you believe, and that really resonated with me. My path as a very, very young person, I would say I was exposed to the Christian faith. But I found it very difficult to believe what I was being told, even as a small child. I noticed a few things. One, I was lucky enough to grow up in an area where I was surrounded by a lot of intellectuals in an academic environment, and I did notice a correlation between I'm not going to put that much stock into IQ, but let's just say amount of education or academic involvement and lack of belief in the monotheistic religions.
Yeah.
Which, you know, for me as a kid, anecdotally, I was like, well, that's interesting that the people that I think are the most brilliant or consistently impress me with their ability to understand things also seem to be the ones that are less convinced by this religious narrative.
Yeah.
And the thing that stuck out to me, and this has always been very powerful since I was a child, was if you listen to believers, in literally both of your last two guests, I think maybe the one even before that, use the phrase "the Bible says," which I always found really curious because, you know, nobody else refers to a book like that. You know, nobody says, you know, this says or that says, unless it's a religious text. And as I interrogated people that were believers, I found it very confusing or disheartening that most of them couldn't tell me when the Bible was written or by whom with any really, you know, strong detail. Like that, I did later actually, you know, meet people at seminary schools and talk to them. And there are religious scholars who know these things, but I would say your average believer wouldn't even, in my experience, wasn't even able to tell me, you know, give me a range of 50 years in which you think that, you know, these chapters of the Bible were written. What languages were they written in? Do you speak those languages, or are you relying on a translation that sometimes from two different languages, sometimes maybe something from Greek to Latin to English? Do you speak any of those languages? Do you speak Aramaic or Hebrew? And then I would speak to somebody who, let's say, is bilingual, anybody who speaks more than one language. If you ask them, hey, let's say you speak Spanish and English, are there things that exist in the Spanish language that don't exactly translate to English? Like, are there phrases or idioms or, you know, cliches or these ideas that you can say, well, it kind of would mean this in English, but there really isn't any English word for this thing that exists in Spanish? And I would have that conversation with them, and they'd be like, yeah, oh yeah, there are tons of things like that where you can say, well, this literally translated would mean X, but that's not really, you know, there's not a really English version of what this is in Spanish. And then I would say, well, if you've experienced that, surely you would think that perhaps that might have happened in a text written, you know, 2,000 years ago in a language that you don't speak. Maybe there are things that don't even translate directly for that. So all of that is just, it seemed odd to me to assign all of this truth, veracity, or ultimate say to a thing where you don't even know the author. Yeah. And you don't speak the language it was written in, but you're going to say, oh, the Bible says this. It just seems like that was a pretty difficult thing. And when we go to your topic here of choosing what they believe, I actually feel like I might be a happier person if I believed in a all-powerful, nice Christian God that was in control of everything. But I really can't see how you could convince me with all of those things being the case. You know, like if you ask me what's more likely, that people created this thing in order to explain the gaps, kind of like the God of the gaps that they had in their understanding of the world around them, and they created this comforting thing. I could go, I'm getting a little long-winded here, but I also think the monotheism was kind of helpful from a civilization standpoint to galvanize larger groups of people together. Going from like smaller tribal communities to a bigger civilization, it kind of helps to have these moral whatevers.
That may be true.
But it's very difficult for me to believe that the more likely thing is that there is this, you know, all-powerful being who spread out his message over thousands of years in different languages and translated, and then also the smarter people in the world tend not to believe it. I mean, that's...
Yeah, you definitely put your finger on something in terms of the misplaced confidence put in this collection of texts assembled over, you know, many centuries by people in a pre-scientific era, highly superstitious. You're absolutely right to point out across lots of different languages, with lots of different copying and translations and copies of copies and all of that stuff. I guess what happens is that people don't place their faith in this purely on the merits of the text itself. The faith and confidence comes from the link between religious affiliation and identity and belonging. And we have such a strong instinct to belong to an in-group. It's baked into us for many thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. If you're not in an in-group, you're in danger, right? The quickest way to get yourself a shortened lifespan is to not have the protection of the crowd around you, not to have the protection of peers and be part of a collective. And so what the Bible does, or what all religions do, not just the Bible, is give people a way to feel like part of something. And I think that it's that sense of clinging on and of confidence and safety in the being part of something is then being transposed artificially onto the book, and the book is benefiting from all the confidence of the group without having earned any of it. And so I think that's how I account for, because you expressed it beautifully. It's like when you start looking at it, all the linguistic problems, all the translation problems, and bits where the Hebrew was translated into Greek, and then the Hebrew Old Testament was translated into Septuagint, and then the New Testament verses were written based on a reading of the Greek translations of the Hebrew, thereby misunderstanding the original intent. It starts to fall apart pretty quickly once you apply any kind of critical analysis to it, which is why the most common reason people give for having left the faith is they read the book. They read it, they looked into it, they studied it. People study this stuff and they realize it doesn't hold together. So I think you're definitely onto something there. So that's my theory of why that happens. And in terms of, a belief making one feel better, of wanting something to be true, it could be true that life is immeasurably better for you if you become a Christian. I certainly know people whose lives have been turned around by finding faith, and they've got out of bad situations they were in, and they found community and collective and culture and common purpose and all of that stuff. I wouldn't take that away from them, but none of that speaks at all, of course, as to whether any of it's true. It could all be the biggest pile of BS in the world and still deliver all of those benefits of being part of something. So that's how I think about it.
That's it's good to hear that. That actually makes a lot of sense. I'll have to think about that myself too. That does seem to be a pretty valid explanation. I would also say that it does seem to, if nothing else, that those beliefs tend to kind of offload some of the concerns that one might have in the world. That you can just, I guess, your mind can only pay attention to so many things, and if you can just move a whole category of things into, oh, that's, God has that under control, or this is just God or whatever, and then I don't have to think about it or spend mental resources.
It definitely does that, and it contextualizes suffering and problems, because don't worry, everything's going to be fine in the end. Don't worry, however terrible your life is now, something better is waiting for you later. And okay, that might bring comfort to lots of people, especially bereaved people. I'm not without compassion about this. I do get it, but I think we have to honestly negotiate with the dark side of this stuff as well, and how it hurts people, and how this idea, this threat hanging over, that if you're not persuaded of the right things, not only are you going to be punished, but it's right that you deserve it, you're bad, this is a moral failure. I think that is one of the most toxic ideas we've ever created, and I'm never ever going to get tired of pushing back against it.
Right, I agree wholeheartedly, and the thing that you just said about the belonging to a group is actually very powerful, because I've kind of been curious that it's been a little strange to me that let's say the two biggest monotheistic religions tend to be somewhat at odds with each other, when to me what they're saying is incredibly similar. I feel like they have very similar messages overall, and their belief system is pretty similar. I guess if anything, if I were going to be generous, I'd say that one of their books at least would be easier for me to believe in than the other one, given that it was supposedly written by one person and you're not allowed to change the letters in it and all that. But either way, the fact that there has been so much conflict, and there's so much, us versus them about it, initially when I was younger did not make a lot of sense to me, because it seemed to me like, well, both of you are agreeing on like 90% of what you're talking about here. Why would that be your enemy? You both believe in one supreme being that says love everybody. So why would you be fighting against each other? But
tribalism.
Yeah, your point that it's a tribalism thing, it's a in-group versus out-group thing.
Absolutely.
Makes a lot of sense there. So,
Yeah.
okay, well, thank you for
Cool, man.
the time here. I'm definitely going to read your book, and maybe I'll come back up here when I have comments
On that,
about the book.
the book is available to pre-order everywhere, but it's not out until November, so we still have a little bit of a wait on the book. But yeah, of course, you can find it on all the places, and that would be super helpful and supportive. So thank you very much.
Great.
Okay.
Well, have a great day, sir.
Thanks, Fizbot. You too. Thanks. Okay. We are going to get in Tony next, and then we have Willie B after that. Hey, Tony.
Hi, how you doing today?
Very well. How are you?
Pretty good. I enjoyed your last couple of guests. The thought occurred to me that I don't think the threat of hell is what really motivates believers as much as people think it does. Or I think we'd see a lot more better behavior. What I really think it is stems from the human ego. We see the whole world with through our own senses. We do only through some empathy do we actually can view what other people may be feeling, but even that's imperfect. And so we develop this whole sense of self, ego, if you want to call it that becomes of primary importance. I think most psychological issues arise from how people deal with that. And I think it's the hook, I think, that religion often has, the ones at least that have either enlightenment or heaven or something of that nature, which most of them do, I believe, is that people don't want to give that up. That the sense of being able to survive death and continue your ego into a different plane is what really people may be born into the religion and indoctrinated, and the group is a big part of that. But I think what keeps them in is this myth of another plane that they can hope for. And I think, and I don't fault people for wanting that hope, but I don't think they need it, but I don't fault them because it's such a powerful pull.
I think you'd find, Tony, that there's lots of different reasons why people believe, and some people are absolutely terrified of hell, especially if they've been threatened with it from childhood. Those childhood experiences of being terrified by hell can stay with people their whole lives, even after they lose the belief at all. I certainly have people in the community here who are non-believers now. They don't believe at all, but they still feel anxious about hell. They still have nightmares. They still are traumatized by it. So I don't think that we should be too quick to discount how pervasive and long-term the damage of those kind of ideas can be, whilst also realizing that there are other people who are more motivated by the carrot end of the equation rather than the stick end, and like the idea of their continued existence, feel anxious about the fact that it may not be permanent, and are motivated towards belief by that kind of thing. I think you're going to find lots of different people have got lots of different reasons. But in terms of saying you think that if people were scared of hell, they would behave better, don't forget that Christianity creates a permission structure for you to behave as badly as you want, including being a serial killer or a perpetuator of genocide. And as long as you get right with Jesus before the end, you're good to go. So I think that this is also a fairly damaging idea, because it essentially gives people permission to not behave morally and think it's all going to be fine. The focus of consequences shifts away from their impact on other people in the world and shifts towards what steps they might be able to take to insulate themselves later. And I don't think that's a socially healthy thing. And I think we need to engage with that honestly.
I want to touch on the power of the hell threat. So I don't think, and this is personal anecdotal life experience, but I don't think that many people at all begin believing in Christianity because of the threat of hell. But what does happen, and what I experienced, is once you already believe, because people can believe things and then have moments where they're reassessing, like, is what I'm believing is true, this and that, or what have you. The threat of hell is like a thought stopper. So if I, like, when doubts would creep in, and it happened to me at a very young age, I would stop myself, like, that's the devil talking to me. I don't want to go to hell. I'm not going to actually stop and honestly contemplate this. I'm going to shut it out of my mind and think about other things, because I don't want to go to hell for thinking about or starting to doubt if God really exists. I agree. Most people aren't believing because of hell. That's not why they start believing, but it absolutely is a very powerful, like, fear shackles for the mind. They're a thought stopper. Don't even contemplate if you could be wrong, because hell. And so don't underestimate the power of the hell threat.
Kind of like how apostasy can be such a terrible offense.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And in both Abraham, in Islam and Christianity, like apostasy is, or blasphemy, like those are like the worst of offenses, more so than like child harm or anything, of that nature. That's like the worst offense of all, is to insult God or to doubt God. Like non-belief is like the greatest crime, and it's a thought stopper.
Well, and I was influenced early on in my searching. When I was in my early 40s, I said, what is this stuff? Because I was raised Catholic, and I was a member of the Catholic Church in the hierarchy to some extent. But I always had questions about it, so I thought I'd do a deep dive. Read most of the religious books, translations at least, and stuff. And what kind of set me over was a couple of readings I did. One was called The War of God Against the Gods. I forget who the author was. But they spoke about how things didn't really get to be disruptive until pantheism became an enemy of monotheism, because monotheism would not broke any other gods. The other influences I had were Bart Ehrman and some of his books.
That's great.
And I really enjoyed misquoting Jesus, his book, and then of course the Book of Job you wrote and examined. But what I thought was interesting was his deconstruction from being an evangelical, graduating from Bible colleges, etc., into the realm of scientific textual criticism. And where he ultimately came to the conclusion is, if God couldn't create a book that can't be misquoted, then why should I even believe in a God? Yeah. And I thought that was an interesting take. So I've been an atheist and quite outspoken atheist, even though I know it is not, it's something that's dangerous to do, unfortunately, in our society, at least in the one I'm surviving in. So thank you for your conversations. I enjoy them very much.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming up to give us your input. Appreciate it too. Thanks, man. Okie dokie. We are going to get Willie B in next. Hey, Willie.
How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good.
I just wanted to speak on the whole cognitive part of religion.
Yeah.
You human beings have been, how should I say it? In one form or another, they've always looked up to something else. Religions are of their time. Whether it's 10,000 years ago in India, was it the Devi? I think it was. You've got the Devi stone out there. You've got animism from before that. You've got Christianity from 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
I think we, as human beings, as creatures, the one thing we've always had to deal with is the most natural thing in life, which is that nothing that ever lives will be here beyond a certain point.
Yeah.
And we've needed something to kind of fill that void of nothingness, of something we cannot possibly understand. So religion itself, I personally believe, is man-made of its time, catering to a certain system of a time. We used to have laws based purely on religion in different areas of the world. Now, I think human beings are more intelligent than we ever have been. And that education and intelligence is leading to the replacement of religion in many respects. I don't necessarily disagree with religion being a bad thing. I think that people need something to follow. I think it brings comfort to a lot of people. I think it can bring positivity to people. And I think a couple of hours ago you mentioned Darren Brown.
Yeah.
And what the human brain is capable of doing. There is a connection between brain and body with humans, and I think that positivity, having something comforting, having something positive in your life, regardless of whether or not you've put a lot of particular thought into it, can bring a certain level of well-being. I don't believe that any religion is inherently evil. I just believe that they're written of their time to be better than the last thing they had at that time, for specific groups in specific areas of the world. I think Christianity came about from people who were disenfranchised with Judaism. It's something that I think that now education is replacing slowly.
It is. I mean, Willie, if someone's going to make an argument to say that there are no positive aspects to religious life at all, I would counter that, right? I absolutely grant that there are people whose lives, I said it earlier, I said not that long ago, there are people whose lives are transformed and turned around by finding religion, and it gives them a focus. But what we often find when we look at those people is that the actual benefit they got didn't really come from the religion. It came with the things that come with the religion. It came with being part of community. It came with being validated by others. It came with having a sense of purpose. And those are all things you can get without the woo-woo bullshit that comes with religion. So it's better for us to just aim higher. Let's be more aspirational. And let's say, let's take all the good things about religion, community, being collective, mutually supporting each other, and let's not buy into the idea that religions have a monopoly on those things, because they really don't. They can be found elsewhere.
I believe you can, but I believe that takes generations, because you're trying to unindoctrinate, if you like. I think it comes with education of people. It comes, it's not something that can just happen overnight. Say, oh, we've got the answer. This is better for you.
Yep.
People will choose not to join that club because they're
I
already in
agree.
the club.
I agree with you. It takes time, and that's why we do this, is to try to usher it in. Let's bring it around quicker. Let's whip that horse and get there sooner, because we can do better, and we can do better than belief systems that other people and hurt people and lie to children and subvert education and corrupt politics and all of that stuff. I just think we can do better. So
I mean, what I say, like, of their time as well. I mean, the latest religion that was created of its time, if you like, was Scientology. People will say, okay, well, we've got science involved now. Here we go. We're going to give you a new belief system.
They put science in the word. In the title. I don't think there's any science involved in the actual thing itself. But Willie, you're going to move on.
I've not tried talking to tomatoes yet, I have to admit. But
yeah, thanks for coming up to speak. I appreciate that, and have a good rest of your day.
No worries. Cheers, John.
Cheers, Willie. Thank you. Bye. Okay, got a couple of messages to read out. We've got Tim comes in with, it's funny that dowsing rods mostly work in the woods next to sources of water where groundwater would be saturated. Yeah, funny that, isn't it? Can't imagine why. It's so funny though when you see people with their dowsing rods and they're walking around and they're just swinging around the place. It's hilarious. I see that it's just Monty Python as far as I'm concerned. Completely ludicrous. Usmont George says, Christians, how many converts per SA defense? Ooh, that's harsh, but probably fair. That's probably fair, especially in the Catholic Church. That is,
we get them a lot.
Unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable. Horrendous. There will never be a proper accounting for that scandal. Never. Tim again. Thank you, Tim. Call her if I unlived your. Call her if I unlived your parents, friends, children, dog, and cat. How long would it take you to find me sexy? Oh right, yeah. This was the guy, the idiot before, who was talking about slaughtering everybody's family and then taking them back to their house, and giving her 4 weeks to get it on, to want to get it on with him. Madness. What is wrong with people? That is just shocking to me. That verse in Deuteronomy. When I first read that, I was like, how can anyone hold this book under their arm without a sense of shame? That verse alone. Take out all the rest. That verse alone.
Not only that, but you improved her life by doing all that. Right. That's an improvement to her life. So therefore, unaliving her whole family and doing that to her, everything is good because it improves her life.
And his argument was, prove you didn't.
Yeah.
I've heard more sophisticated arguments from mushrooms. Unbelievable. Oceanus, nice to see you. Caller, you are pretending. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I read the super chats out and it's gone on a bit and we have to figure out what it was about. So forgive me for the delay. You're pretending and adding things to the Bible. We all know who this is about though, don't we? Adding things to the Bible that aren't actually there. Engage with your own material. That's exactly right. That's what I was trying to say to him. He was just fantasizing. He was just inventing stuff and then using the stuff he'd invented in his own imagination to serve as a justification for that absolutely horrific text. Absolutely scandalous. Tim said, I was at communion and they gave me the Jeez-It and a shot of wine and I thought this could do with a bit of cheese. They are really bland, apparently. I've never had one. But I gather those wafer things are like super bland. They could do with
and often stale and dry. Right,
yeah. Well, you got to have that baseline of suffering in the experience somewhere, so you can get it in with some staleness with your special Jeez-Its. I love that. I mean, would a little crack of black pepper really hurt you that badly? I wonder. Tim's on fire today. Thank you, Tim. There are only 2 atheist commandments. 1, above else, don't be a dick. Agreed. 2, take no shit. All calls fall between these things. I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair. Reasonable and good. Good ethics. See how easy it is to improve on the ethics of the Bible. The Bible ethics are rubbish. Anyone could improve on them in seconds. And Oceanus says again, John, do you have a Discord server? I don't have a Discord server. I've been thinking about doing that. I've also been building a website in the background. yeah, I'm trying to decide what to do. Maybe I'm going to put a vote out to you guys at some point, and you can tell me what you want me to do. So at the moment, my website is unconvincedbook.com, and it's all just about the book. But it occurred to me at some point it might be nicer to broaden it. And so I bought a domain, which is just theunconvinced.com. And I thought to make a bit of a collective thing and start building a website which can be basically an archive of some materials, some writing, some essays, get stuff from other people. Then I had this idea of having a bit of a forum and being able to put together religious trauma therapists with people. I've got this whole idea in my head of how I could build this website into something that could be really worthwhile. And then I thought, is that too big a lift? Is it better to just get a Discord server where the infrastructure's all there and create that? So perhaps I might put a little vote out at some point to all of you guys. You tell me what you think I should do. I'm definitely going to do something. Definitely going to build something and make something. I'm also really aware that, you know, Justin's Deconstruction Junction is a really happening thing with massive numbers of people, and don't necessarily want to be competing and stuff. So I don't know what's going to fit in best. What's going to serve the community best? What do people want? I don't know. We'll think about it.
I'll give you some ideas later.
Take advice. Great. Yeah, I'm happy to take ideas from anyone. But yeah, thanks for asking. No Discord server right now, but potentially on the cards. And again, from Oceanus, my religion provides answers for every why question you can ever ask. Don't ask me why questions about my God. How dare you? Right. That is it, really. It's there's always a retreat to God knows better, mysterious ways.
Yeah.
And that ridiculous tension between you can't know the mind of God, you can't understand God. Our minds to God are like an ant's mind to us, all of that stuff. And yet here's a list of specific things I'm going to tell you God requires and thinks and wants and needs and says. You often say that, don't you, Sean? Like
you can't judge your God's you can't judge God morally with your flawed human morality. And by the way, God is perfectly good. So
right, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, the judgment works fine in one direction, but
yeah,
not the
it
other.
works. You can judge as long as you're saying nice things about God. You can judge him all you want. But if you perceive things to be awful, you can't use your flawed human understanding. It goes both ways, buddy.
Yeah. So Pretty Boy Flack in the YouTube chat has said that I won't let him up to speak to us. We're literally waiting right now. The queue is empty. If you literally just paste the link into your browser and come on in, we will be speaking in 5 seconds, and we're really, really happy to do it. There's the link again in case you need it. Come talk to us. And if you don't want to, that's absolutely fine. But then just say, I'd rather not, or whatever. But don't put it on me if you don't want to come up. You got an open invitation. The carpet is red and rolled out for you. We're right here and waiting and ready and willing. Punta del Este, nice to see you. Says religion is legalized insanity. It is. I think it is. It's legitimized sort of group mental illness in some ways. There are things that religious people say that if people said individually, there would be mental health interventions. But because they're said as collective groups, somehow there's a legitimacy through the numbers. And that doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, I do want to. I'm sure you're being tongue in cheek, but I want to make it clear we're not saying religion literally is a mental illness.
Of course not. And that, thank you for correcting me there.
People will construe that as like, how dare you? Or like, no, religion is not a mental illness in the literal sense.
Absolutely, and of course there are lots of people who have perfect mental health who are religious. It's not saying that. Yeah. It's more that when you look at the claims in isolation, they're legitimized through the collective. They're legitimized through the fact that they have become traditions, and that they've got a literary tradition around them and people writing about them. And well, Aquinas wrote about this, so there must be something to it. Whereas if someone just said even less wacky things in everyday life and insisted that they really meant it, there would be people who were concerned. If I tell you that I'm having conversations with my old school friend who died a few years ago, but he and I are in regular conversation, that's a moment for people who care about me to become concerned. But if I tell you I'm having regular conversations with an itinerant rabbi from the Middle East from 2,000 years ago, then that's absolutely fine and it's completely respectable. And there is a double standard there, and
Yeah.
I don't think we should shy away from it, even as we carefully qualify it, as Sean did there. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Sean. Yeah, absolutely. And then I think, Oceanus also said comfort is fine. So this is the idea that that I think Willie was saying before about let people have, people have their beliefs, they need their thing, and what harm is it doing, or stuff like that. Comfort is fine, but should not be at the expense of others, and that's the point. It so often is. That is the issue with the comfort of religion. Right, when your comfort tells me I deserve to burn in hell, then we have something to talk about. Then we have something to discuss.
Yeah, and also, if you want to live by your religion, as long as you're not hurting anyone else, I think you should. You should have all the religious freedom in the world. But the minute you start demanding that other people must be forced to live by your religion, now we have a problem. It should be enough that you can live by your religious values to the fullest extent, and even indoctrinate your own children. Even though I may disagree with teaching them about hell, I may think that's horrible. I'm not for the government mandating what you could teach children about religion. Live your own life, have your own family, but it never stops there. It's always, we must force others to live by our religion.
Yeah. Pretty Boy is still in the YouTube chat desperately trying to convince people that beliefs are a choice. Apparently coming up to join our live is not a choice. But there we are. Okay. A couple more messages, I guess. The queues are still empty right now. I've probably got about half an hour or so in me till the end. So, if you want to come talk to us, come up. And if you don't want to, that's absolutely fine. But then own that stuff too. Enuin than some says, and I'm massacring that as well, I'm functionally illiterate, it would seem. What do you think about the idea that Christian claims are modally non-propositional? I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, Christian claims are propositional. I don't have enough technical philosophical knowledge to know what modally non-propositional means, but they are clearly propositional because they're making claims about reality. They're making claims about the nature of creation. They're making claims that there is a creation. They're making claims about the origins of life. They're making claims about what happens to you when you die. They're making all sorts of claims. I'm going to guess modally non-propositional would mean claims which are not propositions in a technical sense, but so many of them are. The moment you make a claim about reality, you are making a proposition. If I've misunderstood you there, by all means clarify and forgive me if I have.
I'm not aware how a claim can you can have something that is a claim that isn't propositional. I mean, I guess it could be if you're making I can't think of one. As long as it's a claim about a fact, it's a proposition.
I think so. I may not be smart enough to answer your question. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Smarter minds than me may. But if you want to clarify that a bit, I'd certainly be happy to try and engage with it. And then we have good friend Flippity Giblets. Lovely to see you, buddy. I'm from a Catholic family. At grandmother's funeral, the priest kept using the phrase, "Receive the Christ in your mouth." Oh dear. Leading up to communion. The row of us immature 30 to 50-year-old grandchildren lost it. I can well imagine why. Yeah, it's not a phrase you really want to be saying or hearing, is it? Receive the Christ in your mouth. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. Thank you for that. Oh dear. So there we are. Well, I'll take this moment to check in on the members wall, because our inner circle crew have expanded by two. since last time. So I'm very, very happy to welcome in the Leakest Wink, which is a superb name, one that I wish I'd thought of myself and will forever regret not having thought of myself. Brilliant. The Leakest Wink is here. And of course, Flippity Giblets, as we've just heard from. And Tracy is new in the inner circle as well. Gordon Loves Science, of course. And Amon Ra, How to Push Back. The wonderful Tim Cooney, who I gather is still working on some wonderful music for us. Can't wait to hear that. He sent me a video of some of his music stuff. He's really, really talented and really, really musically capable. So I'm quite excited. And Drew Smith, of course, as well. That is the wonderful people who are the inner circle. They do get access to the kill switch, which has almost been invoked today, but not quite. So the kill switch means the inner circle members, if there's a particularly odious caller or someone who's just awful or going on too long, whatever, they can hit the kill switch, and if 2 or more of them do that, then the caller will be ejected. So there we are. Okay, we've had a clarification about this modal thing. So it says, John, if a claim is modally propositional, it can be possibly true or possibly false. Oh, okay. My contention is Christianity is neither. Do you think so? Because to me, it does seem that these claims are either true or false. I mean, it's either true or it's false that there was a guy called Jesus who was crucified and then resurrected. It's either true or it's false that there's a requirement for salvation. It's either true or it's false that there was an Adam and Eve in the garden and they participated in fruit-related crimes. It's either true or it's false. All of these things, I think. Do they not? Am I missing something here? I'd love to understand your perspective on this and why you think these claims are not amenable.
Yeah, that's the law of excluded middle. It's either true or false. Anyway, I'm going to look that up later. Modally, what was the term again?
Non-propositional. I mean, modal logic is just logic that deals with truth or false, true and false, right? Like so. Yeah, I mean, yeah, interesting. It's never occurred to me for one moment that would be something to even think about. But I could be missing something. So I'm happy to be educated, of course. A quick one from Isa Secular says, thank you for the day stream. I can watch without falling asleep. Well, I won't take offense at that, of course, but I know the night ones are really late sometimes. And I find myself feeling really tired on the night ones sometimes, especially as we approach the sort of, I sometimes have a little slump in the middle, maybe around sort of 3 a.m. I start to feel a bit tired, and then I perk up a bit. Quite often by the end, I'm sort of perked up again. Okay, we have got, well, unbelievably, we've got Jordan back again, who seems to want to come back for more. I'm in two minds about whether we should take Jordan in again, but I think maybe we will, because maybe Jordan has had time to reflect on the quality of his arguments from earlier, or perhaps Jordan has considered his position and has better arguments than earlier. And I feel that I would be depriving our community if we didn't at least hear what they are. So with that said, we will bring Jordan in, and then we have Saint again on the YouTube side after that. So welcome back, Jordan.
Yo. Thank you. Yeah, so I was just reflecting on what you said. I think it was Sean was saying, like, yeah, even if you improve the lives of these women, it doesn't mean it's necessarily good or good enough. Like, you didn't improve it enough, basically. And so I was thinking, like, do you think, are you like against having children then? Like, do you think that the world we currently live in is good enough to bring a child in without their consent?
I want to clarify, because the issue isn't that you didn't improve their lives enough. It's not the argument. The issue is something being not as bad as something else doesn't mean it's not bad. So if somebody would viciously abuse a woman with a weapon, and then the next person only, I say only in air quotes, slaps her around a little bit. The first one's doing more harm, but slapping her around is still immoral. It's immoral independent of how she was treated before.
Right. So when does it become good then? When does it become okay?
When you're not doing harm, slapping a woman or slapping a person in general does harm.
Bringing
So
a child into the world does harm.
No. So when I
You'd
say
have to
harm,
be
I mean,
against
hold on. Let me
childbirth,
finish. Let me finish. No, because when I say harm, I mean harm to the well-being. Somebody is no longer being if they're not alive. So that's my morality is based on well-being. And yes, when you're alive, you could have a good life, you could have a bad life in sum and total. But in sum and total, the vast majority of people want to continue being alive. And
so I mean, you said no harm,
but let's
so it becomes good when there's no harm, but
no, I'm saying an
everybody
action
suffers. So
no, you're either intentionally or not, you're misunderstanding me. So the act of do you agree that the act of slapping your wife or girlfriend is immoral, period?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. The fact that her previous boyfriend or what she was going through before was even worse doesn't make it cease being an immoral act. So you look at the act and evaluate the act itself. So basically, under your paradigm, if somebody has a completely awful life and then you take them out of that life, as long as it's like a better or an improvement than before, nothing you do is immoral. So no, I evaluate actions with respect to well-being, and it's in sum and total.
But the way I'm hearing it is like you have to make the conditions so that she's not being harmed at all.
No, I was just trying to explain it right now. So
well, that's what you said, but I guess now you're changing it.
Nope, that's not it at all.
Okay, so
I tried to
what
explain
makes it good?
Are you gonna let me explain it? Okay.
I would love to hear you explain what makes it good.
Yeah, I would love for you not to stop me from explaining it by talking over me. So I evaluate actions with respect to how they affect well-being, but it's in sum and total. So for example, if I give a child a shot or a vaccine that the child needs to protect their health, there's a little prick in the arm that harms their well-being because they're feeling a little bit of pain. But in sum and total, it's helping the child like with a greater good of being vaccinated and not potentially getting sick or dying from an illness or what have you. So it's just this isn't complicated. So like, unaliving,
it's not complicated.
Right.
I agree.
Yeah. So like graping a woman is bad. If you take her to your home and you grape her, the act of graping her is bad. It doesn't matter if her life was worse before.
Did you consent to being born?
That's a total non sequitur.
Oh, so consent's like kind of sometimes
total
it
nonsense.
matters, sometimes it doesn't.
People are not capable of consenting to being born. It's a silly argument. Now the other problem with your argument, Jordan, is let's have a look at this verse again, right? So where in the text here does it stipulate that the women who were being plucked out of this post-battle scenario had worse lives before? Because that's the entire argument, that's the thread your entire argument is hanging on, is the assumption that their lives must have been worse before, that like the marauding soldiers of Israel came in like superheroes to rescue these women from their families who were obviously doing terrible things to them. On what basis are you making that assumption, and where in this text does it justify that assumption?
Well, the character of God is revealed all throughout Scripture. It started in paradise, it ends in heaven. I mean, God is clearly teaching compassion the entire time. So
do you think that answers the question I just asked you?
Yeah, you're saying where in this text does it say that they had worse conditions before? And I'm saying, well, God's revealed character stipulates that it must be an improvement, otherwise he wouldn't do it. And Are you not making a claim? I thought you're also making a claim that it's misogynistic. So you would also have to prove that they did not. You'd have to prove that their lives weren't improved.
No, I don't. You're the one making a positive claim. It's not incumbent on me.
You're also making a claim.
No,
You're saying
I'm not.
it's misogynistic.
I'm saying it's misogynistic to take a
Yeah, so
survivor
there's
of
your
war
claim.
home and rape them. That's an easily if that's something that you require an argument for, then you're even more damaged than I thought. You are the one
So you would just
who is
leave her in a
providing.
wicked nation?
You are the one who is providing a scenario, a justification for this, which is completely extra to the text. You're just asserting it and then claiming it must necessarily be true in all occasions because of God's character. Is that the
You're
best
doing the
argument?
exact
Is
same
that the
thing.
best argument you can come up with? Just checking here. Is that the best argument you've got for this?
Yeah, probably.
It is. Okay. Well, then I think we're done.
You realize
Because
you're
I was hoping that you were going to come up with a better one. You just came back to recapitulate the failed one that you had before. There's no value in that.
The rape apology.
Yeah, we don't need that. Okay. Yeah. I wondered if he was going to
That's
come
a
up with...
superior, objective Christian morality.
Yeah, I know, right? Don't do religion, kids. Don't be like him. That's what it does to you. Fries your mind, and you end up like that. What a joke. Okay, well, we are going to go over to the YouTube side, and we have, it looks like Ennui and then some. What it looks like. Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent.
You're a little bit quiet.
I'm on a headset. Let me see if I can change my audio.
It doesn't sound wonderful. See if you can improve it.
Is this better?
Yeah, possibly. Let's try that.
Okay. That's what I get for buying a cheap headset.
Yeah, it's not great, but we'll try and soldier through, shall we?
Okay. Well, I didn't know if what I wanted to introduce was appropriate to what you wanted to discuss. So if you want to skip me, I understand.
Introduce away, and we'll see how we go.
Okay. So I'm an atheist. I've been an atheist for a while, and this is sort of an idea I've been kicking around ever since I got more into the philosophical literature. And my basic idea is that if a claim is not verifiable and it's not falsifiable, then it simply lacks the structural requirements of what make propositions themselves. Does that make any sense, or am I rambling?
I don't know if I would agree with you there, because a proposition is still a proposition even if it's not falsifiable. So Bertrand's teapot would be an example of a proposition which is still a proposition, but it's not falsifiable.
But Bertrand's teapot is in theory verifiable.
In theory, verifiable.
If it's unfalsifiable, then it's just an unfalsifiable proposition.
But what he said is if it's verifiable, then so you're saying that doesn't count. So you're saying if something is neither verifiable nor falsifiable,
then I mean, so just to use an example, because I mean it's a very complicated idea, I think, but if you were to ask me for a claim and I were just to like put a chair in front of you, is the chair modally propositional? Is it possibly true or false?
Just
a chair. I mean, a chair isn't a proposition,
what was
right?
the proposition again, or what was the claim again?
So John asked me for a claim, and I set a chair in front of him with no further discussion. Is that have I satisfied the structure of a claim or a proposition?
No, you haven't, because you've not made a proposition. By placing a chair in front of me isn't making a proposition.
Yeah. Basically, a proposition is a claim about a fact that is either true or false.
So my contention is that what Christianity has effectively done is present non-Christians with a chair and then dressed up the chair in propositional language such that it looks like a claim, but it doesn't act like a claim in that it doesn't reference reality in any verifiable or falsifiable pattern.
It doesn't. I think this is just semantics, but in my view, and someone who's like actually has a philosophy background can correct me. I've only taken one logic class, but a proposition can be true or false. It can be falsifiable or otherwise, as long as someone makes a claim about a fact instead of just expressing like a subjective opinion. Then it has truth value. It's either true or it's false. Irrespective of what anyone believes about it.
Well, yes. I mean, so claims are definitional. Propositions are definitionally what is referred to as truth apt. It's a bucket that can contain truth in some form, truth or falsity. It answers the question of truth or false.
Well, it doesn't necessarily answer the question. It makes a claim, and that claim is either true or false.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's either falsifiable or not. It's verifiable or not. That's independent from whether you can claim anything. If I claim, what is it, Russell's teapot or whatever is revolving around Jupiter, that's a proposition. Whether we can falsify it or verify it is a separate question.
No, so I think we're getting hung up on the practical application. I'm focused on the word possibly true or possibly false. If a supposed proposition cannot be possibly true or possibly false, and the way that I phrase it is in a universe bounded by sense data. That's a loaded term in and of itself that I can unpack if you really needed me to.
Do you mean logically possible or nomoologically possible?
Modally possible. Logically, modally possible.
I'm not sure what modally possible. So basically, Sean is capable. Sean jumped to the moon. That's a proposition. It's a false one, but it's not logically impossible. It's nomologically impossible. I'm sorry. It is logically possible. It's not nomologically possible. But I feel like we're kind of getting into realms that don't matter. We're just kind of going into philosophical weeds. The bottom line is, like, if a Christian claims, hey, the Christian God exists, created the universe, and loves you, like that, that's fine. That is a proposition. You can pick it apart. You could say it's unfalsifiable or unproven or what have you, but like, I don't think it's really a productive road to say, well, that's not a proposition. One, because I think it is, but two, even if it wasn't, we're still going to evaluate the claim on merit.
Sure. Is there like an email or something I can send something to, because there's a distinction?
Sure.
But I don't think this is the right forum for it.
If that feels right, just email me. It's just Jon, Jon, at unconvincedbook.com.
On at unconvincedbook.net.
.com.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okie dokie. We did have a saint waiting, come back to speak to us again, but he appears to not be there right now. So we're going to bring in our good friend, Screaming Silence. Hey.
Hello, John. Hey, Sean.
How are you, man?
Doing good. I get to get paid to listen to your live as I work, so it couldn't be better.
That's wonderful.
Nice.
Very pleased to hear that.
I'm one of the few people that actually love and look forward to going to work every day. So I adding this to the mix definitely makes it even better.
That's fantastic. That's a privilege, isn't it?
Yeah, enviable position to be in. I want to look up the stats on that. I'm willing to bet like 80-something% of people do not like going to work every day.
Yeah.
Well, Sean, we live in a fallen world, so it's probably their fault.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say employment was going to be completely different until Adam and Eve screwed up with the fruit. Now it's all messed up. So
This is true.
that's
Now,
their fault.
now you have to labor. Your work is labor now. Yeah, no, I fortunately kind of fell into what I do as a teenager. My uncle owned a construction company, and he asked me if I wanted to come to work one day at 14, and I was like, sure, and never stopped basically since. I love it.
That's awesome. The
Yeah,
old saying is something like, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And I think there's some real truth to that. I've been very
yeah.
lucky like that too. I've always loved my work, and I
I believe it.
consider
I
it
believe it.
a huge privilege. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what's on your mind?
So Joel and Mezzo were just live, and Joel was expressing some hurt feelings about how he followed you, and you have not yet followed him back, and he's a little sad about it.
Who was saying that? Mezzo.
Joel was talking about, Joel reads Bible.
Yeah, I love Joel. I didn't realize Joel had followed me. I absolutely love Joel.
Yeah, so
I need to figure this out immediately.
yeah, obviously, he was joking, but I bet there's a smidge of pain in his voice when he was
I
saying
will
it.
I will be sure to rectify this immediately. I've been a huge admirer of Joel's work for ages. In fact, there was one particular video he did it was a couple of months ago, where he'd done it was on YouTube, and he'd done quick fire questions with someone, and he was just so brilliant. And I put a message in there, and I just said that the way you kind of Socratically walked him into a death trap, and it was just beautiful. It was like ballet. So no, I'm a huge fan of Joel. So I'll definitely give him a follow back and apologize for the asymmetry there.
Yeah, he was actually the first Atheist Live that I came on, and I went up, I believe, the first time I saw him and spoke to him. So it's kind of a joke that he has my tally, that he's the initial person that got me connected to all this. But he's been running a live recently where his prompt is guess why I left Christianity, which is actually a really good prompt, because you get to really see why Christians think people are rejecting the faith, or quote unquote rejecting God. And what we found is that most Christians, their answer is, essentially, well, you wanted to sin, so you didn't want to be a Christian anymore. And more or less, they don't always say exactly those words specifically, but they'll kind of say like, well, you didn't, want to have all these rules, or you didn't want to follow all this, blah 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 blah, and all that kind of stuff. And it's clear that is really, even if it's not intentional, it's really a brainwashing technique to other, people, because it really puts them in a box and actually kind of dehumanizes them, because you're disregarding possible experiences and invalidating them, and just really
It's
putting them
being
in a box.
dismissive.
Correct. And it's really got me thinking the past week, because he's been running this and I've been watching him as well, about myself, because I've said it before. I put a lot of work into trying to be a good person, and trying to make a difference in other people's lives, and trying to be quote unquote moral. Obviously, I'm not perfect, but I intentionally put work into it every single day. So, I don't think it's pride. I can confidently say that I believe I am a good person. So when I really look at their arguments, I don't really have anything to gain from Christianity that wouldn't be selfish. So if I was to follow, the only thing that would really be changing would be that maybe I'm trying to get fire insurance, or I want to not be held accountable by accepting Jesus taking on that punishment for the wrong that I have done.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot I personally feel that I would actually gain without being selfish, and that's one of the contradictions to me that comes with Christianity. Is it's not that I'm literally thinking too highly of myself; it's that I'm thinking too highly of a God that I would presume exists, and that He would have more to offer that wouldn't be so selfish.
Yeah, and that othering thing is just so nasty. It's like it's it's so hard. I feel revolted when I read that kind of language, and that the gaslighting and the just telling people why they lost, rather than asking, telling. We get it all we've had it a few times here today, right in here on this live. People saying to Sean, you never believed, or you had your reasons, or I don't know you. I don't know you. It's like it's so horrible. It's just so lacking in compassion.
I love when Sean says, I have the ability to read my own mind. Like, it's so true. They're literally telling you that they're superior to you, literally to the point where they know your mind and heart more than you do.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. Apparently, Pretty Boy is telling everyone he's in the queue right now. I'm looking at the queue right now, and there's no one there. The queue right now is empty. So I don't know whose queue you're in, Pretty Boy, but it's not complicated. You just click on the link, the same one that everybody else manages to figure out. I'm sensing that maybe you might not really be in the queue right now, because I keep on inviting you in, and the queue is still empty. So this is your chance, but don't tell people you're in the queue and I'm not letting you on, because that makes you look even worse than you look already, which is already fairly bad. There's all sorts of shenanigans going on in the YouTube chat today. Oh dear, that's a move I haven't seen before though. Telling everyone John won't let me in and I'm in the queue right now, where he's just not.
Yeah, and I've seen people do that in other lives. They try to distract everyone, get them upset and arguing in the chat and saying things like that aren't true.
It's fantastic. I mean, as far as I can see, Saint was in the queue and is no longer in the queue. So it could be that there's a problem with the queue and people are not lying, but as far as I can see, it's been working fine all stream. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that. I think a more parsimonious explanation is Saint would rather, Pretty Boy would rather not come in. Saint is now back in the queue. So the queue, I can tell you confidently, is working. We will speak to Saint in a moment. I'm looking at Pretty Boy's chair in the queue and it's empty. It's right there for you. It's waiting. Just come and say hi.
Jordan's back on TikTok.
Oh, he is, isn't he?
The grape apologist.
Yeah, I think we've probably had enough of Jordan today, because we all know what Jordan's going to do. He's going to come in again and make the same argument again. And I don't think we necessarily need to do that. Jordan, go away and have a long, hard think about whether you really want to be an internet rape apologist. It's not a winning look. I have to tell you, it's not how I would personally want to be immortalized on the internet. Maybe that isn't the thing that you want for yourself. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's your thing, but yeah, not necessarily the best one. Yeah,
it's crazy how Christians like him act like they're morally superior when their only argument is basically God says so. Our argument on our end, when people ask me and I say, well, I use my intellect, I use my empathy, I have love for people, I don't want to see harm, I want the better for that person as an individual and society, and I break it down and they just go, well, I think it's morally wrong or morally good because God said. That's not a superior argument. And I just don't understand how to them that's like a win, because they say without God, you can't have morality. But I feel like with God, you can't have morality. You're just following rules. It's such comes from a deeper place when specifically it's empathy. You're using your human empathy to look at someone and say, I want better for them and I want less harm, versus, well, God said, so I have to obey.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So you have to ask yourself what you care about. So to me, the well-being of others is not a trivial thing, and doing what you're told blindly like a good boy, to me, that's trivial. Just blind obedience. God said so. I don't care if it's Thor, Yahweh, Shiva, Loki. I don't care. Just God, this deity told me to, and that's the only information you have, is absolutely trivial. But if you tell me how actions affect others with respect to helping the well-being, or if it's doing some harm, this, that. You start talking that language. Now you're in an area I don't find trivial. And basically all they have is declaring their personal preference to be the objective should, just by decree, without being able to demonstrate it or explain in what manner or what, like how it's objective. They're just declaring their own subjective preference to be objective.
I just have to share that someone just came into the YouTube queue with the name, just came in to see if Pretty Boy is here.
Oh my gosh.
That is absolutely hilarious. And I can assure you he's not here. Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant.
That's hilarious.
That's brilliant trolling the troll. Absolutely love it. That person is obviously not serious. Yeah, brilliant. There we are. Good stuff. Well, Richie, thanks for coming in and making that point, and thank you for setting me straight on Joel. The first thing I do post stream will be to jump on TikTok and give Joel a follow back. I didn't realize he'd followed me. I've admired his work, as I say, for ages. So I will do that, and then I'll drop him a message to apologize for not having followed him back.
Of course. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
All the best, man. Always great to see you. Take it easy.
You too. Appreciate it.
Cheers, buddy. Okay, yeah, Richie's awesome. Love having him in this community. He's always brilliant. It's been such a privilege to be part of his story as well.
Absolutely.
Thinking about like how brilliantly he's doing. It's absolutely wonderful. Okay, so as promised, we're going to bring in Saint, who is actually for real in the YouTube, and we're going to bring him right now. Where have we gone? There. Hey, Saint, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You're here. Hello, welcome back. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Nice one. Where were we? Did you want to pick up on something that we were speaking about before, or something that we've got in the list now?
I think I'll start off with new points that I wrote down.
Sure.
Okay, one point that I would like to talk about is I believe life is more fair with the existence of God than it is without.
Okay.
More fair.
Yeah.
Does that make it true?
That's a good question. I don't think that in and of itself just validates the whole thing, but I think it gives like is more morally reasonable, but it might not be true.
Well, yeah. So there's utility value, which isn't really evidence for a proposition being true. So, like, I think it would be better and have more utility value if cancer didn't exist, but that doesn't make it true. Like, cancer is still a reality. Life. There's no reason to believe that life necessarily would be fair or must be fair. And I don't know how a God existing, I guess it would be, depends on which God, whether that makes life more or less fair. I think with the advent of heaven and hell being, if you, for example, believe in eternal torture, especially if that's tied to non-belief, I would say that would make life infinitely less fair than just the random chance of a godless reality.
I think if there is no hell, then there is no punishment for the evil that you do in this world. And
there's not. So, like, all right. So let's say a girlfriend or a boyfriend cheats on their significant other, and then that person finds out, and then they are emotionally devastated because they lost the person they love, etc. Does life not have its own like rewards and punishments?
I mean, yeah, but what if that person doesn't care? And then there's also
it
people.
Could be. It could be. Yeah. So I mean, there are consequences for actions. Sometimes good deeds are rewarded, sometimes not. That's fair. So life is not fair, but that doesn't tell us anything about whether a God actually exists that's going to balance this all out.
I know it doesn't prove it, but I'm just making the
Doesn't
argument on
even.
this particular question that it's more fair that God exists because there's a reward for righteousness and a punishment for sin if
What if
he exists.
the punishment? Now, this is what a lot of Christians believe, not all. What if the punishment is you sinned in any which way or form? The guy cheated on his girlfriend. He stole a pack of cigarettes. He told a big fish story at a party. He lied. Normal life transgressions, but was generally a good person. And that person was unconvinced any gods exist. So that person's going to burn alive for all eternity. Now, is that more or less fair than just a godless world with random chance like that we appear to live in right now?
Without adding anything to your question, I would say no, that's not fair. But if I'm
Okay.
adding context to it, I would say that
Sure.
God understands how serious hell is, and He's not going to send a person there for something as trivial as just stealing a pack of cigarettes and cheating on your
Okay.
girlfriend. In and
Yeah.
of itself, that's not enough to send you there.
Okay. According to your belief, because you're right, I don't want to saddle you with what other people believe. According to your belief, what if someone had generally good person, has done some bad things, but they don't believe God exists? Where do they go and what happens to them after death?
Where do they go? A generally good person has a high chance of being judged righteously by God. I mean, they will be judged righteously by God. It's just, is that enough given like all that they've done in their lives? Is that enough
Yeah.
for them to
And
spend the
they don't
rest
believe
of
God
eternity?
exists. Yeah, they're generally good, imperfect, have done some bad things, but they're not someone you would describe as a complete a-hole. And then that person is unconvinced any gods exist. So what are the options? Is it like eternity in heaven? If they don't get into heaven, what happens to them?
I always bring up the Abraham's bosom thing because before Jesus Christ was known, the people who died before were put into Abraham's bosom, and when he died on the cross in those 3 days, he preached to those people, and they ascended with him. And if there's a provision like that, then I believe that there's also something for people who don't who die not knowing Jesus Christ. That there's a way.
What if they heard of Jesus Christ and they just weren't convinced? Like John and I have heard every argument for God and we're not convinced.
Yeah, I mean, one of your callers put it pretty well. It's like if you're genuinely unconvinced and it's not like any hidden motives behind it, you're just genuinely seeking the truth and this just doesn't make sense to you, then I think you're okay.
Okay. What if all right, so basically whether we're convinced or not convinced is inconsequential to our salvation.
It depends on why you're not convinced.
It's always 100% of people when they're not convinced, it's because they haven't seen evidence that is convincing to them. That's everybody.
If there was something in your power that you can do to convince yourself, but you willfully choose not to, then it's not like the same as just like genuinely trying. And it's just like, well, this just doesn't make sense to me. And it would be nice if there is a heaven and all, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Then that's okay. But there's a difference between no, I refuse to just believe in a God that's like this. There's a difference between that and genuinely trying to understand something, but it just doesn't click for you.
Yeah. You got anything, John? You want to
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand, Saint, why you're needing to inject a degree of motivation and volition into somebody not being convinced, because that's the only way to make it like morally appropriate to judge it, right? You have a sense. This is when I hear you speaking, I'm hearing somebody who knows intuitively that it's wrong to punish someone just for not being convinced by something. So what you're trying to do, what we can hear you trying to do here, is try to find room in that for rebellion. Find room in there for a willful turning away rather than honest disbelief. But the fact is, there is no distinction made between those two things in the text. The Bible doesn't say anything about, if you seeked in earnest and you still didn't find, that's okay, don't worry. There's none of that. It's just very, very clear cut. If you believe, you're saved. If you don't believe, you're condemned. And that's it. And that's the position where we are criticizing. That's the position which is morally insensible.
When the Bible says, seek and you shall find, ask and you shall receive, and knock and the door shall be opened.
Yep. It's a lie.
It's not a lie.
It also says anything you ask for in faith, believing you will receive. Another lie.
Yeah, it says according to the will of God, though.
It doesn't actually say that. It doesn't actually say that there. It just says it in Matthew 21:22. It's no qualifier there whatsoever. It says if you believe, if you have enough faith, ask and it will be provided. And there are other verses that say similar things and say when two or more of you gather in my name, anything you ask for will be provided. Is another verse, right? These things are not all qualified by if God wants to, and if they are, then it's pointless anyway. If the verse is ask for anything and you'll get it as long as God was planning on giving it to you anyway, then what's it actually saying? What would have happened if you hadn't asked? You still would have got it. It's pointless.
When you ask in his name, that's the...
When you ask in his name. But there are people who have been asking for things in God's name for centuries and not getting them. So it's clearly false. So these promises about seek and you shall find, all of that stuff, I just take that to be like, it's just manipulation. Are you still there, Saint? Did we lose you? God, went awfully quiet suddenly. Yeah, I'm seeing some issues. Well, yeah, I can see that you're having some issues there with your sound for some reason, Saint.
Am I still having issues?
Yeah, it's not sounding great. But
refresh.
Yeah, you could try and refresh it. Yeah. I mean, I think we're going to start. I'm kind of on a promise for a 6 p.m. finish, and it is now just after 6 p.m. Where I am right now, and so I have to do some real life adulting stuff. So we'll just get Saint in to tie things up. There you go. Saint, are you back?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just saying, I don't know if you heard that. I'm going to have to start drawing this to a close because I am on a promise to my family to be slightly available at some point today. So again, feel free to come back and carry on the conversation. We appreciate your respectful tone, even while we have a disagreement of opinion about stuff. Thanks for calling in, and sorry you were waiting a while, and we had to cut it a little bit short. But if you come back next time, we'll jump you up the queue if I see you.
All right, totally understandable. Thank you.
All right, man. Take it easy. Thanks. Bye. Okay. There we go. I know some people don't like what Saint says, but he's always respectful, and he does listen, and he doesn't interject, and he's never rude. And so while we have a difference of opinion, and I think he's supporting some unsupportable stuff, I'm happy to have conversations with people like him. Think about how much nicer he is than that fool earlier. Who proceeded immediately, Sean, from TikTok. He moved straight over and started yabbering about he's the voice of power in the YouTube chat.
Oh, wow.
So he definitely gets clown of the day. Jordan gets clown of the match, absolutely no question. Unrivaled in my view. He's also going to be first on my clip list. The world has to know the delights of Jordan, and I wonder if he's going to want to come back again. I suspect he probably will. The crazy thing is, I think he probably thinks he has a good argument, which is quite remarkable to me. If I had gone online and humiliated myself as badly as he had, I would definitely not be in a rush to go back and do it again. But hey, what are you gonna do? People do that stuff, don't they? So just a few last messages to read out before we put a lid on it. Dandelion Gum says, thank you very much for this. I don't want to go off topic, and feel free not to answer, but I heard you mention animal suffering. What are your thoughts on veganism? Okay, so in a nutshell, my thoughts are that I think I am an immoral person for eating as much meat as I eat, and I'm aware that I ought to eat less. I know that's a tension I feel in myself. It's a tension between doing what I know I ought to do and doing what I want to do, which is to continue to consume meat. At some point, I can see myself in the future cutting out meat because it does weigh on my conscience, supporting that whole thing. Veganism might be a step too far for me. I think it's really tricky. It would be tricky for me to maintain a vegan diet, but I respect
maybe
that.
Vegetarianism is more manageable or doable, and it would be not perfect when it comes to animal protection, but way better than just what I'm currently doing, which is eating meat left and right.
I think so. So I think if you and I had to have a conversation, Dandelion, about the ethics of this stuff, you would win the debate. I'm aware of that, and it does play on my mind. So that's the answer there. And Upshot, again, really, really nice to see you, Upshot. Upshot came into this to the live. I think it was either 2 or 3 lives ago, and has just been a wonderful, just instantly slotted in, fantastic member of the community. Thank you so much. Says, hey John, just wanted to say hello to you and all the friends. It's been a nice listen while here at work. Belief isn't a choice. God's not real. Big up. You're absolutely right. Called it. And thank you, Upshot. Upshot, Sean, if you remember, was the Marine, ex-Marine.
Okay.
Yeah, Semper Fi.
Semper Fi.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Oceanus says, just for my friend, I'm just realizing this now. I saw this message come in. I'm not going to repeat this mistake ever again. Isa, I'm very, very sorry. Isa Secular is pronounced Isa and is short for Isabel. So I appreciate that. Now that I know this, I'm not going to mess up your name anymore by mispronouncing it. And thank you to Oceanus for setting me straight. I'm really aware of the fact that I tend to butcher people's names when they submit the super chats. I've got a terrible, terrible record for incorrectly pronouncing names. Please forgive me. If you're kind enough to make a super chat and I then butcher your name, please don't hate me too much. I'm just a simple fellow struggling to make out the small text on the screen through my in the haze, and I don't always get it right. So I'm really, really sorry. I never mean to offend anyone by getting names wrong. I'm deeply touched by the engagement, involvement of everyone, and the support for the channel as well. So thank you very, very much. Next we have Oceanus again. I would like to send a big shout out to all our Christian callers today. Thank you for making our points for us, especially you, Jordan. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So much of doing this is people coming in and you just handing them the rope and then watching them hang themselves with it. It's remarkable. It is remarkable, and I can never look away. I mean, I've been watching content like this for years and years. We were talking in the chat earlier about like old school atheist experience when it was on cable. I used to watch that stuff really, really back in the day when Matt and Tracy and I remember there's another guy who was brilliant. He used to get really, really angry. What was his name? Early days. Someone set me straight here. Early days of the atheist experience. There was a guy who was really into comics. Jeff. That was his name. Jeff someone, and he was brilliant, and he would just get really cross. So I've been watching this stuff for years and years. And it is amazing. The believers come in, you just have to hand them the right line or two, and they do all the work for you. It's really, really remarkable. So yeah, well spotted, Oceanus. Thank you. And then finally, the final message of the day from Kif Webb, who is mod extraordinaire and a wonderful friend. Kif has been there for me on YouTube really since nearly the beginning, one of the earliest people who was saying nice things in the comments and making supportive comments and feedback. I really, really appreciate it. I didn't hesitate to ask Kip to moderate, and you are a wonderful mod, Kip. Thank you very, very much indeed. I see Ascend in the TikTok queue, but my friend, I can't take your call now because I actually have some real life responsibilities to attend to. So my family won't thank me, but come back next time. We're on, the next stream is Thursday night. We'll be on Thursday night. It'll be 10:30 UK time, which will be now 5:30 Eastern. And that we'll be doing that on Thursday. Topic to be advised before then. So there we are. I think that's another good stream. Thank you, everyone. I really love these day streams. We had some amazing numbers on today. We had close to 700 people watching the stream at points today, which is a record for us. It means we're growing, we're going in the right direction. All the likes and the interaction and stuff really helps to train the algorithm and push it out to other people who can discover it too. Before I go, I have to just show you, this is our final Believer Bingo of the day. I think we did pretty well. I think there were some excellent contributions. I love that the Believer Bingo is working. I hope the noises were more palatable for you today. I did reprogram them since the last live. I do apologize for how obnoxious they were. That's completely my fault. Hopefully they're okay now. If anything about them was still annoying, let me know and I will tweak them further. But with that, I say to you all farewell. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, John.
And
another good day. So Saturday evening?
Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. Thursday, 5:30 Eastern, 10:30 UK. And hope to see you guys all again. And I'm going to rush off now and go and give Joel a humble follow and beg forgiveness. But yeah, wishing you all very best.